and serious illnesses. So if you wake up sick, at home or on the road, you already have what you need. No waiting for your doctor, no hours at urgent care, no pharmacy lines, no copays. Just match your symptoms to the right prescription in your guidebook or call their telemedicine doctor standing by. Start on your meds sooner and feel better faster. Every home needs at least one medical emergency kit. Order yours online in minutes and it's shipped to your door. And save $45 with my promo code 880 at urgentcarekit.com/880. That's promo code 880 at urgentcarekit.com/880.
Let's see what's happening on the roads this morning and bring in, she's the best in the business. Say good morning to one Debbie Duhame.
Good morning. Watch for delays this morning on the westbound BQE. Stop and go traffic at Metropolitan Avenue. It's a collision. Eastbound Gowanus at 38th. An accident clear, but you're heavy on the eastbound BQE by Atlantic Avenue with a crash. Van Wyck northbound at Jewel Avenue. Watch for a crash on the Deegan south at the stadium. It's an accident being cleared. Traffic is sponsored by RockAuto.com. A bent tie rod can quickly bring a drive to a halt. For the parts needed to get back on the road, visit RockAuto.com. Find a wide selection of quality parts at reliably low prices delivered right to your door. All the parts your car will ever need. Rock Auto. I'm Debbie Duhame on 880 ESPN, New York.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong?
I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code FLEX to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code FLEX to borrow up to $10,000. Use code FLEX to borrow up to $10,000.
ESPN New York is your home for the world champion New York Knicks. WHSQ and WCBS FM HD2, New York.
Got the number one pick in the NHL draft, but the men that can't seem to stump. Do something dumb, that's an observation. CLT make them need to run. That's Lawrence Taylor. Cut them every trash, CMT for short. Wonder if we best once you peep the score. Up at the crack of dawn, top stories of the morning. While you're yawning, grab your coffee, rise and shine with 8:80 a.m. This is Drop Time. We provide highlights from your favorite teams. Got Dave and Rick making plenty of picks. It's Rule 76.
All right, a new week. A couple of more days left in the month of June. RJ taking a well-deserved day off. Dave taking a well-deserved day off. Ray is here. Grass is here. And we welcome back our buddy Rick from a tropical vacation over the last week here on DNR. What is going on, everybody? ESPN New York on this Monday, 29th day of June at 800-919-3776. Ray's here. Joe Leo hanging out with us this morning as well. And we do say welcome back to the man, the myth, the legend. He is fresh off a trip to St. Bart's. He has that sun-kissed skin. He looks fantastic. How the hell are you, my friend?
I'm doing great. I lied, though. I got to tell you, I lied. I was not on vacation. I was not in St. Bart's.
Where were you?
It was all a scam.
It was a scam?
I went to soccer camp. I got the big beach bash coming on Thursday. You know, and I said, World Cup, I'm going to be in that taking penalty kicks. I got to make sure I'm ready. So I decided to take a few days, do some soccer camp.
Now, who were your instructors at the soccer camp?
Tony Miola.
The Tony Miola School of Goalkeeping.
Yep, that's what I was.
Now, and did they give you lunch, or did you have to brown bag it every day?
I brown bagged it.
Brown bagged it?
Yeah.
So you and the other campers had to sit there. You got 1 hour lunch break before you did 2 a days on the field, learning the intricacies of goalkeeping?
That's right.
Yeah. How do you think you fared?
Hydration breaks. I don't want to reveal any secrets. I think I'm in a good spot. I think the fact that I could be doing this on sand is a bit of an issue, but I think I'm ready.
Let me tell you, are you worried at all about this thing? Because Dave and I were talking about that last week. You're familiar with, of course, Robert Edwards, right?
Yeah, that was, by the way,
yeah.
Just so you know,
yeah,
because you weren't privy to this conversation, our fearless leader, his first thought was exactly what you're about to just say.
There you go.
Great.
Because we're looking out for you. That's why.
Yeah. Now, don't be concerned that we're trying to fit a giant regulation-sized soccer net somewhere in Bar A that could potentially be like kind of off the beaten path where no one's going to really know where it is anyway. It's, hey, Rick, are you concerned at all that you're going to blow an ACL playing goalie in the sand? Not now. Not until you just mentioned it, John. Now a little bit. Crossed my mind.
And it was a long time ago. So for those that don't know, Robert Edwards, he was a running back for the New England Patriots.
Stud.
Okay? And after Curtis Martin left the Patriots to sign with the Jets, the Patriots drafted Robert Edwards, and he became a stud for them in 1998, his rookie season. He ran for over 1,000 yards. Then after the season was over, he was playing in a beach flag football game and completely destroyed his knee. And he missed, I think, the next 2 years or something like that. Completely destroyed the knee. Tried to make a comeback, but to no avail. I just don't want nobody wants the same thing to happen to you.
No, of course not. And that's an NFL. Like, that was not just like, hey, Robert Edwards is like doing some fun activities on his own where he decided let's play some beach flag football.
That was like a league sanction thing.
That was an NFL event that they thought was a good idea. Yeah, listen, it's why I had to go to soccer camp. I can't risk all of a sudden now having to blow out the ACL or anything like that. I got a summer to worry about.
Yeah, we need you to be tip-top. I mean, this thing is just getting going here. But, I mean, you're doing a good thing, like keeping in the vein of the World Cup and, soccer spirits and soccer fever is high right now, and you're contributing. That's good.
Yeah, and I'm just happy that we also, Ray, you can attest to this, too, after the question that we got. Hey, I mean, any interest in a World Cup jersey? Yeah, of course I have an interest in a World Cup jersey.
I'm very upset at how that played out.
I got my two guys doing reads for champs who not only has World Cup stuff, they got New York Knicks championship stuff, which no one has. And I get the text message, I think it was walking through the airport. It was like, are you interested? Yeah, of course we're interested. We've been talking about this for the last couple of weeks. Well, what country would you like?
Yeah. Uzbekistan. You should have Uzbekistan.
I don't know, John. How about USA? That'd be a good place to start.
Yeah.
We all said USA to a man. Obviously.
I think the first words out of my mouth were not USA, believe it or not. But then
really?
I came around to it, yeah.
Where'd you go with
I went with Portugal.
Okay, yeah, so.
Well, you can't go Italy. God forbid we get in the World Cup.
Exactly. But I got the Portugal already, so then I said, now, you know what, make it USA.
Then I pivoted and tried to get him to get a motherland jersey, but that didn't work out.
Oh, Spain.
The motherland.
I mean, if any year you're going to wear the USA jersey, it's not. I mean, this is what we're doing. What are we talking about here?
This is it. I mean, we got our best team in forever.
I mean, Bosnia, here we come. I mean, we take them down, and we're rolling.
Well, don't forget about Herzegovina, too. You can't leave
both
them
of
out.
Them. I'll take both of them.
As Davis called them.
Go to B&H.
I'll take both of them. Take Bart and Hahn right now.
Soccer fever is at an all-time high. It is. But all kidding aside, you had a nice trip. Everything was good. Everything was fun.
Everything was great. I mean, the flight, I don't know if you guys talked about it or not.
Yeah, we
Ray
did a little bit
earlier. I was told, and Dave didn't make matters any better, was like, hey, just so you know. I was like, yeah, Dave, I know. Flying into St. Bart's is not great. So we flew into St. Martin, and then you have the option where you could fly, which is like a 10-minute flight, or you can take the ferry, which is like 45 minutes. So Cass doesn't like flying. Mm-hmm. I was like, listen, I'll be fine for 10 minutes, whatever. And she's like, well, let's see about the boat. And we asked someone about the boat, and they're like, no, you don't want to do that because now, like, you get open ocean, you're up and down, you get seasick, and it'll ruin your whole day. Just suck it up for the 10 minutes. And we got on this tiny little plane, and there was like 7 of us, no AC.
Oh.
And then, like, you're bouncing around. We smoothed out for a minute, and then we get to the landing situation, and it's how they describe it. I mean, the runway looks like it's like I've never seen a shorter runway in my life, and you got to come over the mountain to come down, and then you gotta land in this tiny little runway. And the guy did a great job, but it's a little touch and go there. I gotta be honest.
So you're saying flying into LaGuardia is like basically flying into the Great Plains compared to this runway?
Yeah,
as far as like the
like no joke. And then when you're driving around St. Bart's, like you go by the airport. And you're on the mountain, I guess mountain, whatever it is, and the planes are landing right over you. And it's just they're down and they stop and then the takeoff. And then we get even worse is, okay, flight there bad. Flight home now, okay, should be better because we're not coming over the mountain to land. Like we're just going to shoot out and we're gone. We get on this tiny little plane, smaller than the first one, and the captain, pilot, only one guy, comes out. He's like, okay. And he starts looking around. He's like, all right, so we got 3 guys. We're going to need you here. I'm going to need someone on the right side here and someone here. So it was 7 of us again. And we get into this little thing, and I'm kind of like bunched up like this. And then the couple and their daughter were on the flight with us. The daughter ends up in the co-pilot seat.
Oh, my God.
So it's the pilot, the daughter, and then us.
Oh, my God.
And I was like, oh, no.
So are you sweating out at this point? Like you're freaking out?
Yeah, of course we're freaking out. And this is like the lady's like, don't worry, this is like the Rolls Royce of planes. I was like, it doesn't look like a Rolls Royce.
Rolls Royce, like what year?
And then we land, and he's like, he was great. But we land, he flips this bad boy around, and then he's like, okay, thank you. It's like, you got more flights. He's like, I got 12 flights today. He takes out, like he's siphoning gasoline out of someone, and he starts taking the fluids by himself with this little thing out of the wing, and then he's writing the numbers down with pen on his hand. I was like, oh, my God.
So you got to be loving this at this point. You're thinking, hey, we are as safe can be.
I'm like, that was fun.
Let's kick back.
It was fun. We did it. I don't know if I'm going back.
Well, okay. All right. So that was like the going and the coming, though. Like, but when you actually were there on the island, the beach, the whole 9 yards,
nice.
Like, how was that? That was great.
Beautiful.
Great.
Yeah.
Weather was good?
No, weather was perfect. A little windy, but that was fine.
No rain?
No rain at all.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, it was great. Yeah, we had a blast. It was good.
How big are they into the World Cup down there?
Huge.
You got to figure that.
The World Cup. Yeah, like every place that was crowded during the day was because they were showing the World Cup.
That's
so
awesome.
Packed. Yeah,
that's awesome. So you got
it
to
was
experience.
down season. It was great and it was fun. Listen, it's I can understand why. Like they said, so September they're all off because I think that's like the middle of like the real hurricane season, and then they come back, and then I think from November to after New Year's is like their hot season. But they said like Christmas time through New Year's, it's like Saint-Tropez. All the yachts are all pulled up. They
the celebrities and everybody go there.
Crazy. Yeah. And so I can understand. It would be a pretty cool scene.
Yeah, that you got to experience it. That's good. Yeah, this is they call this the non-busy season down there. You know what I mean? Because, like, okay, usually wherever you come from, it's going to be sweltering hot no matter where you live. So why are you going to go to an island destination? But it's all good. You go. It's fine. It's great.
Listen, I preferred it. I don't need, I'm not looking for a big party or anything else. It was calm or relaxed. I mean, the weather's better than we have here. Just sit down. Nice beach, nice pool. Have a couple tequilas, and you're in a good space.
And you come back here, and it's going to be 100 degrees this week.
100 degrees? Yeah, I think the Thursday beach bash can be like 90-something degrees.
Now, are you going to is that going to affect you with the goalkeeping stuff? Because I think, at least up by me, it'll probably be a little bit cooler down by the shore, but at least by me, they said high of 103 on Thursday. Is that going to affect your performance in the goal?
Probably.
You got to hydrate.
Yeah, I got to hydrate. I mean, this is at 2:30. I mean, you're talking about 100 degrees in the sand. I was still trying to figure out the logistics of, hey, will there be some place for Rick to rinse off? A hose? Will you provide me with goalie gloves? Like, I mean, there are lots of things that haven't really been. I can imagine living in a world where there is no shower, there's no hose, and I'm barehanded in the sand.
That could happen.
Yeah, of course it could. It's going to happen.
I think the possibility is greater than zero. We'll put it that way to be polite.
Like, where's Rick? Well, he had to go get a hotel room because he's got sand in all his crevices and can't sit around for like 6 hours.
They have to have showers there.
Dan, ask Ray. I've been asking this question for at least 3 weeks and have had no answer.
Well, showers, I mean, like little tiny hose things to clean your feet off and so on and so forth. That's what they're going to have.
I'm going to be in a public restroom taking a bird bath.
Not a public restroom. I don't even think you're going to get the restroom part of it.
I'm a male sex worker, and I'm going to just like cleaning off my private parts.
I mean, if the place had like a pool area, I could see it having a shower, but I don't know that the shower
pond. Yeah. I'll be behind the bar, and they'll be shooting me with soda water.
Like club soda.
With a gun.
Like club soda. That's what you're cleaning your feet with?
The club soda gun.
Now, the male sex worker uses the public restroom. Is that what you said?
Well, I don't know if it's public.
They don't even give them the decency of like using the whatever establishment they're at to use the bathroom?
I think it probably depends on the clientele. Like, I mean, if they're like, hey, you can use the shower, great. Otherwise, I'm going to have to go
There's
clean
a
up
joke
in the
there,
sink.
and you're making me very uncomfortable right now.
What?
Well, this is the show.
It will be in New Jersey.
It is going to be. It's the Jersey Shore, too.
Yeah.
Right? It's the Jersey Shore. Now, Ray, you're going to be at the beach bash. Are you going to partake in any soccer exploits?
I'm not
trying
planning
to beat your friend Rick.
I'm not planning to.
But I think there's
Harvey said he might, but I don't.
Well, Harvey, I heard, is not going there. Joe, right? Isn't that what Harvey said the other day? He's not going because he's got going. He's got to hold down the fort here.
I go backhand, forehand on you anytime.
No,
well, that's hockey.
That's hockey. Yeah,
Harvey will be manning the fort here for, I believe, DHR.
Yeah. So Harvey's going to be
problematic. We only have so many people, so yeah, I get that.
That's a problem.
Are you going? How come you're not going to be there?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I can't make it.
You can make it. You don't want to make it.
Well, could, can't, won't, didn't have to, whatever. I'm not going to be there.
Yeah, that's a bunch of different things you just said there, though.
I know. Well, remember, all those years I have the tennis shows. It always conflicted.
I know, but luckily this year you don't have the tennis shows.
I know, because Wimbledon starts today. I'd love to be watching it right now, but I'm watching instead like a beautiful screensaver with healing soul music.
I can fix that for you.
That apparently is being played.
Well, it's like the Yankees game last night.
What a weird
you got the
game.
Yankees and you got the Travelers.
Well, let me ask you this. Before we get into all that stuff, there's a lot to get into today. I mean, a lot, which is what you would expect coming off of a weekend. How much sports were you able to keep up with while you were there outside of course, the World Cup, which you were surrounded by?
I kept up with all of it. Yeah, I mean, listen, there's only so much you can do sitting on a beach, right? I read my book, finished that. And
what
then
book did you read?
I was finishing up the Fourth Wing, the sexy dragon novel. Yeah.
So the dragon had 4 wings?
No, it's the Fourth Wing. It's their. I'm
trying to count the wings. 1, 2, and then I guess
the dragon didn't have 4 wings.
Oh.
It's their riders. So it's their battalion is the Fourth Wing. Battalion? Yeah.
So a little sci-fi action on the beach?
Oh yeah, sci-fi. Yeah, like a real.
Would you recommend it to others? The Fourth Wing?
I would actually, because they're gonna it's gonna come out in a series.
A series of books or a series they're going to make?
No, the series of books already exists on television.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be on streaming or whatever, but yeah.
Was that a selection in the book club?
This was a book club. This was my sister-in-law's recommendation, yeah.
Nice. It's good to see the book club is still going strong.
It's kicking, yeah.
That's good. This seems interesting, actually.
I think you'd like it.
Seems like a little Game of Thrones, Harry Potter type.
It's like if... yeah, it's kind of like if Game of Thrones...
It seems more adult. It seems more adult, but...
Yeah, it's definitely adult. In the descriptions of the sex scenes are super
very graphic. So it's like
graphic.
If Game of Thrones met Harry Potter. Well, if Harry was way beyond the school years, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Or if they didn't have any supervision in those dorms or wherever they were living in Harry Potter.
That's right.
Did they live in dorms? Here. I never saw Harry Potter or read the books.
Yeah, I'm not a big Harry Potter guy either.
What's the wizard equivalent of a dorm? I don't know.
Yeah, the Hogwarts. They lived in Hogwarts, didn't they?
So it was a school.
It was like a boarding school, yeah.
It was a boarding school.
I was not a Harry Potter
for
guy.
magicians.
For magicians, but they could do some freaky things, is what you're saying. Well, that's what you're telling me.
Well, yeah. This is. I'm trying to think
dragons
of the other.
Are involved.
No, but I'm trying to think of the other. The other book that this reminds me of.
Is that fire you're breathing there, Harry? Nope. Yeah, something else, my dear.
They use some graphic words too, very graphic words.
Really?
Oh yeah.
You got to keep the dictionary out while you're reading these books.
I don't think you need the dictionary for these words.
Honey, what does this word mean?
If you took the scenario out, you'd probably have to keep that out.
Oh, did the kids ask you? It's like, hey, Dad, what are you reading?
No.
Is that like a fantasy book? Dragons, Harry Potter?
Yeah.
Can I read a page?
No, I don't think that's not bedtime reading material.
Are you reading that on the puddle jumper, by the way, the 10-minute flight?
No, I'm not reading that. You can't even move on the puddle jumper. Just try not to sweat and vomit.
There's no room for even a book.
No, I couldn't even. I'll tell you what, though. My first thought, though, was because Wednesday was going to be one of the days that we're going to go to Nikki Beach and get a little loose.
Yeah.
I was like, there's no way I can get loose and then fly on that plane in the morning because I'll vomit all over this thing.
Profusely, probably.
Profusely. Yeah. Hungover on that flight.
Projectile.
Bad idea.
Yeah, not good.
Yeah.
That was a good move by you.
Yep, smart.
But it is good you're back. We missed you.
Well,
and we'll have
nice.
some fun here today, next couple of days. And there's plenty of stuff going on. Hey, I don't know if you knew this. When you were gone, and I know you said you kept up with it all, but the Mets changed managers.
I saw that.
Right? It happened probably when we had maybe 20 minutes left in the show on Friday morning, Dave and I. So we didn't really talk a heck of a lot about it, and then the fallout and everything that transpired. So we'll do plenty of that this morning. Mets did what they usually do. They lose a series on the field, and yesterday was another prize gem by them. They left about 87 guys on the bases. Yankees, they also had themselves a tough weekend up in Boston. They get swept 4 games by the Bo Sox. Last night was an adventure in and of itself. We got NBA free agency starting this week. We got the World Cup. Wimbledon starting today. Serena's going to be back out on the court tomorrow. I mean, there is so much going on, and we'll talk about it all with you at 800-919-3776. We'll do a little Bring It coming up later on this morning. But right now, before we hit a little pause in the program, I know that you, even though it's your first day back, we're going to bring you in slowly, right? Get you acclimated again. I want you to tell me everything that I need to know about FanDuel.
Wow, there's a lot of pressure here right off the bat, huh?
Yep.
Okay.
That's what we're here
for.
On
the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Nope, not anymore. With FanDuel Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute, so you're still in it until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel, but you got to be 21 and older and physically present in New York. For help with a gambling problem, you call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY at 467-369.
DNR, on this Monday, we return. We get this thing going right after this on ESPN New York.
Hahn. At Rings End, they're there to help realize your modern design visions. That's why they partner with Marvin. Engineered for big ideas, Marvin modern windows and doors deliver effortless elegance, expansive views, and industry-leading innovation, all in a modular system designed to meet the exacting principles of modern architecture. Experience Marvin Modern at a Rings End showroom today and create something stunning with them. Rings End is a certified Marvin installing retailer.
Fans, arrive early at Yankee Stadium on Saturday, August 8th for the 78th Annual Old Timers Day presented by Fresh Direct. See Yankees legends put on the pinstripes again and take the field at Yankee Stadium. Relive memories of your favorite former Yankees and make new memories with your family. After the Old Timers Day ceremony and game conclude, stick around to see your Bronx Bombers take on Atlanta. Get your Saturday, August 8th Old Timers Day tickets presented by Fresh Direct at Yankees.com/tickets today.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting ESPNNewYorkContests.com.
That's ESPNNewYorkContests.com.
Hey! My dad is bringing home the best birthday cake ever!
It was my 5th birthday, and my dad was bringing home the cake.
Should have been here a half hour ago.
The cake never made it, and neither did my dad. That was the day a drunk driver killed my dad.
Daddy?
Impaired drivers take lives. Think.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee. Aired in cooperation with the New York State Broadcasters Association.
Hey, New York and New Jersey. Commitment issues? No problem. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $25 a month forever, as in for life. Switch now at boostmobile.com. After 30 gigabytes, you may experience slower speeds. Pay $25 a month as long as you stay on the Boost Mobile Unlimited plan.
In this business, time matters. You're always looking for ways to be more efficient and stay ahead. We all have our own time-saving hacks. But if you're a business owner, how can you save time hiring? The answer? ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter has a new feature that shows you the most interested qualified candidates first. Save time and meet great candidates sooner with ZipRecruiter. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Michelle here. Look, in sports, the best teams know when to make their move. Sherwin-Williams is making theirs with their 4th of July sale. We're talking 30% off paints and stains June 26th through July 6th. You know, I'm looking at these studio walls. They're a bit gray. I'm thinking I wouldn't mind a little more red in here. Get that Cardinal spirit going. Yeah, I like that. Order online and get everything delivered right to your door or swing by your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See stores for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Heat up your 4th of July at the Home Depot with our wide variety of grills under $300 and make every gathering one to remember. Give your outdoor space a glow up. Whatever your budget is, with savings on seasonal plants starting at $5. With the grill fired up and your backyard set to perfection, you'll be able to invite friends and family over to kick off the party. Start celebrating with low prices guaranteed at the Home Depot. Prices may vary by store. Exclusions apply. See HomeDepot.com/price match for details.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
All right, DNR on this Monday. Dan and Rick hanging out with you on ESPN New York at 800-919-3776. That is the telephone number. An eventful weekend, both on the field and off the field for the New York Mets. On the field, they do what they usually do. They end up losing a series to the Philadelphia Phillies. at Citi Field. That drops their record to 14 games under 500. There's only one team, Rick, in the National League that has a worse record than they do, and that would be the Colorado Rockies. And it cost the manager, Carlos Mendoza, his job on Friday morning as they decide to move on from him. Andy Green becomes the caretaker for the rest of the season, but doesn't matter who you listen to, who you ask, and really anybody that's watched the Mets all season long. I think you'd have to be a fool to think that Carlos Mendoza was the chief culprit here, and the blame squarely lies on the guy who put the team together, and that would be David Stearns.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I also think that, Mendy does, he does have some blood in his hands, right? He wasn't perfect, right? He's got to wear some of this. It wasn't completely not his fault. My only question is, and I was thinking about this during my break, my little vacation, was what did you wait so long for?
Right.
Right? You already neutered the guy by getting rid of his entire staff, right? So he felt like dead man walking anyway. And then you read some of the stuff after Andy Green gets put in position, and all the players talking about how great his speech was, right? It gave it really hit home. And okay, well, if that's the case, and whatever Mendy's doing, or that's not his personality, isn't working, and you want to save or attempt to save the season, then do it sooner. What are you waiting for? Well, give him half the season. What, for it to be completely off the rails? It's not like you had this, hey, we're going to stick with Mendy, and then you had this big uptick. No, it was the same. It was more the same.
Let's go back to the offseason for a second, right? You're coming off of a year last year that was majorly disappointing. You miss out on the playoffs.
Right.
Right? Okay, so now we go into year number 3. He doesn't have a contract past year 3. No. So given the way last year ended, the fact that he's a lame duck manager, throw in the fact that, as you said, Stearns neutered his coaching staff in the offseason, which basically puts the manager on high alert, saying, like, okay, we got rid of everybody else but you. Right. You knew that if this team didn't get off to a good start, that there was probably going to be a change. Then they go and lose 12 in a row in the month of April, and you're thinking, well, if not then, when will it ever happen? But the way that these games play, and again, I don't know how much you watched of the past week leading up to the dismissal. You had those 2 games last weekend in Philadelphia, ironically enough, on national TV, where Peralta gives up 15 runs or whatever it is. And then the next night they're down 5-0 before you get into your seat. That doesn't reflect well on the manager. Then you got the Cubs coming in to play 4 games, a Cubs team that was riddled with injuries when it came to their pitching staff. They go out there, stick it to the Mets, and then the Mets go out there and put forward one of the most ungodly displays of defensive baseball that you've ever seen in your life from a professional team, making the 6 errors. That was probably the final nail in the coffin. I was surprised that it didn't happen after that doubleheader, so that was, Wednesday? I thought it was even going to happen before Thursday's game, but I guess logistically, as it turns out, they had to make sure that Andy Green was ready for this thing because, Andy Green wanted to say all the right things when he was asked. He didn't want to throw anybody under the bus. He was respectful of the situation. It certainly sounded like they contacted Andy Green to tell him what was going down before they even told Carlos Mendoza.
Right. But again, this is part of it, and we'll have some sound. We can play it now or we'll play at some point of the show with Chavez, who coached there last season. But, going back to last season, at the end of it, how the whole season, how we went from being in the NLCS, getting Juan Soto, right, which was a huge win for us as Mets fans, right? You pry him away from the Yankees, and we celebrated that. And it's like, okay, we're in the NLCS. We just signed Soto. Now we're going to be, at the very least, a team that's a perennial playoff team that will compete for championships. And we go, 83 wins? To 83 now, wins. A season that's completely fallen off the rails, where you got Andy Green, who's just filling in for now until we find a new manager. And some of the stuff you're hearing about, Stearns, how he handled Pete Alonso, and then, Chavez talking about how he gets a phone call from him, and he's like, this is David. Yeah, what's wrong? Well, I'm having a bad day. We're going to go in a different direction. Okay, bye. It's like, well, that was hey, thanks for all you did or anything like that. He clearly does not have the ability or willingness to have any kind of connection with the coaching staff or the players. And last year you didn't make the playoffs. A lot of that, great start, pitching fell apart. David Stearns' trade deadline was horrendous.
Awful.
Right?
On paper, you thought that the moves were going to be okay. Because remember, last year, they wanted to upgrade center field, right? Tyrone Taylor wasn't cutting it, at least offensively, so they wanted to go out there.
They went with Cedric Mullins.
They went with Cedric Mullins, remember, but the other alternative, they were kicking the tires on Luis Robert. And I was not up for that then, wasn't up for the offseason. And you saw that happen now.
You had Harrison Bader available, too.
Well, right. That's a good one. And they moved on from him, though, the year before. So was that Stern saying, well, you know what, then I'm not going to look smart if we bring back a guy that I'd let walk out the door?
And how was Harrison Bader?
He was great. He went to Philadelphia and he started raking.
Right. That's another guy, too, like what you don't take, I guess, when you're not here. And Brian Cashman has learned this as he's been here for the last 30 years, is like it does take a certain kind of player to play in New York. And if you got a guy, even if you don't want to look smart, that's been here, done that, been a part of the team, play, like, at the very least, plays great defense in center field, like, go with that. And they were with Cedric Mullins. The whole thing was brutal. And then, this year with the whole, like, hey, we're not bringing back Pete because we don't think he'll age well, and we're real interested in defensive run saved. And we'll go bring in a guy who's never played first base and move Bichette to third, who's not a good shortstop, who's not good defensively at shortstop anyway.
Right.
I mean, I've never seen anyone go from, I have a hard time, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, remembering somebody that came in with such fanfare and such excitement as David Stearns go from where he was at when he first took the team over to being absolutely despised the way he is right now.
Well, fanfare, like you said, to where you had some success initially. But see, here's the thing, and you want to call this a hot take, whatever it is. I actually think, and for the time being, look, we all got caught up in it. We thought it was great when they made that miracle run to the LCS 2 years ago, right? Which he had very little to do with. The majority of that team were guys that were here already. I think in retrospect, that season, what they did in 2024 was the worst thing that happened to the Mets as an organization. Because if Stearns does not have that first season to live off of, and all the champagne celebrations in the clubhouse and everybody that was affiliated with the Mets were the toast of the town, right? Grimace, OMG, all that stuff.
Hawk Tua, right? And by the way, Jose Iglesias, let him walk out the door last year. Think about how missed he was, and everybody wanted him back. If that year doesn't happen, we might be looking at a situation where he gets shown the door after this season. That would be 3 full years on the job. This year is not going to result in anything positive. So if 3 full years on your resume, you do absolutely nothing with what you've been given to work with, you make all these changes to the roster, how much more patient should Steve Cohen be? You know what I'm saying? So, like, if he doesn't have 2024 to hang his hat on, he might be out the door at the end of this season. But I don't think that's going to happen now. No, I don't think it's going to happen either. But I got to tell you, man, there wasn't just the success you had in year one. And again, I mean, that was kind of like this magic carpet ride where you mentioned some of the things, Grimace, OMG, Hawk 2, all these different things that team kind of just embraced the OMG thing. But you saw a clubhouse that was united. These guys were having fun. They were enjoying playing together, and they went out and had success. And we had heard for how many years about Steve Cohen's infatuation with David Stearns. David Stearns was going to be the guy, right? So, like, you had that as part of it, and then you get to the CS, so there's excitement, and then you get Juan Soto. And to have it fall apart the way that it's fallen apart, and I got to tell you, man, like, the other thing that he's done with this team is by moving on from Nimmo and moving on from Pete and letting Diaz, and now Diaz doesn't look so bad because Diaz ends up getting hurt, but still.
Well, it sounds like Diaz wanted to leave. He had the choice.
But it sounded like he was playing games. Right? Why play games? Like, first of all, you go out and get Devin Williams and you don't tell Diaz and tell Devin Williams that he's going to be the closer after we just, Mets fans pay attention to what's going on with the Yankees. As much as they may hate the Yankees, you're still paying attention to what's going on with the Yankees, and you saw how poorly it went for Devin Williams with the Yankees. Why would we think that would be different here? And you're moving off after another fan. Nimmo's a fan favorite. Alonso's a fan favorite. Diaz is a fan favorite. So all the guys you have emotional attachment to are now gone.
Moved on from McNeil, even though he maybe wasn't as beloved.
Right, he's polarizing, but still, he was a guy. He won a batting title here.
Right.
And now you have all the fan favorites are gone. You bring in a bunch of mercenaries. Like, 2 of them don't even play because they're hurt. And I think we both, if you wanted to put money, will these guys stay healthy? We both would have taken the money and said, no, because they don't stay healthy, right? And you bring in Bichette as a hired gun with opt-outs to the $42 million, and if he opts out, you got to pay him another $5 million to go away. I mean, it's just like you took the soul of the team, got rid of it, and the only way that works is if what you replaced it with actually plays well and you win, which it hasn't. It's been even worse. So now you got a fan base that hates you and hates the team.
And by the way, with a $380 million payroll they have right now, is it 2 or 3 starting pitchers?
Right, and that's the other thing. You spend that much money. Where's the depth?
Where's the depth? There is no depth. And and that to me, if I'm Steve Cohen and I'm owning the team and I gave you a check to write that big, I'm asking, where the hell are all these other players? How come we have these injuries and we have nobody else to fill the void? Like, it's amazing to me. Like, the Mets literally only have a couple of starting pitchers. Like, they got to go with these openers, and then yesterday, I mean, like, Kodai Senga's got to pitch, which, you know, give him credit. He wasn't horrible, right? But the fact that you don't even have more than 3 guys to be able to fill out a starting staff when you're in late June, I mean, we're not even talking about, like, the dog days yet. That, to me, is it defies logic how bad this team is put together.
Well, right. I mean, but, again, raise your hand if you thought that the Frankie Montas signing was going to be a good signing.
That's another one. Throw that in there, too.
Like, what are we talking about?
You can count on one hand, and you don't even need all 5 fingers, the moves that he has made since he took over that actually have panned out. Right?
Yeah, I mean, the one big one, Juan Soto, we don't even give him credit for.
He doesn't. Steve Cohen's checkbook got Juan Soto, right? Luke Weaver was like the only good move they made this offseason. Clay Holmes, last year they make him into a starting pitcher, and boy, do they miss Clay Holmes. Who would have thought when he went down that would almost, like, no pun intended, cripple the season? And then yesterday before the game, it's great. Like, we got to have media availability with Jorge Polanco at his locker, and he's talking about how he feels good and he's getting close. And, I mean, who cares? Season's over. Like, you know, you walk by the house, it's a pile of soot. Who cares?
That's the other thing, too. I mean, it's like I was tempted to use Lindor, but he had the full day off. What are you waiting for?
Oh, my gosh.
Right, this guy's down in the bullpen. Why?
Well, it just goes to show you David Stearns is the one calling the shots, because people that blame Mendoza thinking he was the one with the lineup and all that other stuff. Andy Green's here for a couple of days, and you got a chance to win a series. And Francisco Lindor, who just missed, 2 months it feels like or whatever, played a couple of games. Then yesterday he couldn't play at all. And forget about you want to get him off his feet. I get it. But what about when you have a chance to win the game in the 8th inning or whatever it was, and you have that stiff Ronnie Mauricio coming up to the plate? You mean to tell me that Francisco Lindor couldn't pinch hit? I'm not talking about him running a marathon. He could not go up there and swing the bat for Ronnie Mauricio with a chance to win the game? Come on. The season's over already.
That's what I mean. I mean, what are you waiting for? Season's done, and I got Mauricio, who's, if he Andy Green didn't say it, but insinuated about having the take on, and he swings and pops it up, I would have had a nervous breakdown.
Listen, Ronnie Mauricio's baseball instincts, and I've said this since he came up, basically mirror a plant. Okay, he has no idea what's. I mean, he is one of the worst base runners that you've ever seen. And yesterday,
9 straight balls.
Yesterday, was it Orion Kerkering? Yeah. Kerkering's up there literally walking the ballpark. He's ahead in the count 1-0. And what does Ronnie Mauricio do? He swings at a pitch at his face, and pops it up to basically kill whatever momentum they had.
That's right.
I mean, what more can you say? And we're just getting started, too, on the weekend that was for the Mets. That's not even the half of it. 800-919-3776. We want to hear from you. We'll hear from the genius, David Stearns. We'll hear from a dismissed member of that Mets coaching staff after last season, and he did not exactly have flattering things to say about the Met architect either. It is Dan and Rick. It is DNR right here on ESPN New York.
Hey, New York. Are you okay to drive? Did you know that driving under the influence isn't just limited to drinking alcohol? Cannabis, prescription drugs, and street drugs can all impair your ability to think and react behind the wheel. Drugs alone or combined with alcohol can cause poor coordination and lack of focus. Don't put your life on the line or take someone else's away. Cabs, rideshare, or public transportation are at your fingertips. The New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee is reminding you to make a safe choice. Always drive sober.
The World's Game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2-up early payouts so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pregame, straight match result bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the World's Game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2-up early payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus years of age to wager and physically present in New York only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply.
Small's here. If you're heading into summer without a medical emergency kit, you're taking a risk most people don't think about until it's too late. Summer colds can turn into sinus infections that last weeks, ruining your perfect vacation getaway. And when you're traveling, finding a doctor and a pharmacy, it's stressful. That's why I ordered a medical emergency kit. It's like having an urgent care and a pharmacy at home. It includes prescriptions like amoxicillin and generic Z-Pak to treat a wide range of illnesses. So if you wake up sick, at home, or on the road, you have what you need. No waiting for your doctor, no hours at urgent care, and no pharmacy lines. Also, no copays. Match your symptoms to the right prescription in your guidebook or call their telemedicine doctor. Start meds sooner and feel better faster. Every home needs a medical emergency kit, so order yours online in minutes. It's shipped right to your door. Save $45 with my promo code SMALLS at urgentcarekit.com/smalls. That's promo code SMALLS at urgentcarekit.com/smalls.
Prescription required. Always consult your doctor to determine if this product is right for you.
Heat up your 4th of July at the Home Depot with our wide variety of grills under $300 and make every gathering one to remember. Give your outdoor space a glow up, whatever your budget is, with savings on seasonal plants starting at $5. With the grill fired up and your backyard set to perfection, you'll be able to invite friends and family over to kick off the party. Start celebrating with low prices guaranteed at the Home Depot. Prices may vary by store. Exclusions apply. See homedepot.com/price match for details.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The ESPN New York Beach Bash is back. Thursday, July 2nd at Bar A in Lake Como, New Jersey. Head down to the Jersey Shore and join the Michael K. Show and Don, Hahn, and Rosenberg live starting at 1 p.m. Plus, there'll be appearances from DiPietro and Rothenberg, as well as Bart and Carlin. We'll have plenty of giveaways for fans in attendance, a soccer watch party, and the chance to test your skills by trying to kick a soccer goal past Rick DiPietro. Save DiPietro! Plus, music from Surfing for Daisy. It's all brought to you by Spike Dave, Boost Mobile, Miller Lite, Fanatics Fest NYC, and New Jersey Lottery. You must be at least 21 years of age to enter.
All right, DNR, Dan and Rick on this Monday, 29th day of June at 800-919-3776. Talking Mets. Rough weekend for them. They lose 2 out of 3. They change managers, and that's only the half of it. My goodness. Wait till we get to the owner who didn't want to talk to the media, but he decided to let his Twitter thumbs do some talking yesterday morning. And boy, Rick, you talk about a guy who is learning as he goes and still doesn't get it. Steve, put the phone away. Put the phone away. Delete the X app. Don't even get involved because you're digging the hole even further. And if you're not winning, you're going to lose that battle 7 days a week. But before we get into all that stuff, I need to hear right now from my good friend Ray Santiago, who's going to tell us a little bit about a place that you might want to go if you're looking for maybe some of that soccer merchandise that all the World Cup fever is just capturing everybody's imagination. Right, Ray?
World Cup fever is so hot right now. What did you think of the games this weekend? I know you're watching Portugal,
great.
Colombia.
They're all great. How about the one knockout game we had yesterday with Canada and South Africa in stoppage time?
91.
Oh, Canada gets the win. Incredible game. Incredible. I thought we were headed for extra time, maybe even penalty kicks, because now we're in single elimination.
And this is the first time Canada's advanced, too, right?
Absolutely.
So, good for them.
And Jesse Marsh, who is an American who was coaching them, but tremendous game.
Anyway, New York, you do need to hear this because this summer, all lines leading to Champ Sports Fan Central Station. That's a soccer pop-up shop open right in the heart of the city, 125 West 33rd Street. This is the soccer destination in New York. Jerseys for every national team you ride with. USA, Mexico, Argentina, Brazil, way more, all under one roof. If you want to gear up, rep your country, and feel the energy of the city, Champ Sports Fan Central Station, 125 West 33rd Street. That's where you need to be. And for all you Knicks fans, they have championship gear to celebrate your team's first title in 53 years.
Even better. So you get the soccer, you got the Knicks stuff. And by the way, the only thing maybe hotter than Knicks merch right now is soccer merch, right? Because everybody's got to get their hands on some World Cup stuff. But kill 2 birds with 1 stone, you go to Champs. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Rick, let's go to the phones at 800-919-3776. Matt in the gym wants to talk a little Metropolitan baseball. Matthew, good morning. How are you?
Yeah, guys, what's going on? Two quick points. The first one is like, don't you think it's ironic that the best move that David Stearns has made was the Clay? You guys touched on it, the Clay Holmes move. Like, he paid a relief pitcher price, turned him into a starter. Great move, but like that's a small market move. Like it's as if he learned nothing, you know. And the second thing I was going to say is like, Kay kind of touched on it. I don't know what you guys think about it, Rick. I'm interested, but like Mendoza might come out of this actually better than when he went into it. Like
100%.
I can just imagine it. Like it. Yeah, like if I were interviewing him, right, and all of you guys listening to this, he comes into the room and you're like, dude, what the hell happened? And he's like, I don't want to disparage anybody. It's like, dude, just go for it. Just say whatever. It's not going to get back to him. Like, I almost think he's a better candidate now because he never threw anybody under the bus. He was like, this is a disaster. So I just wanted to know what you guys thought about.
But here's my biggest problem with
the
this.
irony of the.
Okay, but hold on one second.
Yeah.
Here's my problem with this though: is you cannot sit here after what you've seen over the last 2 seasons and completely let him wash his hands of some of this. Is he at the top of the list of people to blame? Absolutely not. Right? I mean, you can start with Stearns, the players, but still, like, I mean, Carlos Mendoza does bear some of the blame for this. I mean, the fact that they fired his whole coaching staff last year, I mean, come on, what are we doing now? And then expecting this guy to go manage at a high level. Like, I agree with you.
As a lame duck, no less.
As a lame duck, and then to deal with the injuries and everything else. I mean, there are some things. I mean, the Mets being as bad at the ABS as they're at. Like, I mean,
well, see, that's the thing. And you mentioned the ABS, and I'm glad you did it. Matt, thanks a lot for the phone call. You talk about holding guys accountable, right? How many times did we see during the season where you have pitchers not backing up a base or the plate, and you have Ron Darling there in the booth saying, I mean, it's trying to be as nice as he can, saying it can't happen. It just can't happen. You got Mark Vientos running through a stop sign. Do they take him out of a game? Nah. Just, we'll talk about it after the game. You mentioned the ABS challenges. When he sits there and he goes on this long diatribe after one of the games about, it can't happen, it needs to be better. And then the very next day, I think it was, Marcus Semien challenges a pitch or something like that in the first inning and loses the challenge, and then they're screwed right off the bat, and nothing happens. So look, as a first-time manager, he learned on the job, but I do tend to agree that if you are in baseball, and people talk, everybody knows each other, they know that David Stearns is not exactly the boy genius as some people want to make him out to be, and Carlos Mendoza is going to get another chance to manage in the big leagues. 1,000% he will.
Right. And now, I mean, is it...
You know why? Because he's well-liked more than anything else, too.
Well, he's well-liked, yeah, and it's actually what frustrates me most about this generation of professional athlete is you got managers like Mendoza and I know Yankees fans today will be going after Aaron Boone just for how they've played recently, but still, like managers that go out of their way or coaches that go out of their way to protect the players, and then the players turn around and do stuff like, I don't know, Jazz being on the field with a lollipop, or Jazz getting himself kicked out last night. Like, you got a manager that's trying to protect you and like not air you out, and then you turn around and do something that makes the manager look like an idiot. Right? I mean, like, I got my manager talking about, hey, this can't happen again, and then like you just mentioned, the next day, boom, and it's one of your veteran players that does it. It's like, are you listening to the guy or not? Because now you got to look at what's going on behind closed doors. Like, well, is this guy actually holding people accountable or not?
Right. It's like you give them an inch, they take a yard, the old expression says, right?
Right. Now, I mean, at a certain point, as much as you want to be a player's manager and, create these great relationships, it's got to work both ways. If that's the relationship that we're going to have and I'm going to protect you, you got to make sure you protect me by doing the things that we talk about, by making sure that you're backing up bases, making sure that you're not running through stop signs, that if you get a take sign, you take the pitch. You're not abusing the ABS system so we look like idiots. Like, I mean, the whole thing. And then I was reading an article this morning about how, about just the disconnect in the locker room, how, there's no real leadership because, Soto's kind of a, business guy. Like, he'll have private conversations, but he's not a rah-rah guy. Lindor's been hurt, and that's not necessarily who he is. And you got new guys that don't feel comfortable, and Peralta would be one of those guys, but he's a pitcher. Like, it sounds like it's a complete mess.
Then who does that fall on, right? It falls on the guy who put the team together, because if you want to gradually build and remake the locker room, you do that over a couple of years. This dude took a wrecking ball to it during the offseason and got rid of what? A handful of veteran influential guys, like homegrown Mets for the most part. Guys who had big voices in that locker room. And then he brought in a whole bunch of other aging veteran players who were supposed to just automatically pick up where those other guys left off. You can't do that in one offseason.
No, that have no ties to the organization at all. There's no blood in the ground.
I mean, and it's like you would think this guy's, I mean, he's been around baseball. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's been around the game. It's not like he was just given this job after, 5 minutes on the job.
Yeah, but it's pretty clear that as much success as he had in Milwaukee with the analytics and the numbers and everything else, he has no real people skills. Like, and now I don't know how much what Eric Chavez says and we'll listen to is just sour grapes, how much of it's true, whatever it is. It's probably somewhere in the middle. But if there's any truth to, hey, the phone call was, hey, what's going on? Nothing. Well, you don't sound great, David. Yeah, I'm having a tough day. Okay, great. We're moving on, and then that's it. Like, clearly the guy lacks people skills, which is an important piece of this thing. You're dealing with people and relationships, which is probably what pissed Edwin Diaz off.
Well, let me ask you, or let me just throw this out there too. All right, and this isn't brought up a lot. I just want to remind everybody. David Stearns, last couple of years in Milwaukee, retreated to the background. Okay? He was basically given a cushy president title, but his authority as the chief decision maker was taken away by ownership, Mark Attanasio. And Matt Arnold, who's now the GM and running everything, was basically now pushed to the forefront. But David Stearns was still under the last year in Milwaukee, David Stearns was basically in witness protection. Like, you didn't even know he was there. But Steve Cohen still had to wait him out for those couple of years until the contract was expired. So David Stearns was not the chief decision maker at the end of his time with the Milwaukee Brewers. What happened there, right? And say what you want about Milwaukee. I get it. You know, they made the playoffs with frequency. Did they ever really do damage in the playoffs, Rick? Did they ever make deep runs into the playoffs? Never. Right?
No, which for Milwaukee is fine, though. But for an owner in Milwaukee is fine. Like, there's some cost certainty to that. Right? We're always in the playoffs, which is great. I mean, it's great for the bottom line. That's not the case here. And now you go into a situation where I would imagine, if it's me or you, every general manager, president of baseball operations dream is to go to a place where I have unlimited resources, and oh, by the way, we're the only sport, like, of the four majors that doesn't have a salary cap.
And like, still probably isn't either, yeah.
I mean, what's better than that?
Right. All right, so you brought up Eric Chavez. And for those who don't know, Eric Chavez was the hitting coach on Carlos Mendoza's staff up until the end of last year. And before that, he was even the bench coach prior to that. So he had been with the Mets now for a few years. And he, along with all those other assistant coaches, was let go after the season. And by the way, those are other swings and misses by David Stearns.
And then you had the first base coach who was actually really good that left.
Antoine Richardson, the first base coach, who was the base running coach for the Mets. You had Juan Soto steal like 40 bases last year. The Mets were a great base stealing team last year. How's that working this year? Not good at all. He goes to the Atlanta Braves. Jeremy Hefner, pitching coach. They let him walk out the door. He goes to the Atlanta Braves despite countless injuries to their staff. They've got like the number 2 ERA in all of baseball, and they're one of the best teams in baseball. So again, giant swings and misses all around by this guy. So Eric Chavez has a podcast. It's called the EC3 Pod. And as you said, this could be, a little bit of disgruntled former employee, whatever, but Chavez has been in the game a long time. He was a good player. He was a good player for a long time. Best days with the Oakland A's as a third baseman. He's been around the game for the last, in uniform some capacity for 30 years, okay? So the guy's well-connected. Here was Eric Chavez on his podcast talking about, one, how the Mets let Juan Soto kind of do as he pleased.
When we signed Juan, and I love Juan, by the way. Juan will give you the shirt off his back. I think he's one of the coolest human beings, just a really good person. But he struggled the first 2 months emotionally, right? And I don't blame him. Big move going from the Yankees. Maybe had a little bit of buyer's remorse. It's all going to work out. Juan's going to the Hall of Fame. I even tabbed him to be an MVP type of player, and he's going off. Like, he's hitting-wise, he's unreal. But he struggled. And in between innings, he would run from the outfield and go sit in the batting cage on a couch and not be in the dugout with a teammate, right? And like I said, I'm not throwing Juan. This isn't a Juan issue, right? This is a leadership, lack of accountability from the top down. And we had an assistant GM who would sit there with him. The assistant GM would sit there with him and kind of coddle him and, tap him on the shoulder without saying, hey, dude, How about getting in the dugout with your teammates, right? And so I brought this up to Stearns, and I said, this is a huge problem because now younger players, who we have younger players on the team, they're seeing this, and your guys are allowing this. And he goes, well, those players need to learn that they're not Juan Soto.
Okay, now if he's insinuating there that special players get special privileges, I mean, welcome to sports.
Yeah, but his point is, and listen, I understand it, right? Everyone's treated fair. Not everyone's treated the same, right? You earn certain things, just like Juan Soto earned $765 million and all the perks that came with that, right? It doesn't. He is now the face of your franchise. He is the best player. Now, I don't think Chavez was the only one that tabbed Juan Soto to be an MVP. I think we all expected that. Especially,
he's got a keen eye for scouting. Yeah,
right. Yeah, we all realize how good Juan Soto is. But now, I mean, he is your leader. Doesn't have to be verbal, but by like the money he makes, what he's already achieved as a baseball player, he is the guy that everyone will look to. He has done everything and achieved everything that everyone in that clubhouse hopes to achieve. So he is now a tone setter for your team. Forget I want to be treated like Juan Soto and I want to go do whatever I want to do. It's no, I'm still trying to build a team here. Now baseball is like of the four major sports, like the most individualized, where it's like there is a selfish element to it because it's you and the pitcher, it's your own at bat and everything else. But still, like you need to build a team. And if I have my best player who I just paid $765 million to, not sitting in the clubhouse, and he's sitting on a couch in the batting cage and no one's saying anything to him, or no one's like, hey, Juan, this isn't going to work for us. We love you, and we understand how great you are, but you're going to need to be someone that sends the right message to the team that you're a part of the team. This isn't the Mets and Juan Soto.
Right.
It's the Mets. And the fact that David Stearns doesn't think that's a big problem, I think speaks to why the clubhouse is currently like the clubhouse is.
And
which sounds like a disaster.
And it goes back to the people skills or lacking that
or just like taking into account what certain players mean to your clubhouse and how you do need to have certain guys fill certain roles. Like we used to spend all the time talking about how good CC Sabathia. Forget the performance on the mound and how awesome he was for the Yankees. It's what he did for the clubhouse, right? Bringing Paul Goldschmidt back. Now, he's been awesome on the field, too, but like bringing that veteran leadership back into the clubhouse, what that does for the team. Instead, you get rid of Alonso Nimmo, Edwin Diaz, and Jeff McNeil, guys that have been there. Like, you got Pete Alonso, who's on pace to be the greatest position-playing Met of all time. He walks out the door because you don't want to sign him through his age 35 season, and you bring in guys that have no allegiance to the organization. It's about them. And you wonder why it looks like the way it looks.
And Pete Alonso, by the way, last look as of a couple of days ago, I haven't looked since, but Pete Alonso's got 10 more RBIs than anybody on the Mets.
Pete Alonso currently has...
I know he hit his 19th yesterday.
Pete Alonso has 19 home runs, and he has 58 RBIs.
58 RBIs. Let's see. I think the Met leader was at 45. Let's see. 46. So 12 more RBIs than anybody on the Mets. And that might not be the case, if Soto didn't get hurt, he might have, eclipsed that. But nevertheless, this is where we are. Lastly, before we hit the break, let's hear Chavez talking about David Stearns and how he knew he wasn't the right man for the job.
Stearns was the wrong hire, and I think, we can kind of dive into, his huge contract, 5 years, $50 million, with really, and we've talked about this before about, climbing the totem pole and achieving certain things and kind of earning your way to the top. He came from Milwaukee, built a great farm system, didn't really accomplish anything, and I want to know who told Steve Cohen that this guy was the next guy, right, without even accomplishing anything. And I think that's where we kind of fault. We come up a little short in baseball is we award players, the greatest whatever. We're quick to jump the gun on people without having them be proven.
All right, so Eric Chavez, not a David Stearns fan. And look, I'm not going to expect him to sit there and say glowing things about him after he let him go, and he made him take a pay cut even before that, which he alluded to there in the podcast.
I think you get left asking the question, how much of the success in Milwaukee was David Stearns and how much of it's just Milwaukee? Just being a really well-run organization. They haven't skipped a beat.
No, that's a good question, right? Because like you said, they're not missing him.
No.
Who's had more success?
I think this was the fastest they've ever gotten to 50 wins.
Well, think about it. The manager has won back-to-back Manager of the Year awards, Pat Murphy, okay, since Stearns left. And now they're a first-place team again. They'll probably win the division again, despite the fact that the Chicago Cubs loaded up this year, and you thought that they were going to be the team in the Central, but it looks like it's going to be Milwaukee again.
And they took Milwaukee's manager.
Right. And they just keep finding guys left and right, even when Stearns is gone. And Jacob Mizorowski now looks like the next big thing, throwing 105 miles an hour. But, yeah, it's, byproduct of the system. Now, look, Andrew Friedman was a guy, okay, when you talk about these small market teams and small market GMs, Andrew Friedman was a guy with the Tampa Bay Rays who, built a winner there on a shoestring budget, goes to the Dodgers. Now he's got basically the size of the Steve Cohen checkbook, and they keep winning out there. But it's more than just the paycheck with the Dodgers and the payroll, because they also have as deep a farm system as there is in all of Major League Baseball, right? So you still have to make smart baseball decisions, smart trades, scouting evaluation, player development, all those things. Milwaukee's doing it. The Dodgers are doing it. But the Mets still lagging behind, despite what the owner swore was going to happen when he took over 6 years ago. And by the way, we will talk about the owner when we return, and want to take your calls as well at 800-919-3776. But my friend Rick has to tell you a little something about FanDuel first.
On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Well, that's not going to happen anymore because with FanDuel Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute, so you're still in it until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. Got to be 21 and older and physically present in New York. For help with a gambling problem, call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY, or you can text HOPE-NY at 467-369.
Mets talk when we return at 800-919-3776. That's Dan and Rick DNR right here on ESPN New York. And it's 6:58 on this Monday, start of the new week. Let's get a check of the roads and say good morning to Debbie Duhame.
Good morning, Dan, and welcome back, Rick. Great to have you back this morning. Let's see what's going on, guys. We've got some issues here on the westbound BQE stop-and-go traffic down by Tillery Street with a collision. Inbound George, Lincoln, and the Holland 45 and across the board. Troubles right now as you take a ride over to the Sawmill North at Cliff Street into Hastings on Hudson with a disabled vehicle. And the New England Thruway northbound in Rye, it's a collision. Traffic is sponsored by RockAuto.com. Grinding and squealing your signs. It's time for new brakes. Skip the hassle of searching for the right parts and shop RockAuto.com. Find trusted name brand parts at lower prices and have them shipped directly to your door. All the parts your car will ever need. Rock Auto. I'm Debbie Duhame, 880 ESPN, New York.
This is the Michael K. Show.
David Stern should be ashamed of himself. His unbelievably inept way to put together a roster has cost a really good guy a job. There has to be a sense of relief when it comes to Carlos Mendoza. Why would you even want to continue to manage a team like this? An absolute joke.
The Michael K. Show, weekdays at 1 on ESPN New York and streaming live on YouTube. Presented by the Parisman Firm.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Hey, it's Alan Hahn. At Rings End, they're there to help realize your modern design visions. That's why they partner with Marvin. Engineered for big ideas, Marvin modern windows and doors deliver effortless elegance, expansive views, and industry-leading innovation, all in a modular system designed to meet the exacting principles of modern architecture. Experience Marvin Modern at a Rings End showroom today and create something stunning with them. Rings End is a certified Marvin installing retailer.
ESPN New York, now streaming live on YouTube. Subscribe today and watch the show. WHSQ and WCBS-FM HD2, New York.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And right now, save $500 on Tempur-Breeze mattresses, plus get a $300 instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
The sounds of summer. They're great until they're not. Luckily, AutoZone has free battery testing and charging
Let me check that for you.
to help make a rough moment smooth. Don't miss the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone. Free products with select deals until July 27th. And free services every day. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
We expect our information in real time. US Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 888-665-0696 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check as easy as... That's 888-665-0696.
This is DiPietro and Rothenberg.
If Stearns does not have that first season to live off of, and all the champagne celebrations in the clubhouse and everybody that was affiliated with the Mets were the toast of the town, if that year doesn't happen, we might be looking at a situation where he gets shown the door after this season. That would be 3 full years on the job. You do absolutely nothing with what you've been given to work with. You make all these changes to the roster. How much more patient should Steve Cohen be?
I've never seen anyone that came in with such fanfare and such excitement as David Stearns go from where he was at when he first took the team over to being absolutely despised.
This is DiPietro and Rothenberg on ESPN New York and streaming live on YouTube.
All right, hour number 2, we're rolling along on this Monday. It is DNR, it is Dan, it is Rick. Rick back from a tropical getaway, reading perverted dragon novels along the way as well.
Joe Leo's future wife also reads him, and Joe Leo sounds like he's dabbled. Not the only
Joe,
one.
is that accurate?
Yes, I've dabbled in a page or two. And Rick's
Wait a second, you've dabbled in a page or two?
Yes.
I've dipped my toe in the literary waters.
Please tell me more.
Yes.
Rick's not kidding with how graphic these scenes are.
So wait, so your girlfriend reads these perverted sci-fi dragon novels?
All about that one. I'm blanking on the other big series that is.
So
also,
there's a market for this stuff.
Oh, there's a whole market for this.
Rick, what'd you say the name was? The Fourth Wing?
This one was it's the second book. Yeah, it was the Fourth Wing.
The Fourth Wing.
A Court of Thorn and Roses is the other one that I'm thinking.
And
of.
you're cool with this? That she reads these stories?
So what?
It gets her lubed up. She's ready.
Listen, if it's working for Rick, it can work for Joe Leo. So you know what?
What?
He just went right for it there.
Well, I mean, I'm telling you, Dan. You should read some of these scenes, man. It's wild.
Do they have the audiobook version?
Oh, there's the audiobook version.
Oh, of course there is.
Oh, I wonder how.
Why wouldn't there
now,
be?
what is is this one of these where the dragon talks?
No, they don't. Well, they talk to it. They can talk to the riders. Like they can hear the dragons. Like they're bonded with the dragons, so they can hear each other.
Oh, so this is like the soul bond thing going on.
Yes.
So the dragon
picks its rider.
Dragon picks its. So does the dragon partake in these proclivities or no?
No. The main dragon does have a mate.
So the dragon's mate,
but there's no sexual dragon scenes. Maybe that's a different book series if you're into just dragon sex.
I'm just trying to get a read on the audio version of these.
It's what it is. It's not. It's the words.
So do the riders? Do love talk to the dragons?
No, to each other. It really ends up being a love story between the two main characters.
Here's a topic you did not think you'd find.
No,
on
not at all.
Radio on a Monday
but they have
morning?
explosive sex scenes in this. Explosive. Because one of her superpower is because they all have powers.
Yeah.
Her power is she can control like lightning. Like she's got this tremendous amount of energy. So when they're in the midst of this passion, and she takes that final step, this stuff could.
My
break.
dear, you thought you've seen a dragon breathe fire, but you've seen nothing yet.
No, it's much
not like that. It's much worse.
It's much more hardcore than that.
Really?
Oh yeah.
We don't have enough dumps for how graphic.
Yes.
Oh, so they're like obscenities and everything.
Oh yeah.
So descriptive adjectives to talk about the breathing fire.
Very descriptive. He's not just going he's not just down in that area. He's on specific spots.
How did you learn about this? Like, how did you learn about this series, by the way?
My sister-in-law told me about it.
Oh, that's
right. And there was also like the uncomfortable phone call, like, "Hey, Shay, you didn't mention that this was like this graphic." She's like, "Oh, yeah, it's kind of graphic." I was like, "Kind of."
This was a phone conversation.
Yeah, it's very, very graphic.
And Joe, it's not for you. Like you said, you've experimented with a couple of pages, but that's it. You left it right there.
It's not for me.
Not for you. Joe would rather read about Sean Marks and the Brooklyn Nets and their 19th try to rebuild that franchise.
And feeling great about the Knicks winning a championship. Now, that's what I was looking for.
Yeah.
So that's the best way to describe it. It's kind of like a Game of Thrones meets the Hunger Games kind of situation.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
With a lot of sex scenes.
With I would say a lot, but
On
the
a
ones
page.
that they do have are very graphic. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Well, that makes sense. You want to hear from David Stearns?
Not really, but we can.
I mean, he spoke because at least somebody in the Met hierarchy spoke over the weekend, and we'll get to the guy who didn't in just a second. Why should the fans have faith in you, David?
I understand fan skepticism. If I were sitting in the fan seat, I would share that. From my perspective, what I can do and what I will do is, for as long as I'm sitting in this seat, work as hard as I can with the people around me to do everything we can to push this organization forward. And I think we're going to be able to do that.
Here's the thing, okay? Any Met fan, look, we understand that David Stearns is probably the least popular guy in New York sports right now, okay? I think with a bullet. I don't think if you're a Met fan, you should sit there and hold out hope that they are going to make a change at the end of the season. Because, look, Rick, we know what's going to happen the rest of the year. The Mets are not going to make some miracle turnaround. They're going to be sellers, okay? David Peterson was the first piece, and it's just going to continue between now and the trade deadline.
Because you're flush with starting pitching, too.
Right, exactly. The roster is going to be absolutely depleted, so they're not going to win. Case in point, you get to the offseason. Steve Cohen already made his bed. And unfortunately, when you change the guy who is the head of baseball operations, you are hitting the reset button completely on your organization. I'm talking from the top down, all the levels of the minor leagues, everything. And they've already let David Stearns get his stinky hands all over this operation. And I don't think at this point in time he wants to hit the reset button again. Oh, no, by the way, he still owes him $20 million over the next 2 years. So you can root for whatever the rest of the year. The bottom line is it's not going to have any sort of an influence as to the fate of David Stearns when this season is over.
No, which is, again, I know you mentioned Steve Cohen and the tweeting and everything else, and I wasn't there, so I don't know about the whole sign thing. It sounds like he was told that, the people around whoever got kicked out were complaining about it and they were ruining the fan experience or whatever. But, I mean, you've given the guy the means. Right? Do we like the decision to bring in David Stearns? At the time we did. Now we don't. But you've given him the ability to go out and bring players in. Right? Could you imagine if David Stearns went and got Kyle Tucker? And he went and signed Kyle Tucker?
Well, I mean, I don't think he wanted Kyle Tucker. I think, again, that was a Steve Cohen move. And when they didn't get Kyle Tucker, I said it at the time, and people said, no. Clearly, Steve Cohen then pivoted to Bo Bichette. That's the only reason Bo Bichette is a Met, because Kyle Tucker took the Dodgers' riches, and they said, well, we got to save face here a little bit, and they threw a bunch of money at Bo Bichette.
Right, but here's, again, going back kind of like my biggest problem with David Stearns, and just in general with where we're at in sports, is because we have a group of people that want to be involved in sports, that have never played sports at a high level, and can present all these different numbers that owners who have never played the sports can understand, which is like, okay, I can see numbers. I've made my money with numbers, so I get what we're talking about here. They've now, like especially in baseball, it feels like, taken over these sports and don't really understand how important clubhouse chemistry is, how important leadership is, how important that, certain guys in certain big moments are better than other guys who may have better numbers. But in certain spots, big moments, this guy he rises to the challenge, and these guys don't. Like, David Stearns doesn't understand that clearly. And then when you take that and you mix it with an owner that is desperate to win and will go out and spend money and also has the ability to kind of, make some suggestions that, hey, what about Kyle Tucker? Well, that didn't work out. How about Bo Bichette? Like, just to make sure that we go out and we're spending the appropriate amount of money. Like, you're not going to find every guy that's good at being a utility guy. Like, Bo Bichette wasn't good defensively at shortstop. You're bringing him in making $42 million to New York, which it's different than Toronto, right? Toronto's a big market, but it's different than New York, where the expectation is to win at a high level and produce the second you get on the field. And we're going to ask you to move and play third base.
Yeah, but he was being brought in here for his bat. You know that more than
I
anything
understand
else.
that, but how
One
much
of the
is
best
the
clutch hitters in baseball?
Right, but how much? Okay, but how much now? I'm already not good defensively at shortstop. Switching positions, does that affect me offensively? Will there be a transition phase for me coming to New York now? You just heard it happen to Juan Soto, and he moved teams for 2 months. It's not going to happen to Bo Bichette at all?
I'm shocked that Bo Bichette has been as bad as he's been.
As he navigates a new position?
Shocked. Absolutely. I thought he was going to be a top 10 MVP finisher this year in the National League. I am shocked by this.
Right. So, I mean, but yet, there are certain things that you have to take into account that I just don't know if David Stearns is equipped to do.
Well, that's the thing. When you don't, and look, I'm not trying to sit here and tell you that, you have to have, been in the game and this and that. You can't just be an Ivy Leaguer and analytics-based and all that stuff. That's not the case, because there are people that are successful that haven't, quote-unquote, grown up in the game. But you're right. There's something to be said about, having a feel. That's why even like with the NFL or, for example, like coaching we talk about and the analytics and all this other crap, it's like feel the game. Like what does your gut tell you? what do your instincts tell you from being in these positions over and over?
I'm not even necessarily talking about like in-game decisions. Like I think you have to use both, right? Like I think the numbers will tell you something, and then you also have to use your eye, or like, hey, I saw so-and-so before the game. He doesn't know. Maybe he didn't sleep well. Like, I mean, those are little other cues that you have to take.
But the problem with analytics and the problem with numbers, though, think about this. Okay, like they decided to we don't want Pete Alonso for 5 years, whatever, let him go. Okay, and we're going to bring in a Jorge Polanco who's going to be able to put the production up there at first base. But the one thing that the analytics doesn't take into account, though, and what they fail to recognize, obviously, is this thing called availability. Right. And if a guy is never on the damn field, it doesn't matter what the analytics would deduce or think are going to happen over a long period of time if the guy never freaking plays. And they took way too many risks this offseason. And a guy who friggin' went to Harvard and who's got a degree in economics or whatever the hell he did, I can't believe he couldn't figure that out when a 7th grader could.
Well, I mean, on top of that, too, like, I mean, did you really have, like, high hopes? Now, maybe just because you thought the production would be there, like, I mean, the moves that they made would work out. Like, you thought that Bo Bichette would be an MVP candidate. So if you take Bo Bichette with Lindor and Soto, all right, that's a pretty good top of your lineup, right? But like the idea that you can just fire a coach's whole coaching staff and expect it to be, hey, no, like that'll work. Why wouldn't that work? I don't know, because the first sign of adversity when you got a coach now with coaches that everyone in the clubhouse knows he didn't hire, and you fired all his guys. Like how much credibility does your coach still have? Like you took that away from him.
And there's a lot of people. Let me play this cut from Stearns too. Should you have moved on from Mendoza sooner in the season?
As I said before, we had faith in Mendy. We had faith collectively that we were going to turn this around. We haven't. And it got to the point where we felt as though a change was necessary.
Here's the thing. Like,
how much faith did you have in him?
Well, I mean, you had, but not a lot, because you decided to neuter him by getting rid of his entire
coaching staff. Right, you fired his whole coaching staff. How much faith did you have in him?
And it's not like you tacked on an extra year to his deal either before the season, so he wouldn't be a lame duck manager. And remember, the couple of managers that got fired like bang, bang early in the season, Philadelphia and Boston. Philadelphia, yeah, they got better, but you know what? I could manage the Phillies. And eventually, even if they kept Rob Thompson, that would have turned around. All right, they were going through a rough patch scheduling-wise. It was early in the season. You didn't have Zach Wheeler, among other things, yet. That team was way too talented to just languish. And, of course, Don Mattingly is going to get all the credit now for turning that thing around. Boston, on the other hand, they fired Alex Cora, who a lot of people think is one of the best managers in baseball. That has not gotten any better because they're still in last place, and Boston is basically the Mets North.
Right. Here's the thing, though. I don't think both situations are necessarily the same. I think that it's on whoever's making the decisions to recognize what's working and what's not working. Right? So clearly with Mendoza, it was not working. You may love Carlos Mendoza, think he's a great guy, but for this season, for this team that you put together, it wasn't working. And that's your job to recognize that. And I go back to what players are saying after they had that meeting with Andy Green. It's like, okay, you got one meeting, and he says some things and talks about relationships and all these different things, and the players buy into it. Like, there was clearly something missing that Carlos Mendoza doesn't have the ability to give this team. Right? Like when you have a team like this that has a lack of leadership, you need the manager to step in and provide that. And if Mendoza couldn't provide that and you're trying to save your season, that as much as you like him, then do it when you actually still have a season.
But let me ask you a question. Knowing what we know now, okay, because if they wanted to do it in April or whatever it was after the 12-game winning streak, we have a couple of more months of information. Let's be real. If they made a change and put Andy Green in there, in early May or whatever it was, given this personnel, do we really think that things would have gotten any better?
No, I don't know if it would have or not, but at least give yourself the opportunity to find out.
But your gut of guts, would it have gotten any better with no starting pitching?
That doesn't matter, though. What my gut tells me doesn't matter. What my gut would tell me in the moment is this team is missing something.
Well, I think, to be honest with you, I think one of the reasons why David Stearns and Steve Cohen didn't make the move is because at least Stearns recognized, you know what? This is on me more than anybody else. I put together a dog poop team.
Right, but
nobody could win with this team.
But that doesn't matter though. Like, and there's also the opinion that the reason why he didn't do it was because once you fire Mendoza, now the crosshairs are on David Stearns.
Of course,
right. But that you can't let that.
But nothing's going to happen to him.
No, right. But that you can't let that stand in the way of making the decision that's right for the team at the time. And if it works, great. If it doesn't, I mean, it wasn't working anyway.
I'll say this real quick about Andy Green, like having covered him when he was a Padre manager, and I know that they didn't win there. That was before like San Diego, really started to have that influx of talent and everything. He was kind of like a babysitter in San Diego. But the thing about Andy Green is Andy Green's got some piss and vinegar to him, right? So if you sit there and talk about the accountability and being a rah-rah guy, you want that guy in the dugout, and maybe Mendy wasn't that guy, Andy Green will be a little bit more fire and brimstone. I mean, there was a time they were playing the Dodgers once upon a time, San Diego. And he and Dave Roberts, the Dodger manager, who's as chill and nice of a guy as there is in the game, he and Dave Roberts got into it during the exchanging of the lineup cards before the game, to where Dave Roberts shoved Andy Green and actually got suspended a game. So like he's not afraid to show it, and we'll see if any of these situations dictate it over the course of him managing this team to where he's got to maybe show a little fire, get out there, defend his guys with the umps or whoever it might be. Obviously we didn't see it in 3 games over the weekend, but, he is a fiery guy. It's just not going to make any difference here for the rest of 2026.
No, I don't think it will either. I mean, but I'm just saying, like, if you were going to do it, all the signs we're pointing to at some point, if this doesn't go well, Carlos Mendoza is going to be the one that gets blamed. Right? You may think he has nothing to do with it. He's got something to do. However you want to parse out the blame. Mendoza was neutered in the offseason. His whole coaching staff, gone. And now, first sign of any adversity, the first one to take the hit is going to be the manager. It's just easy. It's the easiest thing to do is replace the manager. So right. I don't understand. Like even if in your mind it was your fault, you still got to try to save the season. Like you got to just to wait as long as they waited now, where it's completely gone, and you feel like there's absolutely zero hope. Like RJ would joke with us, and he thought it was funny, and it kind of became a bit where it's like on the rundown he'd be like, "Oh, the Mets are only 6.5 out of the wild card. Mets are only 5.5 out of the wild." Not mentioning the fact that they're the third worst team in the National League, and they have all these teams to jump over. He's just pointing to the number. It's like you lost 12 straight, man. You may love Mendy, you may not. You obviously don't love him enough to let him keep his coaching staff. Like, make a change.
Well, that's the thing. Like, even before like the disaster of this past week, like you could still fall back on that with the Mets. Like they stink. They're the third worst team, but they were only like I think 6 out of a wild card or something with like 85 games to go. Like there is okay. It might be remote, but there's a chance to maybe turn it around. And I was like, I wasn't like studying it last night, but they even showed it over in the American League in the Yankee game. Like the Red Sox have been a disaster this year.
They're only 5 out.
They're only 5 out, and they just swept the Yankees 4 games, and they're still 10 games under 500. So they stink, but they're only 4.5 out of a wild card now because the American League is a disaster. So, I mean, that's the virtue of having a wild card is that you give these teams an extra lease on life. New York, you got to hear this. This summer, all lines lead to Champ Sports Fans Central Station. It's a soccer pop-up shop open right in the heart of the city, 125 West 33rd Street. Now, this is the soccer destination in New York. You got jerseys for every single national team that you ride with. You got the United States. You got Mexico, Argentina, Brazil, way more. And they're all under one roof. And if you want to gear up, rep your country, and feel the energy of the city, Champ Sports Fan Central Station. It's 125 West 33rd Street. That is where you need to be. And all new Knicks fans as well. Guess what? You're still looking for that championship gear? Well, guess what? They've got the championship merch. to celebrate your team's first title in 53 years. Knicks, World Cup, all under one roof. Champ Sports Fan Central Station. 800-919-3776. We'll talk about the Met owner when we return. It's Dan and Rick here on ESPN New York.
This is Bart and Carlin on ESPN New York.
The Yankees are under pressure, and it's more pressure on Aaron Judge than it is any other athlete in this market because of what Brunson has done. He'll never be accepted as one of the greats until he wins a title.
And this is the time because the American League stinks. Everybody just assumes, kind of like the Knicks, that the National League is that much better, like they did about the Western Conference.
Take that easy path.
Bart Scott, Chris Carlin, weekdays at 10 a.m. on ESPN New York and streaming live on YouTube.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
World's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2-up early payouts so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pregame, straight match result bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2-up early payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus years of age to wager and physically present in New York only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply.
Monkey Sports, built by players for players, is your one-stop shop for hockey, baseball, lacrosse, and more. Find top-name equipment and expert in-store services like sharpening, break-ins, and relacing. Shop in-store at Monkey Sports in Farmingdale or Woodbridge or online for all the top brands. Whatever your sports, Monkey Sports gets you game ready fast. Monkey Sports, where athletes shop.
When's the last time payroll was the easy part of your week? With Gusto, it can be. Gusto is the all-in-one platform designed to take the hassle out of managing your team, from payroll and compliance to hiring, onboarding, and more. With Gusto, you can get back 2 full days each month with all the time you've saved. Go to gusto.com today and learn why over 500,000 small businesses choose Gusto. That's GUSTO.com. Gusto.com.
Refresh your yard this summer with 4th of July savings from the Home Depot. Choose your power starting at $99 with tools from trusted names like Ryobi and Milwaukee. From backyard get-togethers to end-of-summer upgrades, 4th of July savings on cordless tools deliver the power and mobility to keep up with every job without slowing you down. Power on the go is here, and summer projects are easier than ever with the Home Depot. While supplies last, see store or online for details.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. You play for the win, not just on game day, every day. Channel that drive into your money. Robinhood puts you in control, all on one platform. You expect more from yourself. Expect more from your money. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Again, that's Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
ESPN New York Beach Bash is this week. That is right, Thursday, July the 2nd, Bar A in Lake Como, New Jersey. Head down to the Jersey Shore, bring a fan, and join the Michael K. Show and Don Hahn and Rosenberg live starting at 1 p.m. and an appearance by Rick and Dave, Bart and Carlin, and a whole lot more. We're going to have plenty of giveaways for fans in attendance, a soccer watch party, and the chance to test your skills by trying to kick a soccer goal past my friend Rick. That is right. Plus, you get music from Surfing for Daisy. They're going to be playing an hour before and after the shows, and it's all brought to you by Spiked Aid, Boost Mobile, Miller Lite, Fanatics Fest NYC, and the New Jersey Lottery. You got to be at least 21 years of age to enter. It's going to be 103 on Thursday. But you're ready for it. Like I said, you went through the training and everything.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, hopefully this little soccer vacation pays off.
What do you mean you guess? You're ready for this. You're built for this.
I want to believe that. Yeah. I mean,
have you seen the posters already, like that they printed up and everything?
No, there's no posters. Is there really?
Do you want to bet about the posters? I saw them this morning.
Do you have one hanging around that I could see?
Do you want me to text you the picture?
Please.
I will do that right now. And you're the only person I would do this for. But you can't go sharing this with everybody. They'll probably get mad at me. They're like, no, don't send it out. Don't go.
I'll keep it to myself.
John's going to come running in here like, no, please, nobody can see this.
I'll keep it to myself.
There you go. You keep it to yourself.
Big time stuff.
There you go. We'll get to the Yankees coming up in just days. I mean, we could sit there and flip a coin. Who had a worse weekend? The Mets, with everything that they had go wrong, or the Yankees, who got swept 4 games by the Boston Red Sox? Before we get to the Bombers, though, last thing about the Mets.
It's horrendous.
It is horrendous.
Who is that?
What the?
Like who's in the helmet?
Ray, did you see this, by the way?
It looks like they took some guy that's lived on the beach.
No, you'll have to send this to me as well.
All right.
I mean, I look like a piece of jerk. Like I've been on the beach just sitting in the sun for the last 47 years.
Stand by. You'll send it to Ray.
Oh my God.
Send it to Ray.
Like, well, what?
I stumbled across it when I was eating breakfast this morning. I turned around and there it was, like up against the wall in the office.
You could eat your breakfast afterwards.
Where did this come from?
What is that?
Look at this.
I mean, that's you.
I mean, where did they get that?
What is that? That's like one of those alternate jerseys, right? Here's what I would want to say.
I don't even know what's on my.
That is not your face.
No, of course not. What's on my right hand?
Is it AI? Hold on.
It's definitely some sort of AI.
It has to be.
No, that's not you.
No,
that is not
me.
Rick DiPietro.
It looks like you have blood running down your nose too.
Yeah, it does. Or dirt, or like they found me somewhere, like just hanging out, sleeping at like I live at the beach.
This is Rick DiPietro that's played in like a Lifetime movie or something.
Yes.
No, this is the true Hollywood story. Like what happened when Rick when Rick was bought out by the Islanders. Well, Rick lived in a tent on the beach for the next 30 years.
You know what I want to make this authentic.
And by the way, you wearing all that gear on the beach, you would definitely pass out.
That's what I want.
Look at the glove. Look at the glove.
That's what I want.
The glove is killing me.
It's going to be 103. I want you to don all this goaltending equipment while you're trying to make the saves and see how long you can go without suffering heat stroke.
The glove is not a glove. It looks like
what is
it?
It
looks like it doesn't close.
It doesn't.
It looks like an oven mitt.
It's not even. Yeah. If an oven mitten like you play high live with, you marry each other.
So you don't like the poster, is what you're saying?
I don't love the poster. No.
It could have been a little better.
But don't give anything away yet.
No knock against
don't
our
say
people.
anything.
No knock against our people.
What do you think about the? Don't say, like I said, don't say anything. But what do you think about the prize giveaway?
Prize giveaway? That's nice. I like the prize giveaway.
Prize giveaway is nice. It's not good for a 103-degree day.
No,
but
I don't think that would be something that you wear on the day. I mean, there's still time. I mean, this isn't until Thursday if we want to rethink this whole situation.
That looks like it's printed out and ready to go, my friend.
What does it say on the chin of the mask? I don't understand any of this.
By the way, that's not just the only one. There's like 5 of them, like printed, rolled up. They're waiting to be spread out all over.
So there's
the
only
place.
5 of these. Like
I'm just throwing a number out there. There's multiple.
Still time.
There's multiple.
There's still time.
No, like that. That's what people are going to see. That's the one.
That's great.
Well,
you're not happy about this, are you?
Would you be?
Well,
would you be?
Probably not.
No, I mean I don't. Okay, all right. Let's say sometimes it's the effort that counts.
Now, do you think that's going to affect your performance in any way?
No. I mean you can't go anything but up from that. Like that doesn't set the highest expectations, does it?
No,
it
doesn't. Ray, what do you make of this?
It's not great, Bob.
No.
It's not great.
What do you put into AI to come up with that though? Like if Rick was 60 and homeless, Rick was 60 and homeless, what would he look like in a soccer net?
You have to be very specific with AI, unless sometimes you won't get what you want unless you're hyper specific. But there were options you could have.
Yeah, it's like, hey, we found a guy that was wearing one sneaker. Like one sneaker and a pair of cargo shorts that was sleeping on the beach and just doing some goal equipment.
We could have at least put you in the Team USA getup. It's not like those photos didn't
exist.
exist.
Look at the mask. They made like a Stars and Stripes goalie mask.
So what's the chin say, though? It's like in a different language.
Yeah, but it looks like they tried to make an Islanders logo, and it just didn't come out correctly. The NY, I don't know. I don't really have an answer for you.
Yeah, but why not make like a ESPN New York mask with Stars and Stripes on it?
That was also an option.
The 4th of July. I don't know.
But I mean, look, I just
printed that on your jersey too.
Like a Bar A mask.
I
just typed, Rick DiPietro game action in my browser, and I found plenty of good action shots of you. You could have based it off these.
Well, you played in the league for 800 years. You played how many games? Like there was something they could have just gone off of.
I've got an excellent shot of the 06 Olympics. Rick just by himself skating. It's a good action shot. You could totally use this.
They may not have wanted him skating, though, like something of him in the crease.
Okay, but I'm sure we could find crease action. That sounds weird. I'm sure we could find crease action, Rick, no problem. No problem.
Yeah, this is tough. This is a tough look. I don't know how you get up from this. You're right. I mean, it's either blood or dirt on my nose. I mean,
or something else.
Whatever. Yeah, it could be feces. I don't know what it is. I mean,
because it's dark. I mean, it reduces your options, don't you think?
I mean, there's a chance. Yeah.
Mother, what's that on the man's face? Well, son.
Right. There's a chance I live on that beach. After you score on Rick, Rick's gonna go back to his tent and take a nap.
The public shower.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
Mommy, where did the goalie go? He had to go take a shower.
Yeah, right.
Can I go see him in the bathroom?
He's going back to his beachfront tent.
Mommy, why is he homeless?
Where's the soles of his sneakers? Those are gone.
Oh, my gosh. All right. 800-919-3776. Quick timeout. We come back. Hey, we're going to do a little Bring It coming up in a bit. But we got to talk about the Yankees.
Bring it.
They had a rough weekend, and we'll do a little Bring It. Dan and Rick, DNR, ESPN New York.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
If you're heading into summer without a medical emergency kit, you're taking a risk most people don't think about until it's too late. Summer colds linger and can turn into sinus infections that last for weeks. Getting sick right now before vacation can derail everything. And when you're traveling, finding a doctor and pharmacy is stressful. That's why I ordered a medical emergency kit. It's like having urgent care and a pharmacy right at home. It includes essential prescriptions like amoxicillin and generic Z-Pak to treat a wide range of common and serious illnesses. So if you wake up sick at home or on the road, you already have what you need. No waiting for your doctor, no hours at urgent care, no pharmacy lines, no copays. Just match your symptoms to the right prescription in your guidebook or call their telemedicine doctor standing by. Start on your meds sooner and feel better faster. Every home needs at least one medical emergency kit. Order yours online in minutes and it's shipped to your door. And save $45 with my promo code 880 at urgentcarekit.com/880. That's promo code 880 at urgentcarekit.com/880.
A small business affirmation from Progressive. Food truck owners, today business will be booming. People will love your new menu and not make special orders. You will not roll your eyes when someone calls it a quesadilla. You will also switch to Progressive to get 30 customizable coverage options and restore your inner peace. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage is not available in all states or for all vehicles and covered selections.
Rich Eisen here with some advice. If high-interest credit card debt is grinding you down, it might be time to call an audible with a SoFi personal loan. It consolidates your debt into one low monthly payment with no fees required. And with as soon as the same-day funding, you can make the right play fast. Call an audible on your debt today at SoFi.com/debtplay. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. Fast funds terms apply at SoFi.com/debtplay.
Smalls here. If you're heading into summer without a medical emergency kit, you're taking a risk most people don't think about until it's too late. Summer colds can turn into sinus infections that last weeks, ruining your perfect vacation getaway. And when you're traveling, finding a doctor and a pharmacy, it's stressful. That's why I ordered a medical emergency kit. It's like having an urgent care and a pharmacy at home. It includes prescriptions like amoxicillin and generic Z-Pak to treat a wide range of illnesses. So if you wake up sick, at home, or on the road, you have what you need. No waiting for your doctor, no hours at urgent care, and no pharmacy lines. Also, no copays. Match your symptoms to the right prescription in your guidebook or call their telemedicine doctor. Start meds sooner and feel better faster. Every home needs a medical emergency kit, so order yours online in minutes. It's shipped right to your door. Save $45 with my promo code SMALLS at urgentcarekit.com/smalls. That's promo code SMALLS at urgentcarekit.com/smalls.
Prescription required. Always consult your doctor to determine if this product is right for you.
The ESPN New York Beach Bash is back. Thursday, July 2nd at Bar A in Lake Como, New Jersey. Head down to the Jersey Shore and join the Michael K. Show and Don, Hahn, and Rosenberg live starting at 1 p.m. Plus, there'll be appearances from DiPietro and Rothenberg, as well as Bart and Carlin. We'll have plenty of giveaways for fans in attendance, a soccer watch party, and the chance to test your skills by trying to kick a soccer goal past Rick DiPietro. Save DiPietro! Plus music from Surfing for Daisy. It's all brought to you by Spike Dave, Boost Mobile, Miller Lite, Fanatics Fest NYC, and New Jersey Lottery. You must be at least 21 years of age to enter.
All right, DNR, Dan and Rick on this Monday, ESPN New York. We're going to bring it in just a little while. This poster thing is setting off a world of problems. I opened my big mouth too soon.
Why? What's the matter now?
You're not happy with it.
Well, how can I be happy with it?
I got to get you back on course here.
No,
That's what
I'm
I
happy
gotta
with
do.
you. No, listen, I'm happy with you. I'm not thrilled with the poster. I mean, I feel like we could have done better. I'm supposed to lie?
No, I mean, obviously you're not lying. You're very honest about it.
I mean, you're not overly impressed with that thing.
I'm not the one to sit here and judge whether I should be impressed or not. It's not up to me.
There are so many things we could have done with this.
It's
whole
not
thing.
me on the poster playing goalie on a beach with a soccer ball.
Right.
And no
with
stick.
with a regular blocker on, but then some weird glove. I mean, it's like they kidnapped me from like some adult roller hockey league. Seriously.
And the Miller Lite off to the side.
That's what I'm playing for. That's why I did it. The 1 Miller Lite. Because I'm so thirsty.
We'll do some Yankees here in just a bit because obviously they had a tough weekend up in Boston. Real quick on the Met owner. And I laid into him pretty good on Saturday morning because for the life of me, we haven't heard from the owner of the team the whole season, I don't think, at least publicly, not since the season started. The occasional tweet here and there. But I thought it was a bad look on Friday where you had David Stern speak. Andy Green, of course, spoke. And the owner wasn't going to talk. Only to find out that before the game, there's the owner hobnobbing around the batting cage, yucking it up with Francisco Lindor and others on the Mets. If I just fired my manager and I don't plan on talking to the media that day, I would be hiding in a cave if I was Steve Cohen, because it's just a bad look to be around and to not make yourself accessible. So he decides.
Right, but why, though?
Why what?
Why do you? I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I mean, it's why David Stearns has a job.
Well, I understand that, but ultimately, though, the owner. You think David Stearns is firing Carlos Mendoza if the owner doesn't give him the green light?
No, I think that the owner has a say in all of this stuff. But I mean, this is why you have, right? Like if you're a GM or a president, it's why you have your coach, and why if you're an owner, you have your president of baseball operations, is because he's the one that has to answer those questions. I don't need to go talk to the media every time something like this happens.
Well, not just that. I mean, how about once? Because remember, this is the owner who said, when he bought the team, that if they don't win a World Series in 3 to 5 years, he's going to be very, very disappointed. He consider it a failure. He held court a few years ago when the Mets had that awful 2023 season and had the massive fire sale. I think that was in the month of June, as a matter of fact, where he went up there at Citi Field and took questions from everybody about how bad the team was. And this is this is definitely as disappointing and more pathetic a Mets season that we've seen in quite some time. I think the owners should be accountable and address the media.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I like playing these games because all we heard was how Leon Rose should speak to the media. Like, we haven't heard from Leon Rose.
Yeah, but Leon Rose isn't the owner. The owner of the Knicks went on the radio how many times this year?
Right. Eventually, he ends up getting on the radio because things are going well, and his whole speech comes out. But then he sticks his foot in his mouth by talking about the second apron. Like, I mean,
but I think too the reason they want to hear from the owner because the only one that's going to decide David Stearns' fate is the owner. And clearly, there were people that were asking David Stearns in that press conference on Friday. It's like, David, why do you even have a job? Like, do you think you still have a job? Somebody asked him if he feels he should step down.
Right, but why put David Stearns got you in this mess. Right now, you're the one responsible for hiring David Stearns, but David Stearns put you into this position that you're in right now. Right? He built this team. He was the one that explained to you why you shouldn't bring back Pete Alonso and why you should trade Brandon Nimmo and why you haggling over $3 million with Edwin Diaz. Like all the different things that they decided to do and reimagine this team. Now David Stearns should be the one that has to sit there and take the hit, have to answer the tough questions.
But Steve Cohen's also the person that went on, social media and was telling his fans, calling out his fans in the past to come to the ballpark. And why aren't you coming to the games?
And last year they did.
And they did, right. But, I mean, if you're going to sit there and take on the fans, you should at least hold yourself accountable. And that brings us to what happened yesterday, where he decided to get into it with a couple of fans on social media. And they, somebody said, Steve, what's the plan? When are you going to talk? And he said, I'll be speaking soon. And then somebody else said, we diehard fans don't deserve this. The amount of money that we spend on tickets every year is insane, especially when it's $50 for parking and there isn't a good team on the field. Changes need to be made this offseason in the staff and the players. And his response to that was, buy a prepaid parking pass and it's $40. I mean,
that's a $10 savings.
It is a $10 savings, and I've done it actually. But can you sound more out of touch though with your fan base?
You're also talking about the Mets making the decision not to put the second half tickets on sale.
And that one was another brilliant decision. And let me tell you something. The Mets have remade the whole business side of their organization almost from head to toe over the last few years, because I can't tell you how many emails and press releases I've gotten over the last couple of years where they're announcing this person is the new chief of business operations. This person is the new, blah, blah, blah. The new this, where they're just like names. And you're like, okay. So they've really overhauled this organization from the top down. But the bottom line is they're still doing like old Mets things. It's still like same old Mets. And I don't know if you saw what happened on Friday night before the game. Did you get wind of that at all? With Mr. Met?
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
I mean,
I still can't believe that really happened.
I didn't know if it was real. Like I said, Friday afternoon, I was like wiped. This life. This life kills you. So Friday afternoon, met somebody for lunch, came home. I was wiped. Fell asleep on the brand new couch. The Raymore and Flanagan. Fantastic.
Very nice.
Right? Woke up, and I'm like, oh, what time is it? All right, put the pregame on. Mets had a busy day. Let's see what they're talking about. I see Gelb's up there doing his pregame hit from the field. And he's delivering a very somber report about, the manager getting fired and how great of a person Carlos Mendoza is. And for those that don't know, here is the audio part of this. This was Gelb's delivering this about Carlos Mendoza.
Answer for how the team got here. If there was, they'd fix it. There's a lot of layers to this, but what I will say is it's become clear that the Mets simply changed too much this offseason at one time. There's every reason in the world to say that last year's team collapsed. We're going to make some changes. But when you turn over the entire roster, the entire coaching staff, you put...
All right, that was 25 seconds.
Yeah.
Now, the visual, when I first saw it live, and like I said, I was just kind of like waking up, the 25 seconds felt like 25 minutes.
Yeah, you got to Google it. If you haven't seen it, you got to Google it.
I mean, I posted the video and made like some, snarky comment. It got 1.3 million views at last look. Okay, 1.3 million views. Obviously, it touched the chord. What was happening in the background is Mr. Met shows up and decides to bomb the Gelb's hit. And you got ABBA playing in the background because it was Pride Night at Citi Field. So you got Mr. Met wearing his Pride wristbands, and he's sitting there dancing to ABBA, and he's got the arms bumping, and he's doing this and doing that with the big old cheesy smile on the Mr. Met head there while Gelbs is trying to be serious, and he got Mr. Met goofing around and having a party like he's at Studio 54. And nothing happened whatsoever. Like, I was waiting for somebody to come and tackle Mr. Met. Whether it was the field producer.
Arrest him.
Security, something. It's like you are ruining the vibe. You're killing it. But again, it doesn't matter what you do. You can send out all these emails about all the changes you made in the organization. You could fire the manager. Hell, you could change the owner, as we know. It's still the same damn LOL Mets. Isn't that amazing?
It is amazing. Yeah, it really is.
You can't make it up.
No, you can't make it up. I thought it was made up. I did not think that was real. I think Ray sent the video to us or sent it to our group chat, and I was like, this is not real. This can't be.
I mean, how does this happen?
To be fair, I literally just forwarded along what Dan had sent to the other chat. So
it's unbelievable.
I thought it was fake at first, too. And I believe that the tweet said, read the room, Mr. Met.
Yeah. I mean, that is peak Mets. And look, I understand. I get it. The guy who was in the Mr. Met, or gal who was in the Mr. Met costume, they're probably no different than one of the members of the Queen's crew who are like the cheerleading, troupe that they have there. They're not expected to know the ins and outs. Hell, they might not even know that Carlos Mendoza got fired. But when you approach Gelbs and you can see him like doing kind of like a serious sort of stand-up, he's not laughing and chuckling and giggling like, you got to read the room a little bit.
Rick is right, though. It seems like there's always this thing that you can bring it back to Mr. Met getting involved in some stupid way. Whether it was, remember, like, what was it, like 10 years or so ago when he flipped off? It
wasn't 10 years ago. It was like less than 5.
No, my God, it seems like so long ago.
Well, there's this great thing on the internet. Have you seen it? It's like an NCAA tournament style bracket.
Yeah, just
and it's
Mets
called
misery bracket.
The LOL Mets bracket.
Yeah.
And all these things that have happened in Mets history. And it's amazing because, so every time this thing makes the rounds, people are quick to post in, you forgot about this, you forgot about that. Like, there's not enough room on the page, Rick, to include all the laughable things that just seem to keep happening with the Mets.
Mets bracket of misery.
Yeah, Mets bracket, exactly. And you just keep adding this. Mr. Met on Pride Night when Carlos Mendoza gets fired.
Thank God for the Knicks.
Knicks won the championship.
It's a full bracket with 4 regions and 16 seats.
Yeah, that's
the thing, though. It's hard to believe, though, that you go, new ownership, and right. I mean, you just all these different things have changed, and you still have stuff like this happen. Seems like as a Jets fan, it feels like the same thing with the Jets.
Well, isn't that the amazing thing, though? Like, everybody, because nobody was a fan of the Will Punts. Like, by the time that thing had ended, it reached its course, right?
Yeah.
And they were like, well, here's this guy who's got a boatload of money, who supposedly grew up a Mets fan, that everything is going to be right now. And it hasn't been.
But the Dodgers of the East.
The Dodgers of the East, it's the same old, is it not?
It is. Well, I mean.
You got a higher payroll. Other than that, what's the difference?
The results haven't been there. I mean, of course. Like, I don't know how you argue the last couple of years. You can't. But it's just like, I mean, I live in this world where outside of the Knicks and the success that they just had, I mean, I've played on a team like this that it feels like, I mean, we used to joke around. Like, we'd have, like, one of the great wins of the season, and we'd get to the airport, and the announcer would come over the loudspeaker, hey, guys, just so you know, tire's broken. We'll be on the runway for the next 5 hours. Like, the joke was, like, no one can turn a win into a loss like the Islanders can. We had a guy get traded because he was singing the Mickey Mouse song in the hallway, and Milbury heard it and traded him. Gone. See ya. He's singing the Mickey Mouse Club. Bye-bye. You're traded. The whole season fell apart. Like, I don't know. Like, it just, teams like this, just for whatever reason, have stuff like this happen.
They can't get out of their own ways.
Well, like, even the Jets, like, I mean, it's like the Fail Mary. It's like, you can't even lose right.
Right.
Like, I mean, you can't, it's got to be like some kind of, like super embarrassing way that we go about doing things.
Right. You get kicked in the teeth, and then you get kicked in the
nuts.
Dude,
I'll never forget. Here's a great example of this. I don't know if it's a great example, but an example of this is we're playing at the Coliseum. We have a big win. I actually played. I played well enough to get the first star. I'm coming off the ice to do my interview. Right, first star. We got the Ice Girls. Everyone loves the Ice Girls. And the one Ice Girl decides that as I'm skating over to do my interview, she's going to take the Islander flag and sweep it across my feet. So as I go to take a stride, she sweeps my feet out with the Islander flag, and I fall on my back. And now I'm stuck in the middle of the flag.
This happened?
Yeah. Now I'm stuck in the middle of the flag. I'm like, now what do I do? It's unbelievable. Like, we can't get out of our own way.
Did you have words with her?
No, I was like, I was like in shock. I was like, seriously? Like, now, like, really? Like, why is that on the ice?
Was she reprimanded?
Probably not.
Is there video of this, by the way? Like, can
Probably
we see this?
somewhere, maybe. I don't know.
Ray, can you find that?
We came back from a road trip in one of the pipes broke, so there was like 3 feet of poop water in the lark. I mean, it's just you can't make stuff up.
Maybe that was the picture they used for the poster.
Yeah, here's the guy we found swimming around the poop water. Let's throw him in net.
Oh my God. 800-919-3776. We'll do Bring It here in just a little bit. Let's get to the Yankees though, because I mean last night alone, which. You know, I don't know if you're a big streamer or not, but for those that aren't, I'm sure they were screaming bloody murder first and foremost over the fact that the game did not actually come on NBC until what inning was it? Because of the Travelers?
Yeah, you were on Peacock.
Right? You were on Peacock. So, like, everybody's saying, well, wait a second, what about Sunday Night Baseball? And then you put on NBC, and there's golf on until fourth inning, which, you know, NBC's got to do a better job with that stuff. They do. Once you hit 7 o'clock, the golf should go to the streaming, not the other way around. I'm sorry. You're advertising Sunday Night Baseball. You're going to have more eyes on that than you, Yankees, Red Sox especially, than you are on the Travelers.
Well, I got to tell you, though, the Yankee Red Sox thing is completely – it's not what it used to be.
No, it's not what it used to be because you don't have both teams that are good. But
they even got, like, even for Yes, like, I usually love – I love Yes's coverage, period, like between, Kay and Coney and the booth and everything. But their pre and post is usually awesome. They got Yankees Red Sox Sunday Night Baseball, and they have a solo post game.
I did see that, by the way.
I got no Jack Curry. I'm like, this is Yankees Red Sox.
You know what? I said the exact. So the game ends last night. I put on Yes to see post game. Want to see Boone, see what he has to say, and then they had my guy up there solo.
That's it,
Sheeran, and then I was like, and I even said to my wife, I was like, Jesus, they couldn't even pitch together a scale to pay an analyst to show up there, and instead they didn't want John Flaherty around. John Flaherty would have done a Sunday night. After Yankee Red Sox?
I feel like the whole thing was muted because I was listening during the game, like even like points where the Red Sox, the Yankee sucks chants were they felt muted.
What did you think about the announcing crew, by the way, last night?
They were fine.
You know what the problem is? Too many of those guys all sounded the same. Like Roger Clemens, Will Middlebrooks, and Rizzo, like they all kind of sounded similar. You didn't know who was talking.
Well, there was no chemistry either.
No,
like there were times when he
is.
was trying to set up Clemens, and Clemens had like a 2-word answer, and then it was silence.
Well, right. How exactly? Because like Benetti would go like this, and he'd be like, blah 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 blah, Roger, and then dead air.
I kept forgetting it was Rocket.
It's like Roger. Then that's your time to talk,
right?
You know, at least Will Middlebrooks does this for a living. Rizzo has grown into this a little bit here, but this is what NBC decided.
By the way, talk about a layup for a. I mean, you got one of the great pitchers of all time, and you have Sonny Gray in the midst of a no hitter. Like, I mean, how much better could it be, like, to start using, like, your, like, analysis on how he's doing it?
Oh, Rocket didn't want to talk about that at all, though. He could.
Right, at one point, they had
superstitious.
Sonny Gray threw someone threw a nasty pitch, and he set him up to say something about the pitch.
Yep.
And his comment was like, "Oh, that's a bad one for the catcher's thumb."
Yeah.
And that was it.
Well, it's like you're here for your expertise. You know what I'm saying? Like, you should. But see, here's the weird part about it. What NBC has decided to do this year, for those that don't pay attention to Sunday Night Baseball, Benetti is the steady play-by-play guy who's great, okay? But then what they do is they pluck one analyst out of nowhere to be like the representative of one of the teams, and then another guy who has an affiliation supposedly with the other team. Okay, Will Middlebrooks is the Red Sox guy. So when I first heard Clemens was a part of it, I was like, okay, is he Red Sox or Yankees? Like, I didn't know. So, like, he's supposed to be like the Yankee rep in that game last night?
He's the big name guy. Because you had Rizzo, who's the Yankee guy.
But Rizzo's on every week.
Well, I know, but then you have Clemens is both because he pitched for both, and he's also Roger Clemens.
I just wonder what team like, if you're Clemens, like, what team do you feel more of a tie to? Or, like, that you follow more? Like the Red Sox or the Yankees?
I don't know.
I don't know how much baseball he's following. I mean, he probably follows his kid who's on Minnesota or whatever.
But that's what I mean, though. Like, even if you weren't locked into any Red Sox or any Yankees, you're in the midst of Sonny Gray pitching a gem no-hitter. At the very least, you could just talk about the pitching part of it. Like how nasty his stuff is, what he's doing, why can't the Yankees hit him? Like all the different, like there's plenty of talk about.
Even the week before with the Mets and the Phillies sounded so awkward because they had John Kruk who does the Phillies games, and I know that he's like the old curmudgeon now, like that's his role, and haha, they laugh, with the things he says. He doesn't know what the internet is, he doesn't know what Instagram is, and haha. And then
he's like baseball Charles Barkley,
right? And then they had John Franco. Like, John Franco's not even in, like, broadcasting.
Right.
Like, it was just so, like, that's out of all, like, SNY's got, like, 78 guys that they parade in to either do the games or the pregame, the postgame, like, with some sort of Met ties. And they had John Franco, like, the first few innings, it was just like, it's like they just were introduced to each other like 5 minutes before airtime.
Because they're more focused on the name than they are the actual ability to broadcast.
I guess, but I don't know.
It's like David Stearns. Like, this guy could play first base. Can he?
Well, got to be available to do that. Anyway, so we have the game, and it looks as if the Yankees might get no-hit by Sonny Gray, of all people. Somebody the Yankee fans detest. You know that he hates the Yankees. He's made no secret about that. And then, lo and behold, Med Rosario breaks up the no-hitter in the 8th inning. Okay, great. And then, little by little, they scratch, they fight, they claw, they get the game tied. Then they take the lead. And Aroldis Chapman has the brain fart. And I think it was Dave last week. It had to be Dave, because he was the only person I was doing shows with.
There were multiple brain farts on that play.
Dave, last week we were talking about the Yankees and the bullpen, this and that. And he's like, you know which guy that I would make a move for to bring in? I would bring back Aroldis Chapman. I was like, really? And none of us were really on the same page. Well, last night is prime example number whatever that you don't bring back Aroldis Chapman and trust him in a big spot. It's easy when you're pitching well this year on a Boston team that right now has no pressure and no expectations because their season's over already.
Right, but you also let Dave say, like, hey, just hire Theo Epstein and give him 5% of the team.
Well, that's...
Then you didn't hold, like, okay, yeah, right.
You know what, though? I would take anybody and give them 5% of the team. It's not my money because things need to change. That's my attitude.
Right, you would give 5% of the team unless you own the team. You wouldn't give 5% of the team.
It's not my percent of the team to give away, so I could care less.
No, but it was Abreu, who's supposed to be the best right fielder in baseball, had two different situations. The ball he had in his glove that he dropped, and then they just completely overshooting the cutoff man. And then I think it was Durbin who was like going to fake out Volpe at first base and let the ball.
It was so weird.
Go to the backstop.
It was one of the weirdest plays like you're ever going to see.
It was brutal.
Between and like you said, Wilyer Abreu, who's won a couple of Gold Gloves, and I understand, like, you know, like there's real life stuff going on in Venezuela. Like it's an awful situation there. Remember, Wilyer Abreu, his bat was one of the key pieces of that Venezuela team that won the World Baseball Classic. He got a couple of huge knocks in those late rounds, and even had a home run in the championship game, if I'm not mistaken, when they beat the United States. But he had a rough night of it last night, and he almost gifted the Yankees a win. And in a game that they looked like they had no business winning, then to ultimately lose it there in extra innings where Cruz can't get the job done, and the bullpen once again is something that leaves a lot to be desired. Look, it was a rough weekend for them. You hate getting swept by anybody, but Dave and I were talking about it last week. Are you really worried all that much about the Yankees right now? Even though they just got swept 4 games?
No, I don't think you're worried about them because the American League stinks. And you're not, you have no Judge, you have no Stanton, you have no Max Fried. And
Trent Grisham right now.
And no Trent Grisham. And that was just as Trent Grisham was heating up. The interesting thing with the Yankees, and this is everything every year with the Yankees, is the expectation is to compete for a World Series. So they get judged on what the postseason ends up being. It's like how aggressive is Brian Cashman going to be at the deadline?
They'll be aggressive.
But I mean, this needs to be super aggressive because you don't even know what next season's going to be. I mean, the more the proposals come out, it feels like the less baseball you're going to play next season.
Yeah, but that's to be expected this early on in the negotiations. You know,
my question to Dave.
Okay,
okay, but the other thing you got to take into account too is how much longer Rob Manfred's going to be doing this though. Like, does he want his lasting legacy to be I was the one that got the salary cap in place? Like, that's a huge feather in his cap. It's the only sport without a salary cap, and it's because the players' union has actually stood tall the entire time. I mean, could that be like his lasting, the lasting memory of Rob Manfred is on the way out, I got a salary cap?
I don't know I don't know what he wants his legacy to be quite honest with you. But
you're talking about a guy who also called the championship trophy a piece of tin.
Piece of tin. Well, he's not a baseball guy.
Right. So if I'm not a baseball guy, I mean, that seems like would be a pretty good way to go out.
Could be the case. It could be the case, but where this team is right now. And I understand that, you're going through a little bit of a funk. And Boone after the game, and by the way, you're listening to DiPietro and Rothenberg on WHSQ, WCBS-FM, HD2, New York. The thing that's creeped up of late with the Yankees, and you could tie it back to the fact that Judge is out of the lineup now, they have not been good against lefties at all. And 3 of the 4 games this weekend started by lefties, and they tied them up pretty good. That wasn't a problem earlier in the season when Judge was in the lineup. But they have really struggled of late against left-handed pitching. And, if you're a team lining up to play the Yankees, you throw a southpaw at them right now while they're scuffling a little bit, that might give you a chance to win. But even as Boone said last night, it's like, okay, we start another homestand tonight, and winning cures all. You look at the schedule. Who's coming to Yankee Stadium this week? The Tigers, who happen to be the worst team by far on the road in Major League Baseball, and they stink. And then you got Minnesota coming in. The Yankees own the American League Central. You know that, right? They own these teams. So, yes, I know that they've lost, whatever, 9 of 11 or whatever. Like, they're scuffling, 4-game sweep by the Red Sox. They got teams coming into their building this week that they normally beat the hell up on.
You know what's interesting about the Yankees? I don't know if you saw this at all. So I follow the New York Yankees stats. So
you follow the New York Yankees stats?
Yeah.
That's such like a vague type
on
of...
Twitter.
Okay.
The Twitter handle, New York Yankees stats.
Gotcha.
Right? So they actually have the breakdown. So first 10 games, they were 8-2. Next 9, 2-7. Next 19, 16-3. Next 14, 4-10. Next 20, 15-5. And now the last 11, like you just mentioned, the 3-8. So they have had this kind of like this uneven good, bad, good, bad, good, bad. And now you would imagine with the teams that you just mentioned coming off a 3-8 is when maybe they turn it around again.
But you think about the guys that are missing from this lineup right now.
The
right?
best player in baseball you're missing.
You're missing, right, if not the best, the second best player in baseball. You're missing a guy who was your best pitcher last year in Max Fried. Giancarlo Stanton, whose worth is always in the postseason more so than the regular season. Grisham as he was starting to heat up. And yet only until yesterday they were in first place. Right. And it's not like they're going to fall like 10 games out. No. Nobody's running away with this thing.
No, this is a year where the Yankees have to end up in the World Series.
Agreed.
I have to.
Agreed.
I mean, especially with where Judge is at. I mean, it just age-wise, not knowing what next season is going to be. I keep asking Dave the same question, and he keeps just kind of pushing it off. When Stanton comes back, and you just mentioned how important Stanton's going to be in the postseason, right? Like that's really where he's been at his best. How, with the way Paul Goldschmidt is playing right now, unless you make a move at catcher, which I'm sure they will, how are we working this lineup? Like how does everyone fit here?
It's a good question. And by the way, Ben Rice has cooled off a little bit too. You know, especially with these lefties.
Which is bound to happen. It's Major League Baseball. Right. It happens. But I mean, they've been hesitant to put Ben Rice behind the plate, which is fine. I get it. Right? He's learned first. It's also, I mean, what it does for your offensive production having to catch. But I mean, Goldschmidt's been awesome. I still can't believe they pitched to Goldschmidt last night. Like, what the hell are you doing?
Goldschmidt's been better than he was last year, which is, obviously.
Yeah, right. He's almost hitting 400 against lefties.
I know.
I mean, he's going to put the ball in play at the very least.
And he's lifting the ball more than he did last season.
How do you keep him out of the lineup? And now I got Stanton coming back. He's going to DH, right? Judge will play right field. Where's Rice fitting this?
Well, here's the luxury the Yankees have is they can play the long game with these guys, can't they?
Yeah, of course. But I'm just saying, like, once you we're not doing this whole hey, I'm going to keep Jazz and Ben Rice out of the lineup. Like, Ben Rice is going to play every single day once we get down to the tail end of the season.
Well, there's really, and Ray just made a good point. Like Stanton, there's no update on him, none whatsoever. I thought he had a setback, they said.
He did. That's what I heard.
In his recovery. Judge, remember when the initial timeline was given for Judge, they said 4 to 6 weeks before they even begin to go ahead and maybe take another look at the area there and see if the healing is accelerated in any way. They're not ready for that yet. So, but they can afford to be cautious. Because this team is not in any danger, big picture wise. And Max Fried, you can be as cautious as possible with him. Bring him back in August if you have to. This team's going to be a factor, and as you said, right now they're the hands down favorite to go to the World Series.
I think they have to get to the World Series. I mean, this is all set up for them to get to the World Series.
Here's Aaron Boone. How do you make sure this weekend doesn't snowball?
That's what we do, baby. You gotta love this stuff. You gotta eat this stuff up. It's a sickness, and you gotta that's what the grind is. We got a really good freaking team. We played crappy on this trip. Kinda feels bad. Kind of pissed off, right? But it's what we do. It's what you sign up for. We'll dig ourselves out of it and get it going here in short order. But bottom line is we didn't play well this weekend, and we gotta do better.
Love it. I love that from him. I do. What are you supposed to say?
I like Aaron Boone. I don't know why. I would be happy to have Aaron Boone as my manager.
Let me tell you something. I'm glad you mentioned that. Because in light of what's gone on over the last few days with the Mets, okay, and I said this the other day, since Steve Cohen has owned this team, and we're only talking, 6 years?
Former Yankees?
They've had now 4 managers in 6 years. 4 managers. They've had 5 general managers in 6 years. Yankees have had 1 GM for the last 29 years, and they've had 2 managers for the last 20. And that's why Yankee fans, when you sit there and you bitch and complain and you moan about Cashman stinks and he's overstayed his welcome and Boone ain't no good and he can't win the big one, I give you Exhibit A over in Flushing. So save your tears for when there's a drought. I don't want to hear any belly aching from Yankee fans about how bad they have it. Am I wrong?
No, you're right. You're right. But I also know that once you get into a certain, you elevate yourself to a certain position where the expectations are different, right? I mean, we all want to believe that as Mets fans, the expectations have changed for us, right? But the reality is, I mean, we have a hard time, piecing together back-to-back playoff seasons. But like you felt this happening, like I felt it with Dave and the Knicks, right? Dave's a Mets fan, so he's lived this life, right? Giants have been awful for a long time. He thinks 65 or sooner, but they turned themselves into the Jets. And he would also be like, stop complaining. Would you please? You're in the playoffs every year. You're competing for World Series. You haven't been there. And the last time you won was 2009. But every season, you're right there. And then, like Ray, you can attest to this. You've had a couple years here where the Knicks have been really good. And his whole mentality changed with the Knicks.
It's so funny you say that because I feel like I have the role reversal here with you guys with the Yankees. As much confidence as I had that the Knicks would make that leap because I thought they would come out of the East. Yeah, the Yankees might come out of the American League, but I don't have nearly the confidence that they're going to get the job done that I did in the Knicks. Like it's really like I'm in the exact same position with the Yankees that you guys were with the Knicks. Like, okay, you got to show me something before I actually start believing in you.
Right, anything could happen, but you feel good about your chances. I mean, you should.
But I'm not even talking about that. Like, I mean, your level of confidence with the Knicks was through the roof, and I give you all the credit in the world. I'm not talking about confidence level. I'm talking about how you view your team. Like, as a Mets fan, I'm jealous of the Yankees' success. Even if it's not the ultimate success, I would like to be a perennial playoff team that always has a chance to win. But as a Yankee fan, you get to a certain point where that gets boring. Just like for the Steelers fan, it gets boring. Like, when do we take that next step? The goal here, I thought, was to win a championship, so let's win a championship. Like, the Knicks fan went from 17 wins this season to be the laughing stock of the NBA to now with Jalen, we're in the Eastern Conference Finals, and you could see as the expectations changed, the patience of the fan base completely changed. It wasn't like, hey, we're just happy to be this good. It's like, no. Okay, we are this good. Now let's win a championship.
And I completely agree with you, and I always try to be mindful of that so I don't sound like a spoiled little brat when it comes to the team's success. And like, yeah, you're right. I'd rather be in a situation where I'm perennially contending for a playoff spot than just have disappointment after disappointment like what the Mets have done recently. By the same token, a big part of my frustration with the Yankees is because I feel like I see the same problems rearing their heads over and over year after year after year with the team. Yeah, they did make that World Series run a couple of years ago, but what ended up costing them that World Series and what seems to cost them every year after the other is like when those bats go silent at a certain time. Oh, and by the way, their defense is horrible when it needs to be better.
Yes. But again, you lost to a superior team. You lost to a dynasty.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Like, if you lost to the Arizona Diamondbacks, I mean, like, not 2001, I'm talking about, like, currently, for example. Or, if you lost to the Milwaukee Brewers, you're like, how is this happening? But, you were bad in that Game 5. The series was over by Game 5.
Sure.
But your manager left the reliever he should have pitched in the first game of the series in the bullpen.
It's one thing to lose to a superior team, and the Dodgers were a superior team, no question about that. But it's another thing entirely to just not give yourself a chance. And I felt like that's what kept happening.
You know what I think? Here's the thing,
But
though.
you're giving yourself a chance every year because you're in the playoffs every year.
Right, but I think what frustrates Yankees fans, and Ray, you can tell me if I'm wrong, is it feels like, and again, I'm not Brian Cashman. I've been doing this for 29 years. I'm not making millions and millions of dollars to make these decisions.
Brian Cashman's going to the Hall of Fame, by the way. 100%. Whether you like it or not, he's going to the Hall of Fame.
If he got fired tomorrow, I would fire David Stearns and hire Brian Cashman in a second. Right? Like, I mean, that's
but with Steve Cohen?
It doesn't, whatever. Okay, that's not the point. The point is this, is that in this city, I do believe that we have really, really smart fans, right, that are locked in, dialed in. Yankees fans are watching every innings of these games. Mets fans, same deal, right, is why they're so passionate, why they get so angry, all of it. I think the problem for Yankees fans is that when you look at, take this team, for example, this year, where the expectations are sky high, like we got to win a World Series, you can, before the season even starts, as a fan, point to things that concern you that could be a problem, and then guess what? Those things end up being a problem. And it's like, well, if I see it and I think it's a problem, how come we haven't addressed it yet? Right? Like, you thought that Austin Wells was going to be a problem behind the plate. You thought that the bottom of the order was going to be a problem. Like, you could see all these things. Ryan McMahon can't hit. Like, there are all these things that you saw happening before the season even started, or like the season they went with no left fielder. Oh, we'll figure that out. Well, when? When are you going to figure that out? Because the deadline? Because last year the deadline wasn't very good. Last time I checked.
I think you nailed it, too, when you used the Steelers analogy, right? Like how Steeler fans are sitting there complaining that they only make the playoffs every year and can't win a playoff game.
We're 500 every year.
And it's like, ask a Jet fan. Ask a Jet fan if they would love to at least
I know,
make
but I don't
the
know.
playoffs
But I
every year.
almost don't know if that's even fair, though, because once the bar gets raised, that's what the expectation is. Right? I mean, you've already been at a certain point. It's like, okay, yeah, this is the expectation now, but like we got to do better.
Well, they're going to give themselves a chance to do better, and I think that clearly they're still the team to beat in the American League, despite this little funk that every team goes through a funk. I don't care how good you are. Dodgers lost 7 in a row at one point last year. Every team goes through this over the course of a season. 800-919-3776. That is the telephone number. It is Monday. So last week, we did the feud while you were away on Monday. But instead of the feud,
How'd that go? Did Dave host it?
Yes, Dave hosted the feud. I actually won the feud, believe it or not.
Look at you.
As a contestant. And I usually kind of stumble sometimes as a contestant when it comes to the feud.
Congratulations.
I was very proud of myself. Thank you. But today, we're not going to do a feud. No. It is Monday. So we are going to bring it.
All right then, everybody. It's time to bring it. So what's the number to call?
800-919-3776.
Will you
bring it?
Will you
Bring it.
Or will you
Bring it.
But whatever you do,
Bring it hard.
It is time to bring it. Nothing more, nothing less. You heard the man say the number, 800-919-3776. Hot takes galore, whatever it might be. Right, Rick? It could be anything. It could be sports, non-sports. Could be about an upcoming beach event where a guy has to stop soccer balls wearing a bunch of goalie equipment that he's not fond of. Could be anything.
It's not real goalie equipment. Let's call that what it is. That's a disgrace. The glove is ridiculous.
I was trying to be nice.
Yeah.
I was trying to be nice.
I appreciate it.
I'm sorry that happened to you.
That's all. What can I do?
It happened. All right, so let's hear it. Bring it. 800-919-3776. We are going to start with Subi, who is in Midtown, and he's bringing it first here on ESPN New York. Hello, Subi.
Hey, guys, I just wanted to bring it to whoever decided to put the World Cup final in New Jersey. I'm from New Jersey, but at the same time, that SoFi Stadium, California, is so much better, and the grass in MetLife has been getting terrible reviews. They had 4 years to make grass on any New Jersey farmland nearby and bring it over. I don't know where they brought this grass over from, but it's been getting terrible reviews, and it looks bad. It's not even, like, squared up like a nice landscaping job. I mean, so far you have a dome in 90-degree weather. They could have been playing a beautiful event, but now New Jersey's going to get a bad rap, and I blame Woody Johnson, just for the sake of blaming Woody Johnson. His ass is grass, and I'm going to smoke it.
All right, Subi advocating some recreational drug use there with the bring it.
You can't get the grass right. The turf stinks. Grass stinks.
Can I say something about that? And I don't want to sound like an apologist or a homer or whatever, but Ray can back me up on this because I brought this up on Friday. If you're going to sit there and knock the grass at MetLife Stadium, and Subi, who mentioned SoFi and how wonderful SoFi is in Los Angeles, anybody watch the U.S. game against Turkey on Thursday night? There were dudes slipping and sliding all over that grass on Thursday night, and that was at glorious SoFi Stadium. So there's issues everywhere with the surface.
I mean, the Super Bowl in Arizona, the grass was a disgrace.
That's what I mean. I think it's just like it's the convenient thing to pile on to MetLife Stadium and everything just because it's something that the Jets and the Giants have their hands on.
Well, and the MetLife Stadium's a dump.
MetLife Stadium is not great.
It stinks.
I have no problem with it.
But in general, like you're right, the surface issue all across the country, and I don't know if it's happening in Mexico and Canada as much, but like it's a real problem. But no matter what surface you have, you said it right there, people are going to complain.
People are going to complain.
So football fans, European football fans, this is what it is.
And by the way, I have talked to some people who have attended these World Cup games at MetLife Stadium. They said the experience has been outstanding. Now, forget about the transportation stuff. I'm just talking about.
Forget about the transportation
stuff.
But
once you're there, like
it looks fun.
It's
looks
a
really
once
fun.
in a lifetime,
Right.
and I, for one, am actually like having buyer's remorse, and I'm like regretting the fact that I did not make more of a concerted effort. Given the fact I'm a huge soccer fan, and
And
I
how
watch
much money you have.
every game. You know what I'm saying?
Right. More importantly, how much money you have. I don't understand why this wasn't worked into like the summer vacation plans.
Well, that's the other thing too. It's
you
funny.
love L.A. Yeah, you love Napa. You should have went there taking your beautiful wife. You got no kids. Go out to L.A.
Well, why do I have
Maybe
to go
hit
to
up
LA?
Napa.
I could go to freaking MetLife Stadium, which is 20 minutes away.
Well, go watch the USA. Go watch US play. You got. I mean, they played
Soccer.
up. Right, but they played up in San Francisco. You love Napa. Last time you went to Napa, I saw a million pictures about how much you love Napa. Make a nice little week vacation of it.
Yeah, but I know I have connections inside of. I could have worked some angles to try to get into MetLife. And I just wish that I had gone. That's all.
You're a huge soccer guy.
You've got 3 games left if you count tomorrow. So,
well, no, forget about the final. Doesn't count. Forget about the final.
Come on, you
Get
can figure
off
this
your
out.
wallet,
You
please.
can figure this
Spend
out.
some money for your wife.
Well, that's the other thing. I'm glad you mentioned it too, because look, it was all we heard the months leading up to the tournament is that tickets were outrageously priced. Nobody could get their hands on any tickets. Everybody was forecasting that there was going to be empty seats galore at all these games. Can I tell you something?
There's no empty seats.
There has not been one empty seat in any of these stadiums.
To be clear, I never thought that for a second that there was going to be empty seats in these games. People were going to go. I just feel like the way that they went about people getting to the stadium was bogus.
Well, that's
I didn't care for that. But I never doubted for a second that the game was going to be full of people and everybody be super happy to go. I obviously I live very close to the stadium, so I've seen like the crowds of people. When Ecuador played last week, the amount of yellow shirts that I saw on the public transportation and then heading into the stadium, it was crazy. So
Dude, I never knew we had this many Ecuadorians in the tri-state area.
There's a lot of Ecuadorians.
Because
around.
like you said, the whole stadium was yellow jerseys. American Dream right across the street, they had a watch party. It was all Ecuadorian people, like 3 levels, yellow jerseys.
And by the way, they're charging a pretty penny to park at American Dream.
$250.
So,
and the Red Bull Arena in Harrison, the stadium.
I heard that was jumping.
Watch party, and it was like all Ecuador too. But look, I love the fact that everybody is galvanizing towards this thing. It really, and I knew that they would. I mean, World Cup fever is a real thing, especially when it's on your soil. It's been awesome. And I was saying to Dave the other day, if this was even an every 2 years thing instead of every 4 years, do you think that there would be as much anticipation and as much hype, or would it get played if it was more frequent than every 4 years?
Oh,
that's what makes it special.
Well, that's what makes it special. But I do think that outside of how the U.S. feels about soccer, I think just worldwide, I think you could probably get away with it 2 years.
Because, and you've seen all the videos, all the international fans who have come over here, and they're just embracing that. I mean, look, now you're not going to host the World Cup every year.
Smashing Waffle House, Golden Corral.
It's fantastic.
You name it.
Did you see the video? I sent it to Ray. I don't know if at the Argentina game on Saturday night in the concourse. And there was, 80,000 people at that thing? On the concourse, the Argentinian fans are doing their, chant or whatever after the game. And apparently, they found somebody's lost wallet. And then they changed their chant to somebody lost their wallet, and then that helped the person recover their wallet. And this is all somebody captured it on video. It's awesome. It's bringing the world together is what it is.
Yeah,
it's nice. Eddie's in
the U.S. It helps that the U.S. team is playing good soccer.
That does help a lot, but I'll show you this. The World Cup is proof that everybody in the world can get along.
Absolutely. You're damn right about that, Raymond. Eddie in Yonkers is next. You're on Bring It. What's up, Ed?
Good morning. I love your show. My prediction, I'm a big Yankee fan since Mickey Mantle days, but the Yankees are disappointing me every year. Either they don't hit in the clutch or they don't pitch in the clutch. And I'm worried about Cole. And my prediction is that the Chicago White Sox are going to win the American League pennant and go to the World Series.
No.
Eddie, thanks for the call. Eddie bringing it. Boy, and Cole has also been...
just beat the hell out of the White Sox.
But Cole also kind of been hitting around of late, huh?
Yeah, but dude, I'm not worried about Garrett Cole. Garrett Cole's going to be fine.
Oh, he'll be fine. Yeah, I agree with you. But again, you've got this depth. That's why you have the starting pitching depth. And I say this all the time. Every time you think you're in good shape, people are like, oh, yeah, well, we got all these extra pitchers. Let's trade them for a bullpen or trade them for a bat. No, every time when you think you're good to go with pitching depth is when you need it. The next
100%.
minute you need it. You know what 100%. I'm saying?
Yeah, they have options. They have options on the farm, and they'll have spillover too. With Max Fried coming back.
Exactly, and you can be cautious with them, And it's a bone bruise healing. We don't know how long that takes. It's not like that. There's surgery. You just got to let it take its course.
Depends on the bone, also. Yeah.
Joe Leo, you ready to bring it? Can you bring it over something?
Oh, can I?
Why don't you bring it on this Monday?
It's time to talk about the worst GM in all of sports. And no, it's not David Stern.
Uh-oh.
It's not David Stern.
Nets. Are we talking Nets?
Oh, we are talking
Yeah!
Nets, Rick. It's time to fire the worst GM in all of sports who has had 11 chances in the first round in 10 years and has not delivered one superstar pick. The best record that they've ever had in an 82-game season is the season that they traded away Kevin Durant. I've seen enough of this. Nets fans have seen enough of this. If you want to at least take a sliver of the city back and hold on to the fan base that you actually have, you need to fire a guy who should have been fired 5 years ago.
So you don't like Michael Brown?
No. Darius Acuff, superstar, sitting there right for you. Nope.
Wow.
We don't want him. We want to double down on 3 point guards that played more time in the G League than they did on an NBA court last year.
Yeah. I knew Joe would go there because Joe was not a fan of the pick. We were talking about this the other day.
I love Acuff, too.
He's so good. Look, Michael Brown's good, but when you have the back issues that could potentially thwart you.
He's a 20-year-old with a bad back. How is that going to age out?
That's not good. That's not good.
Yeah, that's a tough combo. It's a real tough
I'm still surprised Louisville crashed out as early as they did in the tournament last year. I thought that they could go on a run, but they had a tough. They were in the 8-9 game, if I'm not mistaken, right? Wasn't that an early?
What's more concerning is what happened with your team. Dylan Harper on your team, and I don't understand what happens.
Well, I can tell you exactly what happened.
Dylan Harper is a stud.
Well, when you're saving yourself for the NBA during your stopover in Piscataway, that's what happens.
Nets had 5 first-round picks. Didn't want to trade 4 of those to San Antonio?
Nope.
That guy? Nope.
Nope. All right, Rick, you want to bring it? You got to bring it here?
I'll bring it.
You're back from vacation. You're
I
reading
could bring
perverted dragon stories on vacation.
Yep.
What do you got?
All sorts of perverted dragon stories. Almost landed in the grass when I first got to St. Bart's. A lot of stuff happened. All right, so I was going to you know how much I love Moana? I love it.
Who?
Love Moana. This is not going to be my bring it, but they have the, what's it called now where they have the actual, like, real-life cast?
The live action? Oh.
Live action.
You know, every time I see that, my wife, I say Mona. Like, it's just, give me Mona.
Well, for God's sakes.
It's not what it is. It's Moana.
And thank you.
Thank you. Is
oh boy,
The Rock as the original Moana character? Tremendous.
Maui?
Loved him. Maui, awesome. Songs, the whole deal. I loved it. Loved the movie. The Rock now as the live-action version of Maui? Not great.
It looks creepy, actually.
Yeah, it looks weird.
With the long wig.
Does he have like prosthetics? Because I know Maui is like a wide guy.
Yeah,
so.
it's not great. It's not a great look.
It's not King Hippo-ish. No.
No, it looks aged. He looks a little like Maui, got a little weathered. Like it's like the older adult version of Maui.
How old is
but didn't the animated movie only come out like within the last like 10 years or something like that?
Yeah, it's
a pretty
new,
a pretty big turnaround.
Like 2018.
Yeah, so like why are we making a live action movie so quick?
Because Moana killed it because it's awesome.
Well, The Rock is only 54.
So make another
right, but he looks
one.
like he's 54 in the movie. That's not my bring it. I got 2 bring it's here. Okay.
So you wanted to drop the Moana thing in addition to...
Yeah, because it bothers me because I love the movie and I saw him dressed up as Maui and I was like,
it's a little side bring it.
Yeah, I
Gotcha.
don't love how this looks.
Bonus bring it.
2 predictions here for my bring it. I'm bringing it today.
Okay.
2 predictions to this. Mitchell Robinson will be a Laker.
Oh.
And I believe what the Mets should do next season is hire Albert Pujols as their manager. That's what I think they should do. You got the relationship with Juan Soto. He coached the Dominican team. It's Albert Pujols, right? I mean, you're talking about one of the greatest right-handed hitters in the history of the sport. So you have that part. Relationship ties, accountability stuff. Albert Pujols manager. And unfortunately, I think Mitchell Robinson ends up with the Lakers.
Did you see the article that Joel Sherman wrote over the weekend about what the Mets? He's like, bear with me. It's off the beaten path. It's unconventional. But what the Mets should do for the rest of the season in trying to find a new manager, basically like bring in a guy, let him manage for a month, then bring in somebody else, let him manage for a month. It's like an audition.
Great.
And then before you go into the offseason. He said, he's like, it's a little wanky. Stay with me.
A little bit?
It's unconventional.
Yeah.
But what are the Mets doing anyway? So you know what? If there was a team to do it, the Mets would be the ones. All right, I like that. So Albert Pujols, we'll see. David Ross, who, remember the Cubs manager, he said, yeah, I'll manage the Mets. Call me.
We have to recognize the biggest, most important piece of the team is Juan Soto.
Here's the bottom line, too. As long as David Stearns is going to be here and David Stearns is going to be the one to ultimately hire the manager, which is what it sounds like it's going to happen, guess what type of manager David Stearns is going to hire? He's going to hire a guy he could control.
Puppets?
Yeah. You think anybody with a like for instance, like I know he fired Buck Showalter when he rode into town, but somebody
he didn't even talk to Buck Showalter, which is like maybe one of the most disrespectful things you could do.
That should have sent off sirens from day one.
Well, at least he's following his pattern.
But let's
Clearly,
put it this way,
based on what Eric Chavez says.
But like for example, Bruce Bochy, who's out there, you think Bruce Bochy is going to work for David Stearns?
No, but I think that I think that somebody looking to get their foot in the door.
But Albert Pujols is still Albert Pujols.
I know, but Albert Pujols is also probably going to be a little bit like he hasn't done it before at this level, like amenable to like, hey, yeah, I can collaborate.
I'll tell you what, he would generate excitement.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
of course he would. But I'm just saying
the second he walks in that clubhouse.
But Albert Pujols is still like a baseball god. I understand not as a manager, but I mean, Rick, think about it though. Albert Pujols is literally like a Mount Rushmore type player.
I agree, but
why would he listen to David Stearns?
I think he'd be willing to play the game.
At least at first.
At first, he's going to be willing to play the game. They all have to be willing to play the game.
I guess, but, let's put it this way. If they butt heads and, somebody has to win a power struggle, which is inevitable, who's Steve Cohen going to side with?
Well, if you're going just based on the way things have gone, how many power struggles is David Stearns going to end up winning?
I need somebody coaching that team that could walk back into the – now, I'm not saying it's happening now, but Chavez said it happened last season – that could walk back to the batting cage, sit on the couch next to Juan Soto, and explain to Juan Soto why you can't sit on the couch, and Juan Soto will listen. And Albert Pujols can do that.
What about a guy like Alex Cora? I'm just saying.
I heard it doesn't sound like Alex Cora is the easiest to work with.
Well, I know that, but he's got a World Series. He's still well thought of.
Right, but I think he falls into that bucket that you were just talking about with Bruce Bochy.
But see, here's the thing with Alex Cora, though, and the whole Red Sox thing. What happened up in Boston? Craig Breslow is essentially David Stearns, but in the American League and in Boston. Craig Breslow, though, played the game, but he's way in over his head. And when Craig Breslow fired Cora and all the members of the staff, when you dive deep into that situation, Craig Breslow basically was somewhat, I don't want to say intimidated, threatened by people that preceded him with the organization. And he got rid of everybody that was here before him, if that makes any sense.
It makes sense, yeah.
So isn't that really a stain on Alex Cora's resume that he clashed with Craig Breslow? Because Craig Breslow's not going to be long in that job. Let's face it. He's not.
But I'm saying that. But I think that Alex Cora has done enough and proven to enough people that he's a really good manager that maybe he would not choose because he'll have options to work with David Stearns.
I mean, he was well thought of enough to where the Red Sox fired him because of the scandal when it broke with Houston, and then they hired him back.
Right
after his punishment was served.
I think you're probably going to need to find somebody that is willing to get along because they haven't done the things that Alex Cora has done.
All right, let me ask you a question real quick. So, and this is almost like a cuddle, marry, trash type thing. If you're taking bets right now for who the next manager of the Mets are going to be,
yep,
Pujols, Cora, Beltran, or the Field, is it going to be one of those three guys or somebody else?
Field, probably.
Really?
Yeah.
So Pujols, Cora, or Beltran, and you're giving me like some rando?
Yeah. I mean, that's the kind of confidence I have in David Stearns. I think it should be Pujols. The Beltran thing makes me nervous just because, I mean, you talk about a guy it's a Hall of Famer now that was a really good Met. Do you want to put him in a position where all of a sudden the fan base hates him when they lose?
On the one hand, yeah, that's a real thing that's lingering. On the other hand, it's almost like you feel like there's unfinished business because he didn't get to manage the team like he was supposed to because of what went down. But I mean, if Cora can be salvaged, but again, he won a World Series, right? But I mean, if his reputation could be salvaged, why can't Beltran, who everybody seems to love?
But I wonder if the Mets would go there in that same, situation.
Listen, you have $765 million plus incentives wrapped up in Juan Soto and have just wasted 2 of the 15 years. Like, we can all agree that the back half of this contract's not going to be good, and you wasted 2 prime years of it. Right? I mean, he has a relationship with Pujols. Pujols speaks for himself. I mean, I don't care if you're Puerto Rican, Dominican, wherever you're from. It's recognized that Albert Pujols is one of the greatest baseball players that ever lived.
Here's the thing, though. If you're going to and people always think about the conspiracy theory, like how much say is Lindor going to be? Is Lindor going to be on this team next year? Because if the whole Soto Lindor thing, and that's real. By the way, I know that it's trust me, I've spoken to enough people. It's real. Not that they're going to come to blows, but they're not exactly each other's cup of tea. All right, so they may look to change things even more in the offseason and move on from Lindor. You're not moving on from Soto. Soto's here. He's the better player. He's under contract longer. He's younger. Soto's not going anywhere. If they make a blockbuster move again, it's going to be Lindor. You're going to have to trade him for another bad contract, if you will. Whether one of the guys in San Diego, Machado, Tatis, something like that, who's under contract for a long time still and makes a lot of money. But that's a thing. Ray, what do you got?
Well, I'm going to piggyback off what Rick had before with Mitchell Robinson. And, boy, I hope that Rick is wrong about that. But I feel like we are getting ready.
Luka Doncic wants exactly what Mitchell Robinson is.
So I will say this. And, yes, I understand the whole thing about the second apron, and we're trying to avoid that. I'm happy with what the Knicks have done. I'm happy to see Jose Alvarado. By the way, they had me in the first half with that when they broke the news. It's like, oh, Jose Alvarado's opted out. And I said, oh, no. But then he's like, Buddy signed a new contract, so he's in for 3 years. I was like, oh, yes, this is wonderful. They brought back Jose. They brought back DOR. These are good things. If I could choose between one of the two, between Mitch and Landry Shamet, and I love everything Landry Shamet has done, I'd want Mitch just because what he brings is so unique. I go so far as to say this. If the Knicks can find a way to bring Mitchell Robinson back, you want to talk about confidence on my part? Here's confidence for you. They are in prime position. In about 53 years. They go right back to the NBA Finals if they ran it back with it. If they can bring Mitch back. That's why I want it to happen so badly.
It feels like a dangerous game, though, with Mitch.
It does. But I think they found the formula.
You have to employ the same formula.
It's clear that they found the formula that works for him. And maybe that gives teams enough pause so they don't, maybe the Lakers or somebody doesn't throw a amount of money at him that the Knicks can't match. But
it sounds like LeBron is trying to get himself to Golden State.
That'd be something. After all the KD stuff.
But you see all this stuff, like possibly like even a reunion like in Miami, like they're talking about, like, dude, like
I don't think he left Miami in great terms with Pat.
Do these guys like care what
this is what Pat Riley does, though?
Well, no, this is Pat Riley's like last hurrah. That's what this is. He's like 80 years old, dude. You know what I mean? Like he's not going to be doing this forever.
What I saw was, I read this morning. It was on NBA Central, not Central.
Yeah.
Where they were looking to move Jimmy Butler's contract to Washington for Anthony Davis, and then LeBron would sign in Golden State. So it would be Anthony Davis, LeBron, Draymond, and Steph.
Good luck with that.
Is what was the report.
All right, that's a good bring it. Good job by all. 800-919-3776. We got to get a quick break in. We will come back. More baseball talk. Mets, Yankees, and we'll get into the NBA as well as the legal tampering period about to start in NBA circles. And the best part about it is here in New York with the Knicks, hey, you know what? We're the hunted, the champs. Everybody is trying to track us down. It's Dan and Rick. It's DNR here on ESPN New York. And at 8:33, let's get a check of the roads and say good morning once again to Debbie Duhame.
Hi, Dan. Hi, Rick. Let me bring in the traffic. We've got issues here as you head to the northern state eastbound at South Oyster Bay Road, exit 36 into Syosset. It's an accident in the right lane. Troubles right now on the westbound BQE by the LIE, a disabled truck. New England Thruway northbound, slowing down, getting up toward the area of exit 21 into Ryan Portchester. It's an accident there. Delays on the 7 train with a signal problem. Traffic is sponsored by RockAuto.com. Grinding and squealing your signs. It's time for new brakes. Skip the hassle of searching for the right parts and shop RockAuto.com. Find trusted name brand parts at lower prices and have them shipped directly to your door. All the parts your car will ever need. Rock Auto. I'm Debbie Duhame on 880 ESPN New York.
The World's Game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2-up early payouts so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pregame, straight match result bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the World's Game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2-up early payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus years of age to wager and physically present in New York only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply. From your neighborhood stop to the city and back, New Jersey Transit keeps your day moving. Reliable, convenient, and ready when you are. We're on this ride together. So keep aisles clear, use headphones, and be mindful of fellow riders. Small actions make a big difference, especially during travel times. New Jersey Transit. Ride together, ride better. Plan your trip at njtransit.com.
There are a million reasons to love New York. Making your budget stretch isn't one of them. According to an independent study, Amazon prices average 14% lower than other retailers. Get food, fashion, furniture, and more shipped straight to your building. That's how Prime members have saved over $2 billion on grocery and household items. Learn more at aboutamazon.com.
It's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. Right now, Pella Windows and Doors of New Jersey is offering buy one, get one 50% off and 0% APR for 24 months. Some restrictions may apply. See store for details. Offer ends June 30th, 2026.
In sports, the tape never tells the whole story. Hiring is no different. AI can make candidates look like an MVP on paper, so knowing the person and the skills behind the resume matters. That's where Robert Half changes the game. Our recruiters combine their expertise with award-winning AI to evaluate skills and fit quickly. Learn how we can find you specialized talent in finance, accounting, technology, and more. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
This is Bart and Carlin on ESPN New York.
The Yankees are under pressure, and there's more pressure on Aaron Judge than it is any other athlete in this market because of what Brunson has done. He'll never be accepted as one of the greats until he wins a title.
And this is the time, because the American League stinks. Everybody just assumes, kind of like the Knicks, that the National League is that much better, like they did about the Western Conference.
Take that easy path.
Bart Scott, Chris Carlin, weekdays at 10 a.m. on ESPN New York and streaming live on YouTube.
On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game, because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Not anymore. With FanDuel Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right, if your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. All through this tournament, the betting options on FanDuel bring you straight onto the pitch. Who will score the first goal? How many shots will each team have during the match? It's all right there in the app. And with same-game parlays, you have a chance for bigger payouts. And best of all, with FanDuel, you get paid instantly when you win. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. 21 plus and physically present in New York. Caught with a gambling problem? Call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
All right, it's DNR, Dan and Rick here on this Monday, ESPN New York. Hey, this July the 16th through the 19th, the biggest weekend in sports takes over New York City, and Fanatics Fest NYC puts you at the center of it all. The world's #1 sports fan festival returns to the Javits Center with 500-plus athletes, celebrities, and sports legends, all under one roof. You can get closer than ever with autographs and photo ops, live panels and podcasts, exclusive merch drops, the tailgate zone, rare collectibles, and nonstop action across every major league. Enter for a chance to win a pair of tickets in the ESPN New York app. Find the contest tile to submit your entry. You see the going rate for a Jalen Brunson photograph at Fanatics Fest?
It's just over $900, right?
Just over. Just over. And everybody else on the team pales in comparison, basically.
Right, that's not shocking. I'm actually surprised that, listen, it's probably a commitment that they made before they won on this run and won a championship, and then the fact that they won a championship and he was the NBA Finals MVP and the Eastern Conference Finals MVP definitely raises the price, but I'm actually surprised that they're sticking around to do it. You wouldn't even find me right now. Parade done, see ya.
Well, that's
Bye-bye.
the thing. You have the season go as long as it did, then you have the parade, and you got a couple of weeks before then they all got to be back in town because the Fanatics Fest, as we said, July 16th through the 19th. So that's coming up pretty soon.
Right.
You go on a night, they could go to St. Bart's, nice little vacation, get a perverted dragon novel, take that with them, read a few passages from it, then they're back in town.
I'm looking at least a month. See ya. Just like decompress, get away, relax.
Well, especially if you're getting $900 plus, per picture on top of what you make already. I mean, you can afford to get away for a month.
Yeah. Plus, whatever he's going to make when he gets his extension. He'll be making $80 million a year when he gets his extension.
And he is, and put yourself in his shoes. You've won already. You've put the franchise on your back. You've taken them places they haven't gone in over 5 decades. There was no way he's leaving a cent on the table.
He shouldn't have to leave a cent on the table.
Yeah, he shouldn't.
I think that's some of the reason why people are speculating that all of a sudden now we're hell-bent on not going to the second apron. Because when all of a sudden you're talking about Cat's extension and Jalen's extension and you have more money that you got to spend, I mean, how many years do you want to be in the second apron, and what does that do to you? Eventually we're gonna have to be in the second apron anyway. So do we want to make next year one of those years? The whole salary cap, how you have to make trades in the NBA, the apron, it
drives you crazy.
Garbage.
You're one of the big trades that happened.
It ruins it.
We're trading, first round picks in 2033, and then we can swap picks in 2032.
That's one of the big things, though, is that's one of the negative aspects of the second apron is they wouldn't be able to trade their 2033 first round pick, which is like their most valuable asset.
Yeah, but you shouldn't be able to trade a pick 8 years into the future. The NFL doesn't allow it. The NBA shouldn't.
I think it's 7.
Well, whatever it is, but you shouldn't do it. You know what I'm saying? It just complicates matters. The NFL limit, is it 3 or 5 for the NFL? Trading draft picks into the future.
Right now it's 3, but they're talking about adding the 5.
Okay, if you go to 5, that's still not outrageous, but I like keeping it at 3. I mean, you really think a fan is sitting there, worrying about swapping picks in 2032? That should eat up any amount of their think space for the day?
No.
No, of course not. Now, give the Knicks credit, too, by the way, and we knew that, pushing that extension to, the 29th for Jose Alvarado to opt into his deal, they decided to sit there and talk it out, see if they could get something done. So now he's got a little bit more security guarantees for a few more years. They get a deal done, and, why wouldn't they, right? It's a perfect fit. He's from here. He played pivotal minutes down the stretch, especially in the finals in those couple of games, helping them win. It's good that they're able to get something done with him.
Can handle the basketball.
Yep.
Gives you that kind of sandpaper edge that you need. Yeah, I mean, it feels like if anyone was born to be a Knick, it's Jose Alvarado.
It really and truly. And look, I always say about Alvarado, you got to pick your spots with him.
Yep.
Right? Because, you can't overplay him. And there's some nights where he's not going to have it. There's some nights he goes out there and he looks like a chicken with his head cut off. You're like, what is he doing? Right? So it's a real good fit. Now
I actually, to try to make a comparison, I actually think it was initially the concern with Caballero and the Yankees. Right, Caballero's greatest strength is his ability to play all over the place. Now, what would happen if you just think he's your everyday shortstop?
Right.
What would that look like?
I still worry about him in the outfield. It still gives me pause.
To his credit, he was. I mean, until he hurt himself, he was great at shortstop to the point where they kept Anthony Volpe in the minors.
Well, here's the thing about Alvarado, and not Alvarado, the Knicks as a whole. And Ray was confident about them, saying they should go back to the finals and all these other things. Here's the problem, though. They were so fortunate this year when it came to injuries, right? For the most part, they stayed so healthy. And
but how much of that was by design, though?
No, but whatever. You could say, remember, we still don't even know how Mitch broke his pinky. Isn't that funny? You've won a championship. You should think that all secrets could be out there now because the season's over. We still don't know how, right? So as you said,
that was more his hand than his pinky, too, by the way.
But whatever it was. But the point is that something happened. And you could sit there and have the best plan and lay out all the sports science and all that other stuff. Things are still real life is going to happen.
He didn't have a great finals either.
And he didn't have a great finals at all. But he got one big rebound that helped them seal that game 5. But that's the thing. You have injury-prone players on this team. Thankfully, they avoided it for the most part, to where it wasn't crippling.
I mean, listen, OG tweaked his hamstring. We've seen it worse. Right? We got lucky. You're 100% right. Everything has to line up. There's an element of luck that goes into winning a championship.
1,000%.
But I think that the way I look at it, I think Ray looks at it, and a lot of Knicks fans look at it, is you have a team that just won a championship. You have a tremendous amount of depth. You have pieces that fit. Why not run it back? What else? Of the limitations that get once you get into the second apron, are those really going to affect you now? Like, are those, like, I mean, your team is built. Outside of, like, having to deal with injuries and then trying to replace injuries and everything else, like, this is your team. Like, give yourself a chance to go back. But it sounds like it's something, I don't know why Dolan said it when he said it. Like, it just in the midst of the celebration, everyone's excited. It's like, oh, by the way, we're not going to go in the second apron. Well, is it because, is it really the restrictions of the second apron, or is it the amount of money you have to pay once you get into the second apron?
800-919-3776, the telephone number. When we come back, I have a question that needs to be answered. I think we all are curious to know the answer to this question, and there's one person that might be able to provide the answer. That is next. It is Dan and Rick, DNR, ESPN New York.
Clear some space in the rafters at MSG. A new banner is coming to the Garden.
Tonight, we play like we wanted to go home champions. To finish the game, not to start the game. To finish the game, it means the world to me to go in that court with those guys. Whatever environment we're in, home or away, doesn't matter for us.
To have the fans that we have in New York City and be able to bring home a championship after all these years is absolutely amazing.
ESPN New York is your home for the world champion New York Knicks.
On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game. Because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Not anymore. With FanDuel Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right, if your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. All through this tournament, the betting options on FanDuel bring you straight onto the pitch. Who will score the first goal? How many shots will each team have during the match? It's all right there in the app. And with same-game parlays, you have a chance for bigger payouts. And best of all, with FanDuel, you get paid instantly when you win. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. 21 plus and physically present in New York. Caught with a gambling problem? Call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
When you're vacationing in your RV, there are some things you can always count on. Taking the kayaks out on the lake, hot dogs on the grill, and your sister's boyfriend pulling out his acoustic guitar.
Everyone quiet! Harrison's playing. Wow, you're so good, Harrison.
With Progressive, your RV is protected 24/7, so you're prepared for whatever you don't see coming. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in D.C.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This July 16th through 19th, the biggest weekend in sports takes over New York City, and Fanatics Fest puts you at the center of it all. The world's #1 sports fan festival returns to the Javits Center with 500-plus athletes, celebrities, and sports legends all under one roof. Get closer than ever with autographs and photo ops, live panels and podcasts, exclusive merch drops, the tailgate zone, rare collectibles, and nonstop action across every major league. Enter for a chance to win a pair of tickets in the ESPN New York app. Find the contest tile to submit your entry.
This is Don, Hahn, and Rosenberg.
David Stearns won't say it, but this is his fault. This is all on him. This is all about the roster. You have the president of player personnel now leading the show to evaluate what the heck's wrong with this roster. Right now, with the target directly at his chest, is David Stearns. And what happens moving forward is all about whether he stays or goes.
Don, Hahn, and Rosenberg. Weekdays at 3 on ESPN New York and streaming live on YouTube.
All right, Dan and Rick, DNR, here on ESPN New York, kicking off the work week, a big week. Beach Bash coming up on Thursday. We've got the 4th of July holiday, America 250. Oh, what a time to be alive. So, I missed you last week.
Oh, yeah.
I really did. I really and truly missed you. You know, working with Dave could be a handful. I mean, you know that. You do it every single day.
Yeah, it's heavy lifting, buddy.
It's heavy lifting. You got to put up with all the nonsense and blah, 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 blah. But I was made aware of something last week.
I did Buster only.
You know, I was made aware of something. And to say that it lifted me up and gave me hope in the human race is putting it mildly. Did it provide a great source of entertainment and joy and pleasure? Absolutely. Did I find myself walking around the house like a crazy person, just like muttering this out loud to anybody that was willing to listen? Yes. All things true. It's an important question. You could even go so far as to say it's rooted in a philosophical nature. But there really is only one person that can provide a clear and concise answer to this question. And all of us in Radioland have been wondering for the entire week the answer to this, and I think you are the only person that can provide the answer. So for those that did not get a chance to hear said question, here it was.
What happened? I don't know what happened. But why Bregman not back?
Why
Bregman not back?
Not back.
That's a fair question.
Tell us.
Why is he not back with the Red Sox?
So why is he not back?
I don't know. It seemed like a perfect fit in Boston. Didn't make much sense. Yeah. Hey, listen. I was told by multiple people that you also had a real doozy of a question to Buster also.
Yeah. You know how much you missed? While you were sitting there reading about, orgasmic dragons.
Well, yeah.
Like
it's not the dragons, but yeah, it's the riders.
The riders of the dragons.
Continue, yeah.
On the beach in St. Bart's. Like, first of all, we had that. And this all stems from the Buster Only interviews are gold. Like, think about what it can provide. It provides the why Bregman not back.
Yeah.
And we're going to get an answer to that one. Well, no, first let's get an answer to that one before we get into mine. So, what was going through your mind there in that one? Like, why Bregman not back? Like, what did that mean?
Why is Bregman not back with the Red Sox, really? I mean, it's just one of those, like you said yesterday, like you said earlier in the show, these hours will get you. They'll kill you. And I think we've all had the moments where your brain goes sideways. I mean, is Dave, teasing days off, rave-free refrills?
I've got how many of them for crying out loud?
No refrills.
Yeah, here's what I'll say. Here's what I'll say, and I think you fell into the trap as well.
Yes.
Okay? Is as much as I love him, and I love him like a family member, Dave's lazy. Right? We recognize Dave's lazy?
1,000%.
Okay. So he's doing an interview with Buster. As much as he loves Buster, the main thing on his mind is I want to make sure Buster knows that he still owes us lunch. Like, that's priority number one. Like, How do I fit that in? And also, ask a question, get an answer, move along. Ask a question, get an answer, move along. I think the problem that we have is we love baseball so much.
Yes.
Is that we wanted to get into actually, like, we want to discuss baseball with Buster as opposed to just ask him questions. So we find ourselves middle of supposedly asking a question, also discussing it at the same time, and before you know it, a minute later, we finally spit the question out.
I agree wholeheartedly, and that's what I tried to explain to him. And I'll take the hit, because we were talking about your 40-whatever-second question before Buster came on. And, we can't make the same mistake that Rick did, and blah, 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 blah. I don't know if I have short-term memory. I don't know, whatever it is. But when it was my turn to step up to the plate, and see, the part of doing an interview, you know this, you shouldn't be sitting there just thinking about what your next question is. You should be listening to what the subject is saying and then playing off of something he just said. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're talking to Buster Olney and he drops like a bomb out of nowhere saying, I just got implants. Oh, really? Like, that's going to change your second question. Is it not? Like, you're not going to ask about the Mets with runners in scoring position. You're going to say, Buster.
I may have some kind of opinion on what he just said that I'd like to stick in there.
Exactly. So he made a question, or his answer was something about whoever we were talking about. And then Lindor and the relationship or something, and then that forced me to pivot to what I was initially going to ask him. And so for those that didn't get it, here was what led to a 51-second question. It's interesting, Buster, totally, and I get it, but twofold here. And it's interesting because, number one, I think part of the reason why the Giants took a big swing for Devers last year is because Adames, remember, got off to a horrible start the first couple of months of the season. So he paid him a lot of money, and it wasn't working out. They needed that extra punch offensively. Couple of things. What's the future number one of Francisco Lindor with this team? We know about the dynamics and all the stuff you hear about how he and Soto don't really get along that much. And if this season continues heading down the tracks the wrong way, maybe you move off from one of them. You know it's not going to be Juan Soto. You know, you trade Lindor for like another bad contract superstar, whether it's Tatis or something like that in San Diego. That's number one. You mentioned David Stearns. How much longer of a leash is Steve Cohen going to give him, given to a large degree this season, this mess that the Mets have on their hands, this is all his doing? That was 51 seconds.
Joe Leo goes, that's the War and Peace compared to your question.
and I was, so then it was over with. And then, like, you know what was great, though? Like, then Dave looks to me while Buster is answering. And I can't remember how he phrased it, but he says, he's like, you know, you went a little long there with that question. And I didn't think it was that bad. So then we listened back to it and timed it. And it ended up being, like, I never thought in a million years that it was 51 seconds.
Yeah, well, that's the problem, though, is once you start going down that road, by the time you're done with the question, you spit it out, you don't realize it's been a minute almost.
You know what the problem is, too? And I said this, it's like I'm used to usually working by myself.
Right.
So it's like I have to sit there and carry an entire program. You know, and that's why sometimes
when you have a guest on, it's just you and the guest. It's more of a conversation anyway.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. But look, I'll take the hit for that one.
You probably could have just spaced it out. You probably could have been, hey, the two quick questions.
But but like you said, there's so much you want to get to.
Well, but you throw the Lindor in there first, and then once he answers the Lindor, go, hey, and second part of this thing is, how much time does David Stearns have? That way, at least you split it. Now you're not a full 51. You know?
Yeah, that was tough.
And you got to know that the guy next to you, like a hawk, is going to be timing.
Yeah.
Like he can't wait to bring it up.
Right. When he's not reading his emails or reading all that other stuff, then he's going to pounce on that stuff.
Correct.
Right. Like he couldn't wait to call. And look, I'll take the hit. It was fun. We had a lot of laughs over it. So why Bregman not back? And we fell into the trap.
Yeah, we fell into the trap. Like, but he pretends like he didn't do it, dude. He teased the Yankees and the Mets having days off.
All right, let's take a break. We'll come back. He's got his Masters prediction, Rick is. And then, of course, we'll continue to update you on the Mets and the Yankees, both having today off. It's DNR with you, 880 ESPN.
That might be the best of them all.
Yeah.
Like, really and truly.
Masters prediction, Rick is. And then we're gonna continue to update you on the days off.
Not updating if they're going to have a day off. Like rain might be in the forecast. They might call the game. No. The schedule already had them off.
Yeah, we're updating you on scheduled days off. Correct. Just in case Major League Baseball reconsiders and they have games.
My God. All right. Let's regroup. We'll take a quick timeout. Yes, they both play today, so we're going to have to talk about those games, the Mets and the Yankees. We'll also talk about what happened this weekend, which was not good for either team. Plus, Ray's got the stuff you missed. Joe Leo's got the stuff you missed today. Even better.
I love Joe Leo stuff.
So a Joe Leo stuff you missed. Ray will do the 3 stars. Everybody will do everything here over the final 60 minutes. It's Dan and Rick, DNR, right here on ESPN New York.
The World's Game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2-up early payouts so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pregame, straight match result bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the World's Game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2-up early payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus years of age to wager and physically present in New York only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, New York and New Jersey, Boost Mobile has an unlimited talk, text, and data plan that's only $25 a month forever, meaning you'll only ever pay $25 a month for the rest of your life. Who wouldn't want unlimited wireless when it only costs $25 a month forever? If you don't, you must be one of those people who enjoy overpaying for their phone plan. $25 a month forever is truly as good as it gets. So go online and switch now at boostmobile.com. After 30 gigabytes, customers may experience slower speeds. Customers will pay $25 a month as long as they remain active on the Boost Mobile Unlimited plan.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. You play for the win, not just on game day, every day. Channel that drive into your money. Robinhood puts you in control, all on one platform. You expect more from yourself. Expect more from your money. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Again, that's Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
What's up, my friends? This is Francisco Lindor.
This is Devin Williams.
This is Luke Weaver.
Bo Bichette here. You're listening to the home of New York Mets baseball.
WHSQ and WCBS-FM HD2, New York.
When you're vacationing in your RV, there are some things you can always count on. Taking the kayaks out on the lake, hot dogs on the grill, and your sister's boyfriend pulling out his acoustic guitar.
Everyone quiet! Harrison's playing. Wow, you're so good, Harrison.
With Progressive, your RV is protected 24/7, so you're prepared for whatever you don't see coming. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in D.C.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This is DiPietro and Rothenberg.
Reading perverted dragon novels along the way as well.
Joe Leo's future wife also reads them, and Joe Leo sounds like he's dabbled. Not the only
Joe,
one.
is that accurate?
Yes, I've dabbled in a page or two. And Rick's
Wait a sec, you've dabbled in a page or two?
Yes, Rick's not kidding with how graphic these scenes are.
You're cool with this, that she reads these stories?
So what?
So if it's working for Rick, it can work for Joe Leo.
I'm telling you, Dan, you should read some of these scenes, man. It's wild.
My dear, you thought you've seen a dragon breathe fire, but you've seen nothing yet.
This is DiPietro and Rothenberg on ESPN New York and streaming live on YouTube.
That's right, fire-breathing horny dragons. Part of the reading itinerary of one Rick DiPietro and his tropical getaway. But he's back, tanned, ready to go. He'll stop some soccer balls on Thursday at the Beach Bash. And we got another hour left here of DNR on this Monday. Dan Graca, Rick DiPietro, hanging out with you at 800-919-3776. Joe Leo is here. He's going to have the stuff you missed coming up in about 10, 15 minutes or so. And if you're a baseball fan in this town, I mean, you can flip a coin. Who had the worst weekend, right? Take your pick. Yankees get swept by the rival Red Sox 4 games. Mets fire a manager. Mr. Met decides to go rogue and not read the room. What else am I missing from the Mets this weekend? The owner gets into a little Twitter beef with some of his paying customers. Did I leave anything out or no?
No, I think you hit everything.
That's it?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
That's it. I did miss you, though. I'm glad you're back.
Lindor not available. Mauricio swinging after 9 straight balls.
How is he not available? It's a pinch hit.
Yeah,
so let me get this straight.
Bullpen had no one available.
Let me get this straight.
Just a meatball to Schwarber.
And I tweeted something out yesterday. I said, so Lindor, good that they're resting him, so he'll be fresh in September when the Mets are 30 games out of first and dead and buried, right?
Right.
And you got people actually coming to Lindor's defense saying, well, he missed all that time with injury. Why are you going to do something like that? So let me get this straight. Everybody who's in that camp and sleeps with the Lindor jammies. You mean to tell me that Jorge Polanco, who has been one massive bust for the Mets all season long, all we've heard about Jorge Polanco on the comeback trail is that he might not be able to play the field, but he'll at least be able to DH and he could grab a bat in his hands and he can hit. So wait a second. If Jorge Polanco can at least provide that service, maybe later on in the season, Lindor can't grab a bat and pinch hit in the 8th inning for Ronnie Mauricio, who has no clue when he's up in the batter's box?
No. Or how to take a pitch.
Or how to take a pitch?
Take a first strike, yeah. I'm surprised that's not a conversation you have before you get up there. It's like,
it's funny. Well, if you read it,
8 straight balls, let's take a strike.
If you hear Andy Green, do we have that cut, by the way?
He had the take. They had to have given him the take.
About the take sign. Yeah, Andy Green basically said as much. Like, tell me Ronnie Mauricio had the take sign without telling me he had the take sign, is what he alluded to.
I almost, and this is probably just heat of the moment, like so sick of what's going on with the Mets. But like my initial thought when that happened was somebody screwed up, right? Like somebody made a mistake. Either he missed the sign, ignored the sign, wasn't told, but like just baseball IQ has to kick in. Like it's 9 straight balls. This guy is reeling right now. Like don't do him any favors. If it was he missed or ignored a take sign, I'd be like, just go in the clubhouse and go take it.
Goodbye.
It disgusts me.
Like Ronnie Mauricio, it's not going to pan out here. It's done. He's another one of these ballyhooed prospects who just, I mean, like I said, the baseball instincts are not even on the radar for me. Like, never have been. Like he's
but that's the thing, though. I mean, you're starting to see this in sports, just in general. It's like, I mean, there's a lot of these teams. I mean, the Knicks, 5 first-round picks for Mikal Bridges. Yeah, you look bad if it doesn't work out, but when it does, you look great. I mean, the Rams, F them picks. Like, at a certain point, yeah, it's great to have all these prospects, and my farm system is one of the best in baseball. But you have to, like, all those things need to line up the right way. Like, for the Mets last season, this is another thing that we didn't talk about with David Stearns.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the idea that, last season, it was a cavalcade of young pitchers to come save your season when you're spending as much money as the Mets are spending. Right? I mean, it's like, hey, Noel McLean, could you please save us? And to his credit, he did. Every spot you pitched him was a tough spot. And then it was Sproat. It was Tong. It was like, just please save us because we have no other options. Like, I mean, I could understand that on a small market team that's not trying to spend money. Those are your only options. And then this year you turn on, it's the same exact thing.
By the way, have you seen Jonah Tong in AAA? He's got a 5-something ERA.
Like, at a certain point, like, you have to use these prospects as their lottery. I mean, you don't know what they're going to look like at this level.
You can't keep everybody.
And you also have to, like, understand, like, that was the whole Pete Alonso thing. It's like, we don't want to pay him for 5 years. Very rarely do you have a guy that's had the production that Pete Alonso's had. And this wasn't, because I heard this the other day, well, no one wanted him until he hit the home run against the Brewers. Okay, that's fine. That may be true, but you brought him back and he had an awesome year. He was great last season for you. You only had to sign him through age 35.
Right.
Most of these guys on these deals, you sign him through almost 40. So even if you didn't think he was a great defensive first baseman, which I disagree with, I think fielding a ball and flipping it to the pitcher is not his strong point, but he scoops the ball well enough. And you brought in a guy who's never played first base that was going to go half between first and half DH anyway.
And then you brought in a Marcus Semien, who's, on the back nine. I mean, the way he's played this year, he might even be on the 18th tee, for crying out loud.
Yeah, he might be cooked, man.
And you still got 2 more years of him after this year with crazy money. And now finally they put him on the injured list because he's got a hip flexor. How long has he been playing with that? And I read somewhere, too, that as you get older in sports, like you get more injury prone, not less injury prone. Crazy
right.
that David
Luis
Stearns.
Robert, I mean, we could have all bet money that these guys were going to get hurt. It's what they've been. It's who they are. David Stearns, man.
How do you graduate from Harvard and you can get all of the answers to those hard test questions really good and write good papers and all that stuff?
Because they think they're getting value.
But it's like, how do you not overlook like just minuscule, like basic things that a 5-year-old could see with some of these players?
Because they're constantly, when you come from where he came from, looking for value.
Mm-hmm.
And the explanation, they were hot and heavy on Luis Robert last year. Right, there were some people that thought that he had been so disappointing in Chicago that they would just get rid of him. But to their credit, they held on and they got something for him. But it's like, well, we'll do it better than the White Sox will do it. Oh, no, or you won't.
Well, think about, too, and look, I was a guy that last year I thought Mullins was the right pick because I didn't want any part of Luis Robert. If he gave me the 2 choices, I said no Robert. And what ended up happening after that, Robert got hurt again with a hamstring.
Right.
And he missed the rest of the year for the Chicago White Sox. And they're like, oh, that's all right. We're going to double down, and he's going to be healthy this year until he wasn't.
Right. And then, Freddie Peralta. Okay, Freddie Peralta, I mean...
Freddie Peralta, you're going to trade away and get less back for him than what you paid up for him. How does that reflect well on you?
It doesn't.
You know?
There hasn't been, I mean, on one hand, you could count the moves that he's made that have been, the moves that he's made that have been good moves.
And thank whatever for Benj and A.J. Ewing.
Yep.
Because other than that, when you look at some of the position players that have come up through this farm system, they have regressed. Like,
what happened to Vientos?
Forget about it. Vientos shouldn't even be on this team, okay? Vientos. Brett Beatty, they ruined. They've ruined Brett Beatty by playing him at 98 different positions. Last year when they kept him at third base, his head was in the game. He was playing a good third. He was a productive bat in the lineup at times, too. They've ruined him. Francisco Alvarez, who was the #1 overall prospect, not just in the Met organization, but in Major League Baseball, is a guy who might not even be on this team next year. Like, I think Met fans don't even want to see him anymore. He's a horrible catcher behind the plate. He can't stay healthy anymore. And think about, you know what he is with the bases loaded in his career? Like, talking about coming up in a big spot. I think he's like 2 for 27. And a free swinger.
Yeah, it just, again, like, I don't understand the thought process. Like, as someone that's supposed to be a smart person, and maybe clearly there's a difference, but to have the idea that I'm going to completely overhaul the coaching staff, keep the manager, right? Which essentially you've neutered the manager now. Like, we trust Mendy. Of course you don't trust him because you got rid of his whole staff, right? The people that he feels comfortable with, you got rid of all of them. The one guy that you really liked, who had a profound effect on your running game, had Juan Soto up to close to 40 stolen bases. He didn't even want to come back because he was so disgusted by it. And at the same time, I'm going to completely change the nucleus of the team and expect it to work.
And the pitching coach. And I understand, like, look, we all recognize last year the pitching down the stretch was bad.
Yeah, but what was he working with? All we heard about was the stupid pitching lab. Dave asked for 6 straight weeks about the pitching lab to Buster.
Mm-hmm. Well, has Buster been to the lab?
Well, apparently the lab was no good and didn't exist until now it's in Atlanta and they got the second best ERA in baseball.
It's funny how that works, right?
Well,
like you said, and you said it earlier in the show, right? You beat me to the punch. You think Milwaukee over the last couple of years is missing David Stearns?
No.
Have the Brewers or the Mets been a better team since David Stearns came over to New York?
Milwaukee has.
There you go. So is it the secret sauce there, or is it the genius?
I think it's the organization.
Well, of course. Here's the question. And I don't know if Steve Cohen is going to answer this question. I don't know if somebody's going to ask him that question whenever he does meet the media. And Eric Chavez alluded to this in his podcast. And one of the things that, I think he's spot on, and it doesn't sound like sour grapes. Who was the person that was in Steve Cohen's ear that said, David Stearns is the guy you got to go get? What made David Stearns the end-all, be-all? That you had to hold out for him and make him run your franchise and give him utmost authority and trust and confidence to where now he has burned this thing to the ground?
David Stearns' agent. I don't know. I mean, David Stearns. I mean, that felt like it was inevitable that he was going to be the guy, and it hasn't worked.
Nope.
At all.
Yeah, but that can't just be an agent thing. I mean, hopefully he's talking to people around baseball.
I don't know. I don't know. I can't answer the question. I don't know. It's to whose benefit.
But that's the other thing.
He's getting phased out. He's getting phased out in Milwaukee, and now he has a guy who's willing to give you a blank check that wants to put you in complete control of an organization. Of course, you'd want to push your way towards. And by the way, he's a Mets fan. It's hard to imagine that after getting to the NLCS, that team was fun to watch. They were fun to root for. It was a magic carpet ride. We barely got into the playoffs, but once we got into the playoffs, it was awesome, right? Is to be now spending almost $800 million on Juan Soto and completely wasting 2 of those 15 years.
Like, you think back to that year in 2024 when they won that game against Atlanta. Remember the doubleheader on that last day? Yep. It was on a Monday. You think about that game and the ups and the downs and how crazy and the Mets won a lot of games that year like that, but that one in particular. Can you in a million years ever imagine last year's team or this year's team, like, even coming close to winning a game like that?
No.
You know what I mean? Like, and they've only, right, if I'm not mistaken, since the Pete Alonso home run off of Devin Williams in the playoffs, I think the Mets have only one win over the next year and a half when trailing after 8 innings. One win.
Yeah, I think over the last, I think if you got rid of the hot start last year, like their last 162 plus, they're one of the worst teams in baseball. Like 70 wins.
Since the middle of June last year, they are awful.
Yeah, so I mean, I got to tell you, like this is something that is not, I don't think, unique to just the Mets. Now we pay the closest attention to the Mets. I just think as far as professional sports are concerned, and these people that are making these decisions and how they're going about making these decisions, I think the process has swayed way too far away from tried and true what works in team sports, which is to create the best team. It's why the Knicks were so successful. The Knicks were the best team. The Knicks didn't have, I mean, Jalen Brunson turned himself into a superstar, but this is not like, they were a well put together team with pieces that Leon Rose knew would fit. Josh Hart, that wasn't a huge, I think it was like, who's Josh Hart? And then you watch him play and you're like, okay, I get it. Has a relationship with Jalen. They've won at the college level, and then you bring in OG, and everyone was like, "Oh, we're using R.J. Barrett and Emmanuel Quickley for OG," and then you watch OG play and watch how that fit, and then you bring in Mikal Bridges, and now listen, Mikal Bridges is kind of like that guy who is a little bit polarizing, but when push came to shove, they knew that inside this locker room, he would serve a purpose, he would have his role, and he was right. Leon Rose was right. And then you have David Stearns, who just just puts together this group of players, and in a team sport, and is like, well, this guy should do this. This guy, no, they don't fit, man. Like the pieces don't fit. There's no chemistry. There's no camaraderie. It doesn't look like a team. I got my two best players that it doesn't seem like each other very much.
Right.
A manager who's not apparently capable of providing the kind of leadership that the team needs, because they clearly have a void in leadership. He completely misplayed his hand. Completely misplayed it.
And as we said before, like I don't want to hear from Yankee fans anymore.
And you
complaining about your hierarchy.
Right, but what you also did is you got rid of all the players that the people like in the first place. Gone. Right? Those were all the favorite players. I mean, no one's grown attached to Soto yet. Like, I mean, Pete, Nimmo, and Diaz were those are the three guys. Gone.
But see, here's the thing about, like, so, for example, like Soto, the crazy, like I think the Mets' ineptitude as a team, as an organization, I think are almost overshadowing Juan Soto. Like, somebody called up the other day and said, like, Soto's having a horrible, it's like, no, are you kidding? Like, look at the numbers. Even after missing as much time as he did with the injury, like, he's still like second or third in the National League, along with Ohtani and Schwarber and all those, like, major slugging, OPS, on base. Like, he's a stud. He's an absolute stud, but unfortunately, as we've seen in baseball, like Mike Trout, when he was in his prime with the Angels, it didn't mean a damn thing if the rest of the team is inept.
Right, they wasted it. I mean, you had Trout and Ohtani on the same team. I think that if Juan Soto could go back, Juan Soto would be a Yankee.
I don't know.
I think so.
I don't know.
I'm telling you. If he could do
I
it
don't think he wants to lose. I can tell you that.
No, I don't think he wants to lose, but I also think there was something to be said about being in a locker room in a clubhouse with Aaron Judge.
Yeah, but him and Aaron Judge, though, apparently didn't even talk after he left.
That was fine, though. That was fine. Juan Soto could do what Juan Soto wanted to do because Aaron Judge was there to be the face of the franchise and the leader. He's not better. Like, the conversation while we went, but like leading up to free agency was, what exactly does Juan Soto want? Right? That was the whole conversation. Do you take him at his word that he's just about the money? Is there something to be said about, riding shotgun to Aaron Judge? But bottom line was Aaron Judge, for the time being, was the better player than Juan Soto. As good as Juan Soto's season was, Aaron Judge's was better. Right? There was no question as to who the better player was. The second he signs for almost $800 million and gets onto the Mets, everyone knew that Juan Soto was better than Francisco Lindor. Right? So now it creates a weird dynamic inside the clubhouse. Because Lindor had been there. He thought he was going to be the whole captain thing, too, which makes no sense. Thought he was going to be the captain. It was going to be this transition from David Wright, passing the torch to Francisco Lindor. And now you start hearing like the rumblings that that Lindor and Soto don't get along well. And now Steve Cohen comes and announces, "Well, there won't be a captain as long as I'm the owner." What do you mean? Everyone was geared up for Lindor to be the captain. What changed?
Well, you think about all that mess too, and how it's kind of blown up in their face.
Well, Soto changed it. I'm telling you, haven't been in it changes it completely alters the dynamic of a clubhouse. When someone as good as Juan Soto that just got paid almost $800 million for 15 years steps into your clubhouse, it just naturally becomes his team. and it was Lindor's team. It creates natural. There's tension there.
Thing I heard about Lindor, though, from people in the know, is that he appreciates all this attention, being thought of as a leader, all that stuff, but he doesn't want to ever come out and like profess himself to be it.
No, because his actions speak for themselves, right? But I think that how Lindor leads and how he wants to make it feels like Lindor he's always got a smile on his face. He wants to make it very like almost like this inclusivity, like he wants to make it like I could be wrong. But then to have now the guy who's supposed to be our best player, that's getting paid like our best player, that is naturally like he's our best player. You can't argue. Juan Soto's their best player, is pouting for 2 months because he's got buyer's remorse and he's not even sitting in the dugout with the team. How do you think that goes? What am I supposed to say to him? What could Lindor say to what could he say to Soto? He's not better than Soto.
No.
He's not here for as long as Soto, and he's not getting paid as much money as Soto. It just creates a weird. And then to have the assistant GM coddling Soto, like, hey, no, listen, he's good. I'll sit with him back here. These guys just need to recognize that they're not Juan Soto. That doesn't sit well. That doesn't sit right in a clubhouse. That's the complete opposite of what a leader's supposed to be. It's what they used to praise Tom Brady about. Everyone knew that Tom Brady was Tom Brady, but Tom Brady would walk up to people and go, hey, I'm Tom. And they'd be like, oh, of course you're Tom Brady. Like he included everybody. Everyone knew he was bigger than the team, but he didn't act like he was bigger than the team.
But you know what's funny? Everything that I've heard, and I mean, you've seen glimpses of it, and people have reported it. But I mean, even on a deeper, I've heard like you get Soto talking about the kids, Benj and Ewing.
It looks like
his eyes light up. His eyes light up.
It looks like him and Benj have an unbelievable relationship.
He loves those guys,
right? But you're also talking about, and he had the same thing. I think it was Oswaldo Cabrera. Remember we had him on? He was talking about how much he loves Soto.
Yes,
like that. Like kids that are willing to be sponges and listen and learn. Yeah, that's great. But now you got that's one part of the locker room. The other part is how you deal with the guys that have already been here. Like how do you ingratiate yourself to those people? Because I mean, it was Lindor's team, man. The first move that Steve Cohen made was for Francisco Lindor. He was the guy. And you gave a boatload of money until Soto showed up. The whole thing's off. It was off last year. It feels like it's off. It's even worse this year. I don't know. I don't even know how you fix it. Well, I think you need someone like Pujols to fix it.
You're paying somebody $10 million a year who's supposed to have all the answers, right?
He's not going to fix it, though.
I know he's not. I mean, everybody knows that he's not.
There's a better chance that you hire the right manager that can fix. They can start to mend the clubhouse and put things together.
If he's allowed to. If he's allowed to, that is. All right. 800-919-3776. We're running a little bit late, though, but taking over the duties of one stuff you missed today. No, it's not Ray Santiago. It is our friend, the great Joe Leo.
Now.
Walk-up three-pointer. He got it! See ya! Oh! Put it in the box!
The you missed.
And boy, has it been a busy weekend. Topic of today has been the Mets, and the Andy Green era has officially begun in Flushing, and it's really more of the same. The Mets are now 35-49, dropping their fourth straight series. RJ would be proud of this stat. They are now 9.5 games back, the third wild card.
Yeah, you're not a good guy, Joe Leo.
The National League.
But he's right, though.
The Phillies.
He may be a bad guy, but he's not wrong.
I'm just reading the facts here.
Great.
The Phillies, they improved to 38-18 since Don Mattingly took over as interim manager on April 28th, which is the best winning percentage, .679. Over that span. Kyle Schwarber, the first National League player with 30 home runs before July since Albert Pujols in 2009. He might be managing the New York Mets next season.
I see what you did there.
The Yankees, they got swept in Boston, dropping their seventh game in their last 10 games, and are now a game and a half back behind the Tampa Bay Rays. The Yankees were 0-20 with 9 strikeouts from their top 5 hitters in the batting order, yet both starters and substitutes accounting for Anthony Volpe, which, can we just say, is it time that the Volpe experiment is done, guys? Like, are we at that point where...
But that was good base running when he scored the tying run yesterday. He got the hand.
Was good base running.
Snuck in there.
We're nitpicking at this point, are we not? Like he's good
but he
defensively.
He hasn't hit poorly, though.
He hasn't been great over the last 3 weeks.
He hasn't been a negative,
Well, now now he's got his all I'm reading is his arm's not good enough now.
Is that a
It was
shoulder
good.
thing?
No,
I mean, his arm
he hurt
looked
left
okay
He
yesterday.
just doesn't have a good throwing arm. Caballero's got a much better throwing arm than Volpe is the new topic of conversation.
Well, that's great. The Yankees had 3 hits in the last 3 games, which is the first time that they've had 3 hits or fewer in 3 straight games since 1914. And for those keeping track at home, that was the first year that Babe Ruth donned a Yankee uniform. The Yankees were hitless through the first 4 innings in the last 3 consecutive games, which is the first time that that's happened since 1963. So I bring all this up to ask you guys, where would hitting be, wherever it is in the order, in your power rankings of what the Yankees need to get at the deadline?
They just got to get healthy.
Healthy first. I think they need. They got to figure out what they're doing behind the plate, and they have to solidify especially the back end of their.
Yeah,
bullpen.
the bullpen is
still number one to
is
me.
the raging alarm right there.
Yeah. You know what? The bats are going to look a lot fresher, a lot healthier today.
I got to tell you,
when they play the Tigers.
I got to tell you too. I've had just about enough of Jazz.
You were getting to that point with the whole lollipop and now getting ejected on a check swing.
I forget what I turned you guys on for a couple minutes, and when you guys were talking about that, and Dave goes, "What's next? A roast beef sandwich?" I almost peed in my pants.
Well,
I was hoping you heard that.
I almost peed in my pants.
That's another knock on NBC. How about last night? Like Jazz is getting into it with the umpire. You see,
they go to commercial,
and they go to commercial.
Well, Booney was coming right out, and then it faded out.
Well, Rizzo was like, you can't get kicked out there.
And by the way, like it was a check swing. Jazz was right, by the way. He was right. That appeal should have been made. And I wish I had seen the video of him losing his mind because it would have been appropriate. But yeah, he was right. But yes, it's just another and those things are like, oh that's Jazz. What can you do? How often am I going to say that?
Jazz being Jazz.
This will be the last year you say because they're not going to re-sign him.
They might trade him. They're not going to re-sign him.
Jazz will not be a Yankee next year.
The World Cup's knockout round began yesterday between Canada and
South Africa.
Sorry, I had to clear my throat.
I thought you were clearing your throat. I wasn't going to jump
on
you there.
Joe, what'd you swallow?
Easy now?
We're not going to get into that.
Sounds like one of those books Rick was reading on vacation.
Go read a novel for that.
They have dragons for that now.
Joe doesn't spit. He's no quitter.
Oh, my goodness.
Spitting fire.
Canada's Stefan Eustáquio, I hope I'm saying that correctly, scored what would be the game-winning goal in the 92nd minute of stoppage time to push Canada into the round of 16, where they will face either Morocco or the Netherlands, who play tonight at 9. The other knockout games today, Brazil and Japan at 1, which Harvey's calling for an upset with Japan, and Germany and Paraguay at 6:30. Dan, I also thought we talked about this on Saturday. You're really big into this Brazil-Japan matchup.
Love it. I think that is not a sneaky good, a super good matchup today. People just expect Brazil to waltz over them because they're Brazil. Harvey, like you said, he's picking the upset. I don't know if they're going to upset them, but that is going to be a fantastic matchup. The one tonight as well between the Netherlands and Morocco, that is a gold matchup tonight. That's the game of the day to me. The one in the afternoon, the Germany-Paraguay, I think Germany's going to smack them around pretty good. But once you get to this point of the tournament and it's single elimination, knockout, they're all great.
Which Ray and RJ will be at a watch party for the Germany and Paraguay at 4:30 in Manhattan. That's right.
Ainsley Bowery.
Just for those keeping score at home, Brazil minus 130 favorites in that.
They win that game headline, Brazil waxes Japan. You like that?
I like that.
I like that a lot.
So I'm giving you both there because it's well done, but yeah.
Solid.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
What would it be if Japan wins?
I got a beautiful wax. I got a beautiful wax before the trip. Beautiful wax.
Did you really?
Oh.
Brazilian?
Nah, I didn't go full Brazilian. I went low, real low.
I don't need to see that.
You know?
Yeah. I didn't get all the way.
Show it off.
Wearing a bikini.
Show it off at the beach bash.
I don't know if I'll be
able to wear all that goalie equipment.
Yeah, I'll be on my goalie equipment.
That's a shame that we won't be able to see that.
And the brown thing on your nose.
Yeah, right, and the poop on my nose.
The reason why the Yankee game was so delayed in getting on NBC, that would be because the Travelers was delayed an hour and 23 minutes because of storms and the playoff between Scotty Scheffler and Victor Hovland will
it's over.
That will begin at 9.
It's over.
Just about 9 o'clock today.
It's over. It's 9:30. It's over.
It's already over.
It's already over.
Joe, it's 9:30, Joe. Yeah.
It is 9:30.
Did you see the Norway fans were there in the gallery?
It wasn't a full 18-hole playoff, Joe.
It was just the 18th hole, no?
Victor Hovland won.
Hovland won. Oh, dear.
And the Norwegians were there supporting him.
We were doing well.
I always have one mix-up here.
That'll tee up right around 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? If you need a time machine, head on back. You'll be fine.
You know what it is? He gets so immersed in the show that he loses track of the time.
He was immersed.
Okay.
In NBA news, this is just breaking. James Harden is declining his $42 million player option to work out a deal with Cleveland to try to maneuver underneath the second apron. Cleveland is the highest payroll in the NBA, if you can believe that. The Charlotte Hornets over the weekend sent Miles Bridges to the Suns for Grayson Allen, former net Royce O'Neal, and a 2033 first-round pick. And there are also rumors swirling around this morning from Shams Charania that a reunion in Toronto could be in the future for one Kawhi Leonard. The Raptors and the Clippers are, quote, seriously engaged to get a deal done.
That would be something. That would maybe make the this conference a little bit more interesting.
If Kawhi can play.
What about his landscaping duties?
Oh, he'd have to.
That too.
Show up for those, though.
You know, I mean, there's some.
Does Toronto need any fake trees planted?
What's I'm saying? You got harsh winters in Toronto. In Southern California, you know, you could do all the landscaping stuff. But in Toronto, what are you doing with the?
I think they were invisible trees, though. Anyway,
I don't know about that.
It's like the invisible diapers that Harvey sent to RJ. The thought of the diapers he sent.
Telepathic diapers.
Yeah, he sent thought diapers.
Well, did Harvey get paid for those diapers?
Harvey's very thoughtful, isn't he?
Or did he buy those diapers for himself and then pawn it off to RJ?
Oh, my goodness.
Harvey looks like he should be wearing diapers.
I think Harvey's here tomorrow.
Great.
No, just
is he here tomorrow?
Just FYI.
I think so, yeah.
I think Harvey's with us. Yeah.
We're going to have a good time. Is that it, Joe Leo?
One more story, and it's a troubling story in the world of the NFL. Chris Johnson, CJ2K, has been diagnosed with ALS. He was telling this to Good Morning America. He said there was no history of ALS in his family. My doctors believe my case is what's called sporadic ALS, which is actually how vast majority of ALS cases happen. There is no reasons for this disease, and it can be so shocking. It can happen to anyone else or to someone else that you would never expect. And he also went on to say that just a couple of months ago, he was picking up his 7-year-old, and now he is on a speaking machine. Johnson played 10 seasons in the NFL, mostly with the Tennessee Titans. He also played with the Jets, the Cardinals, and he was the aforementioned CJ2K. He rushed for 2,006 yards, which is the 7th ranked most yards from scrimmage by a running back in 2009. He broke the NFL single-season scrimmage record with 2,509 yards that year as well. So thoughts and prayers out to Chris Johnson and his family.
That's a horrible story. And, you know, everybody's going to point to the fact that it, played football, right? Like just, not the first, not the last, but that's what people are going to put the association and connect the dots for. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. This is the event that we go to every year is for ALS. It's a brutal disease.
Good job.
We're all trying to figure out why he was going to speak today, and it turns out
that's what it was. Yeah, because they teased it over the weekend, which it stinks.
I didn't feel like it was going to be anything good.
No, exactly. Good job, Joe. Quick timeout. 800-919-3776. More to do. It's Dan and Rick, DNR, ESPN New York. And at 9:33, let's get a check of the roads and say good morning once again to Debbie Duhame.
Hi, Dan, Rick, Ray, and Joe Leo. Guys, let's see what's going on. We've got delays on the W train, delays with the signal problem. Westbound belt slowing down by Kennedy Airport, a collision on the shoulder. Watch for slowdowns as you head to the Seaford, Oyster Bay, southbound at Old Country Road. Accident getting down through Plainview. And traffic is still slowing down this morning on the westbound BQE by the LIE. A stall truck cleared. Traffic sponsored by RockAuto.com. Event Tie Ride can quickly bring a drive to a halt. For the parts needed to get back on the road, visit RockAuto.com. Find a wide selection of quality parts at reliably low prices, delivered right to your door. All the parts your car will ever need. Rock Auto. I'm Debbie Duhame on 880 ESPN New York.
On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Not anymore. With FanDuel Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Not anymore. With FanDuel Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. 21 and over, physically present, New York. For help with a gambling problem, call 877-8-HOPE-NY. Thanks, HOPE-NY, 467-369.
If you're heading into summer without a medical emergency kit, you're taking a risk most people don't think about until it's too late. Summer colds linger and can turn into sinus infections that last for weeks. Getting sick right now before vacation can derail everything. And when you're traveling, finding a doctor and pharmacy is stressful. That's why I ordered a medical emergency kit. It's like having urgent care and a pharmacy right at home. It includes essential prescriptions like amoxicillin and generic Z-Pak to treat a wide range of common and serious illnesses. So if you wake up sick at home or on the road, you already have what you need. No waiting for your doctor, no hours at urgent care, no pharmacy lines, no copays. Just match your symptoms to the right prescription in your guidebook or call their telemedicine doctor standing by. Start on your meds sooner and feel better faster. Every home needs at least one medical emergency kit. Order yours online in minutes and it's shipped to your door. And save $45 with my promo code 880 at urgentcarekit.com/880. That's promo code 880 at urgentcarekit.com/880.
This is a special notice to U.S. taxpayers owing $10,000 or more to the IRS. Tax Relief Advocates is urgently notifying taxpayers that tax relief initiatives are now available that may significantly reduce or eliminate what you owe. If you're afraid of an IRS lien, levy, or wage garnishment, don't lose hope. You can now take advantage of these current relief programs to end all collections, reduce the amount you owe, and resolve your tax problem. Even if you have years of unfiled tax returns or are already in a payment plan, you may still qualify for significant relief. Struggling taxpayers can now get relief they need during these hard economic times. A hotline has been established by Tax Relief Advocates for you to call and see what you qualify for. They are A+ rated with the BBB and have over 1,000 5-star reviews. Don't wait. Call 800-575-9087, 800-575-9087. That's 800-575-9087. Or simply visit TRA.com.
All right, soccer fans, join RJ Santillo and Ray Santiago of this very fine program today, Monday, June the 29th, for a watch party presented by Rothenberg Pilsner. You can watch the 4:30 p.m. match, Germany and Sweden, at the Ainsley Bowery on the Lower East Side. You can enjoy Pilsner perfection since 1872 from the first German Pilsner. Come out, grab a cold Rothenberger, join the energy with ESPN New York. That is RJ and Ray live today at the Ainsley Bowery, the 29th of June. It's brought to you by Rothenberg Pilsner.
Can I ask if I had a typo on that one?
Why?
Because you said Germany, Sweden. I'm like, oh, no, that's not correct. Is that my fault?
No, that's my fault then.
Oh, dear.
France and Sweden. No. Germany and Paraguay. Germany and Paraguay.
Yeah, that's Germany.
No, that's
Paraguay.
just my mess up.
Whoops.
My old mess up.
I thought I was like,
but you know what?
What did I do? What did I do?
Here's the thing, okay? The soccer is secondary, okay? It could be New Zealand against a country that didn't even qualify for the World Cup.
Oh, no, I can't. I don't think contractually it can be. It feels like RJ and Raymond are doing most of the Germany games.
I mean, that's the second one already. So,
right.
Yeah.
Oh, is it really?
We got a lot of
Well,
German,
from my perspective.
German on our diet. And this will be the second Paraguay game, too, because we had USA when they smoked Paraguay before. So,
but my thing is this. See, I don't get into contracts and all that other stuff. I just go with the human element, and that is Ray and RJ are the draw, Rick.
That's right.
Okay? People should go to see them because they want to commiserate with them. They want to be around their presence, not the soccer.
Yeah, Milo, I was down there earlier, and on the YouTube they have the advertisement for Ray and RJ's little get-together. And he said to me, he goes, "Hey, Dad, they look like brothers. Are they brothers?" I was like, "No, they're not brothers. They look alike. I mean, they both have terrific hair, but they're not brothers."
Is that confirmed?
Not brothers. Same initials, good
confirmed.
hair.
Yep, good hair.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Super
Same
attractive.
initials.
Yep.
But
Raymond single, looking for love.
I think we're giving up on that.
Have there been any acquaintances at these watch parties?
I don't like to see.
There have been acquaintances, just not at the watch parties. But
no, that's what I said at the watch parties.
No, not at the watch parties.
You haven't met anybody nice at the watch parties.
It feels like
in
he's
that
giving
respect.
up on true love, and he just wants to just bang.
My goodness.
What?
Well, you went right for the jugular
Those
there,
are your
huh?
words. Those are your words, not mine. I didn't say any such thing.
You like to be a little promiscuous. What do you want me to tell you?
I'm leaving it very open-ended, and you just go. You just.
Jolio, your wife doesn't have any nice-looking friends, Jolio, for Raymond?
There might be something there. I don't know.
Help your guy out. Anyone's wondering?
You got to send me other games though. You got to send me to what else is on the docket this week?
What do you want to go to Brazil, Japan instead?
Brazil, Japan. That could be on the list. They got Spain playing this week. Come on, the motherland.
What about Mexico, Ecuador tomorrow night?
Mexico, Ecuador could be good.
Can I send
actually, my ex was Ecuadorian, so
can I tempt you with like a singles, like send you on like a singles retreat somewhere?
Where
like a Love Island?
Where does the singles? Okay, Love Island. There you
go. Like a Love Island, something like that.
Ray would smash on Love Island.
Oh
by the
my
way.
goodness! Why do we?
Well, that's the goal, Joe. That's the goal of Love Island.
The goal.
Well, this season anyway.
Ray would be the guy. Ray would be the guy that's with the woman of the guy that was crying the whole time. Remember that guy?
Oh man, what was the guy's name?
Whose girlfriend was just
Manolo,
hooking up with everybody. That's tough. That's not what you want. Yeah, Ray, we don't have to film it or anything. I think we should just try to find you love. I feel bad.
Don't feel bad. I don't feel bad anymore.
I'd like to see a little Raymond running around.
Yeah.
Are there more of these, by the way, or is this the last one that you know of?
This is the last one we know of. But listen, maybe we can get one in the round of 16.
We got a lot more games still to play. That's the beauty of the expanded tournament.
Round of 32 goes all the way through the end of the week, doesn't it? Like it goes through Saturday? No, it's Friday. Okay, Friday. We got a bunch of matches.
4th of July is when we start round 16.
Yeah, we got a watch party on Thursday at the beach bash.
Argentina, Cape Verde. You hear about the goalie from Cape Verde?
Yeah, he's living it up now, man.
Got 1 million followers on Instagram, Rick.
How old is he too?
He's 40.
Old.
He's 40. Million followers on Instagram, and then apparently he followed 2,000 women right off the bat. Boom.
Wow, look at him.
See, that's what you want me to do. You want me to?
Yes, that's exactly. Yes, correct. That's exactly what I want you to do. 100%. That's right. And I also want you to figure out who is responsible for that poster of me and the goalie.
You're not happy about that poster,
Actually, I started to talk with John about that a minute ago, and then we lost focus on
Where
that.
is John?
I'll ask the question.
Where is he?
I haven't seen him. He's walking around.
He's here.
Jolio, go get John for me quickly.
He's around.
Please.
We'll touch base.
I don't see you moving, Joe. Go get John. Thank you.
He's got to stay. No, Joe, sit. The value is to the show.
No, it isn't. Right now, the value is to find John.
As soon as we go to break, John will be in the room. That's how John operates. You know that.
Make sure John is in the room. Please make sure John is in the room after this next break.
Oh, I see. John was in a meeting.
John's got a lot of meetings these days.
He's walking alongside somebody holding a cup of coffee. I see him right now. He's talking about something important.
I bet. I'm surprised he's not.
He's got to wear a lot of hats.
I'm surprised he's not trapped in Carlin's pre-show meeting.
No, he was there earlier today.
2 hours.
He's out of that. So 4:30 today, right? You guys are going to be there.
4:30. I might pop in ahead of time. They got the Japan-Brazil game, so
that's going to be a great game. But it might be over by the time you get there.
I'm saying,
I know why. We know why you're popping in, Raymond. The Brazilian crowd. I see what you're doing.
I see what you're popping.
I know what your game is. Well played, Raymond. Well played.
That's why he didn't think he could get a nap in today. Says he's going to get a nap in today. He's like, I don't know. I got a lot of things to do.
He's got two priorities.
Now we know why.
The gym and the Brazil game. Yeah, we know. I got you. I'm picking it up. I got it.
Meantime, I got to get home to get my TV fixed.
Listen, these priorities all kind of tie together.
I can't wait to hear about this. That's what they should film on YouTube.
Of course they should.
They should have a camera.
I've been pushing a dating show for Raymond for the last 3 years. You won't do it.
Like a couch cast thing. When we have the couch.
Right. I don't need it. I don't need it all out there. That's the thing. And I like to keep it private.
All right.
That would be pretty funny, though.
Your loss.
And you do great on it, though. All right, quick timeout. 800-919-3776. Ray's actually going to give us the 3 stars coming up soon, and we're going to hand things off to Bart and Carlin as well at the top. It's Dan and Rick DNR, ESPN New York.
Hey, Yankees fans, come out to Yankee Stadium on Monday, July 20th, when the Yankees host the Pittsburgh Pirates, and be ready to receive a traditional Yankees giveaway. It's Yankees T-shirt night, presented by Sato. The first 15,000 guests will receive a Yankees T-shirt. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. Again, don't miss the Yankees and Pirates for Yankees T-shirt night presented by Sato on Monday, July 20th. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world has noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins AeroBurst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of AeroBurst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Big events are bringing more riders across the region. So if you're taking New Jersey Transit for everyday trips, plan ahead. Check schedules, allow extra time, and consider traveling outside of peak hours when you can. New Jersey Transit is running additional service to help keep everyone moving. But a little planning goes a long way. Stay aware, be courteous, and ride smart. New Jersey Transit, keeping your day on track. Plan your trip at njtransit.com.
When it comes to your yard, reliability matters. Shop with confidence at the Home Depot and get 4th of July savings on Ryobi, the #1 cordless outdoor power brand. It's time to choose your power. Both the Ryobi 18-volt and 40-volt self-propelled mower kits are on special buy for an even lower price of $429 each, was $479. Ryobi's battery platform delivers the power, runtime, and dependability you need to tackle yard work with ease. Shop 4th of July savings on Ryobi outdoor power only at the Home Depot. While supplies last, pricing valid June 25th through July 8th. U.S. only. See store online for details.
When's the last time payroll was the easy part of your week? With Gusto, it can be. Gusto is the all-in-one platform designed to take the hassle out of managing your team, from payroll and compliance to hiring, onboarding, and more. With Gusto, you can get back 2 full days each month with all the time you have saved. Go to gusto.com today and learn why over 500,000 small businesses choose Gusto. That's GUSTO.com. Gusto.com.
The ESPN New York Beach Bash is back. Thursday, July 2nd at Bar A in Lake Como, New Jersey. Head down to the Jersey Shore and join the Michael K. Show and Don, Hahn, and Rosenberg live starting at 1 p.m. Plus, there'll be appearances from DiPietro and Rothenberg, as well as Bart and Carlin. We'll have plenty of giveaways for fans in attendance, a soccer watch party, and the chance to test your skills by trying to kick a soccer goal past Rick DiPietro.
Save DiPietro!
Plus, music from Surfing for Daisy. It's all brought to you by Spike Dave, Boost Mobile, Miller Lite, Fanatics Fest NYC, and New Jersey Lottery. You must be at least 21 years of age to enter.
All right, DNR, Dan and Rick, ESPN New York. We're going to turn things over to Bart and Carlin. They're coming up at 10. Ray's going to give us the stuff you missed before, not the stuff you missed, the 3 stars.
That a boy.
The 3 stars. There we go.
So Leo just gave us the stuff you missed.
Right, and he did a great job with that, too. We've got a lot of moving parts on this show. As far as the schedule for tonight, here's what you should be keeping an eye out for. Yankees in action, and they're going to right the ship tonight. As I heard Aaron Boone say, all it takes is some winning, and everything is going to be forgotten about there. They host the Detroit Tigers. They're going to mop up on them probably. The Tigers, one of the worst teams in the league, definitely the worst road team in baseball. Ryan Weathers against the former #1 overall pick, Casey Mize. That is a 7:05 at the stadium. The Mets will take their traveling road show up north of the border to take on the Blue Jays. Little Bo Bichette homecoming. Sean Manaea, Trey Yesavage. That is a 7:07. Our coverage begins at 6:30 right here on ESPN 880. What kind of reception do you think Bo Bichette gets?
I think he gets a good reception. Yeah. I don't think it's bad.
I don't think he wanted to leave necessarily.
No, it didn't feel like it.
You know, I don't think if he had his druthers, he wanted to leave. But they made some decisions up there, obviously.
Right now, we paid him $42 million,
and he could leave again at the end of the year and take another $5 million in his pocket. Right? Isn't that a beautiful thing?
I can't imagine he's leaving.
Well, all for the season that he see. Here's the thing: if he leaves, like, who's giving him $40 million a year if he opts out?
Who knows what the financial landscape looks like after the CBA?
Is there even going to be baseball next year?
Right.
Right?
A lot of questions, which is why the Yankees need to be real aggressive at the deadline.
Gun to your head right now. Do you think
yes,
that there's going to be 162 games?
No, I don't. I don't know. Obviously, the deal's early on, right? It's part of the negotiations and everything else. But it's going to depend on how adamant the owners are about a salary cap. And if Rob Manfred wants to use this as kind of like his final act as commissioner on his way out. The owners will get if the owners want a salary cap, they'll get a salary cap because they can not play for as long as they want.
That players' union is not going to go for it, though. They're not.
That's fine, but Buster feels like the players' union is not as strong as it used to be, and you have a whole middle class of players that outnumbers the upper class of players that feels like they'll get paid more money with a salary cap because there'll be a floor to it.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Listen, all these teams make money. They have the ability to spend. They choose not to. I see both sides of it, but the bottom line is the owners are billionaires and some of the players are millionaires. So they ultimately will decide how long this lasts. That's it.
And it's amazing that you're at a spot where you're at right now when it comes to baseball, and this is what your fans are going to have to you're going to throw in their face as you're getting ready for. Remember, you had as great a World Series last year as you could possibly ask for. How exciting it was.
Yes, and they have tons of momentum and everything else. But at the end of the day,
World Baseball Classic was fun, right?
The real money in owning a professional sports team is you got to obviously there's tons of benefits. Is tax write-off is a huge benefit of this. So like all the money that Steve Cohen loses with the Mets is actually not a terrible thing for him because of all the money he makes with the hedge fund. So he can write it off against his gains with the hedge fund. It's also the valuation of the team. That's where you make the real money. What makes a franchise more valuable? Salary cap. Cost certainty.
Yeah, we heard that from the NHL once upon a time, right? And they shut down for a whole season.
I shut down. I lost a season and a half. We had half a season lost and a full season lost.
Right. I'm referring to the first one, though, in 2005.
Not only a salary cap, we had to pay escrow.
Isn't it amazing? And now we're talking about even expanding. Like Houston or Austin is going to maybe have a team.
Of course you're talking about expanding because guess who gets all that money?
Isn't it incredible, though?
The owner gets all the money. The owner split the money.
We went from, though, not having enough money and making sure that, like you said, cost certainty was the big phrase being thrown around to now we're, like, adding teams.
Right, because they all want the value. The real money is the value going up. It's not the day-to-day making the money. It's the value of the team going up.
It's a beautiful thing, isn't it? It really
and they've also smartened up like the NFL owners. Oh, yeah, I'll give away 10%. Just pay me $1 billion. I'll cash out 10%. Give me $1 billion.
Well, a lot of these owners that ended up, I mean, like as far as the NFL teams, you bought a football team, let's say for, I don't know, like back in the day, maybe $700 million. Now they're worth like $6-7 billion in some cases.
Right.
That's a nice return on your investment.
That's an unbelievable return on your investment.
Wouldn't it be great to own a team?
It would be amazing.
That would be so much fun.
Yeah.
What would you do on the first day? You owned a team. First day.
I put myself in the starting lineup.
No, you can't play. You can't play.
No, I don't know what I would do. I would probably be. I would.
Are you like a meet the people day? You go down and shake hands and kiss babies and all that stuff. You talk to the staff.
Team, yeah.
You think you'd be a good owner?
I think I'd be a great owner.
I'd love to own a team.
I think everyone would love to own a team. It'd be awesome until you get caught up in Twitter and start going back and forth.
And then telling people to buy $40 prepaid parking passes.
Well, in fairness too, I mean that I don't know if that was the best thing to say, but then the response to that's not great either.
No,
like you can understand why. You know what I mean? You'd be hesitant to go. They start diving into those chats.
Well, not for nothing though. The fans though, the way they can speak the loudest is just don't show up.
Yeah, but they can't. They can't quit it.
Well, you can watch. You just don't go to the games.
Yeah.
That's how you voice your displeasure. This was fun today. Welcome back. I missed you.
Oh.
We'll do it again tomorrow. What do you say?
I can't wait. I'm excited. Let's go.
All right. Great job by Joe. And right now, though, we want to turn things over to our buddy, our pal, Ray Santiago, who's going to be part of a watch party later this afternoon with RJ. He's going to give us 3 stars.
Today's 3 stars. Number 3.
Oh, New York baseball's in such a wonderful place right now. I mean, whether you want to talk about the Mets.
Ronnie Mauricio's baseball instincts, and I've said this since he came up, basically mirror a plant.
Yeah, they're firing their manager, and who knows if David Stearns is next. I know everyone wants David Stearns to be next, but listen, things not much better in the Bronx, but hey, listen, Aaron Boone, I think he summed it up nicely.
That's what we do, baby.
That's what we do, baby. Hopefully, you bounce back against the Tigers after pitiful showing against one of the AL's worst teams in Boston.
Number 2.
Anyway, welcome back, Rick. You had a good time, I hear.
My dear, you thought you've seen a dragon breathe fire, but you've seen
it's not.
That's right,
yet.
back from your getaway.
Rick back from a tropical getaway, reading perverted dragon novels along the way as well.
Listen, you're not alone in these, I found out.
Joe Leo's future wife also reads them, and Joe Leo sounds like he's dabbled.
Now listen, and that has an effect on Joe Leo sometimes.
The World Cup's knockout round began yesterday between Canada and
South Africa.
South Africa? Sorry, I had to clear my throat.
I thought you were
for a
clearing your
second there.
throat.
You're right.
I wasn't going to
What'd
jump
you
on
swallow?
you there.
Joe, what'd you swallow?
Easy now. That's what I said. Easy now. Just easy now.
Number 1.
Beach Bash coming up on Thursday. Rick, we still don't know what your circumstances are going to be, how much goalie equipment you're allowed to wear. Will you wear that questionable AI photo that we're using?
I could imagine living in a world where there is no shower, there's no hose, and I'm barehanded.
Well, you got to do what you got to do.
I'm going to be in a public restroom taking a bird bath.
Or other options.
I'll be behind the bar and they'll be shooting me with soda water.
Listen, and people will be asking questions.
Mommy, where did the goalie go? Mother, what's that on the man's face? Well, son.
Yeah, the picture is really troubling.
Mommy, why is he homeless?
Where's the soles of his sneakers? Those are gone.
There is a lot to digest here, but listen, one way or the other, you'll know where to find Rick on Thursday.
After you score on Rick, Rick's going to go back to his tent.
No, listen, that's after Rick stops you, okay? Whether you're Harvey Cruz or anybody.
That's true.
I'll catch anybody
I like that confidence.
who's heading out to Ainsley Bowery at 4:30. Me and RJ will be there taking in Germany, Paraguay. See you there.
Go see Ray and RJ this afternoon. Rick, how about a little Rule 76?
No excuses. Play like the Knicks. It's DiPietro Grossa. And what happened? I don't know what happened. But why Bregman not back?
On ESPN New York.
And on YouTube. Baby.
On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Not anymore. With FanDuel Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute.